Now, your WVUA23 Fast Track Severe Weather Update.
Good Tuesday evening to you. Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott. It is 7 o'clock on this Tuesday night. I want to give you a severe weather update of the latest situation across west and central Alabama. Again, we got a tornado watch for much of West Alabama until 10 o'clock tonight. We had several tornado warnings on the state line. The National Weather Service in Birmingham has opted to issue severe thunderstorm warning with a text of possible tornado for the thunderstorm in northern Pickens County, the one in northern Lamar County, and it's moving into portions of Marion County as well. So let's take you into those storms. We'll show you what's happening here, because we're certainly concerned about these two different thunderstorms on radar. We'll start you in northern Pickens County. This storm back in Noxubee County, Mississippi, near Macon, actually had a confirmed tornado on the ground, but it has since weakened enough. The rotation not as significant with this, so the National Weather Service again opted out of issuing a tornado warning. Instead, they issued a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:30 for this storm. And again, this will impact Ethelsville and Reform with very heavy rain. We got lightning with this as well, intense cloud ground lightning, and still evidence of rotation back here in the backside of the storm. And it's something we're certainly going to watch carefully. Again, this is just on the south side of Highway 82. In fact, talking about areas that near Ethelsville, you'll be impacted by this. And again, this is not a tornado warning, but the National Weather Service mentioning that there is a possible tornado with this. So they went with a severe thunderstorm warning with the context of possible tornadoes. So that's what we're going to roll with. Again, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Pickens County. So heads up Ethelsville. There's evidence of rotation with that cell, but let's take you off to the north and show you this other thunderstorm. Again, this is going to be moving into northern Lamar County. We'll just pan you off to the north a little bit into Lamar County and see what's happening there, because this thunderstorm is also capable of producing a tornado in northern Lamar County. There it is right there. And again, that's the southern part of the thunderstorm. Let's go into Lamar County. There's your area of possible weak rotation. This had a confirmed tornado back in Monroe County, Mississippi as well, but it seemed like they moved across the state line. They weakened that rotation just enough to not prompt a tornado warning in our county warning area, which is fantastic news. Hopefully there's not a tornado with this, but again, this thunderstorm is severe in Lamar County. In fact, there's Sulligent right there, Highway 17, Moscow there. That's the Highway 278 corridor there. Again, we're talking about for the potential for a tornado. That's Highway 278. Again, there's Pine Springs there. Let's zoom you out just a little bit. I want to show you wider perspective of what's happening out there across central and west Alabama. Other spots, if you're curious what's happening in your area in terms of severe thunderstorms. By the way, I do want to mention there's going to be some hail falling up around Detroit as well in northern Lamar County. This will be on the south side of Hamilton with a hail threat with that thunderstorm. Could have some wind damage to that as well. But everybody else out there, again, across West Alabama, we got those two thunderstorms that could be producing some damaging straight line winds, and potentially they could spawn a tornado at some point. Keep in mind, we are under a tornado watch until 10 o'clock tonight for West Alabama. That's what we're talking about for the actual watch itself. In fact, we'll go over to that and I'll show you exactly what we're talking about. Here's the yellow counties. That's a tornado watch that includes areas north of Highway 80. Does not include Marengo County, and areas like Coleman over towards Walker County, Tuscaloosa County, Hill County, points west. That's the tornado watch till 10 o'clock. We'll likely get a new watch extended further east later tonight. This is going to take a long time before this event continues to unfold and move further off towards the east. And by the way, that up there in Tupelo, that is flash flood warning. So again, we got several different weather hazards with this event. We've got the risk of tornadoes this evening, large hail, damaging winds, and also some flash flooding will be possible underneath some of those heavier thunderstorms. Here's a wide view again, and you can see the lightning output in the Lamar County storm up here and the Pickens County storm right there. Both of these storms are producing a tremendous amount of lightning. So even though there's not a formal tornado warning for you, we want you to be inside and in one of those safer places, kind of in the middle of your home. Try to avoid windows. There's a severe thunderstorm warning. Keep in mind, severe thunderstorms can produce damaging winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. Again, there's the watch warning situation across the area with a tornado watch in the yellow shaded counties over West Alabama. Here's a live look from Bron-Denny Stadium. You can see the lightning in that northern Pickens County thunderstorm. You'll see some flashes of lightning. We're just talking about on our radar. You can see the actual lightning display. You can see it live here from our camera in Tuscaloosa. Current temperature 70 right now. Wind out of south-southeast to 10 miles per hour. And that south-southeast component to the wind is bringing that tropical moisture further north. Here's what I expect for tonight. Large hail, damaging straight-line winds, and a few tornadoes over northwest Alabama, including areas north of Pickens County. That's the better chance for getting a tornado tonight. Everybody's in a risk of severe weather, including all of central Alabama. Everybody in that red shade, including Tuscaloosa, Linden, Demopolis, Livingston, over towards Birmingham, Coleman, Gadsden, you're all in a risk of potential for large hail, damaging winds, and a few tornadoes overnight. Just understand the highest probability. That means the better chance of getting severe weather at your house will be up here over northwest Alabama. That's where the environment is more conducive for tornadic thunderstorms. So again, we're going to be watching things very carefully. We'll be back here at 7:30 for another live update on WVUA23. Also join us online. Go to WVUA23.com and hit the weather tab. You can scroll down. You'll see the option for live severe weather stream there. We'll be on there during cut-ins as well. So if you can't watch us on television, you can watch us on your smartphone or also on your iPad, your computer, whatever. You can watch us anything you get on the internet on. So another option for you there to get severe weather information. Also, if you click on the weather blog, we've got a list of warnings when we're not on air. If it's severe thunderstorm warnings, the latest watches and our thoughts, you can go to WVUA23.com, hit that weather tab, and go down to weather blog. Again, we'll have another update live here at 7:30. If we get a tornado warning, I'll be right back here. Otherwise, I will see you here at 7:30.
This has been your WVUA23 Fast Track Severe Weather Update.
Good Tuesday evening to you. I'm Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott. Now 18 minutes after 7 o'clock. We've got a brand new tornado warning just issued for northern Pickens County. This is just on Highway 82. A very dangerous thunderstorm we're watching. Let me take you into that thunderstorm we're watching. And again, this is capable of producing a tornado that's in far northern Pickens County, and this will move into southern Lamar County, impacting areas like Kennedy and Millport here pretty quick, but an incredibly well-defined hook echo with a supercell thunderstorm on the north side of Highway 82. There's Reform, there's Gordo. This is going to be to your north in Reform, so if you're in Reform, you're okay. The dangerous part of the tornado is going to be just to your north. In fact, now we've had some reports of the power flashes out here in Pickens County. That's incredible. Look at the hook echo signature there, and that could be possible debris signature right there in that hook. And again, this is just south of Millport. It will be impacting Millport here in the next 15 minutes. In fact, areas from Millport down towards Highway 17, just on the north side of Reform, Palmetto, you're in the direct path of this potential tornado. Again, that's a very dangerous looking signature on our reflectivity. I do want to show you some other things here. I want to take you into our velocity mode and kind of check out things with you here. And again, that's certainly a signature that could easily produce a tornado near Shaw and Palmetto. This is going to be on the north side of Coal Farm, just on the north side of Highway 82. This potential tornado has crossed Highway 82 and moved right over Ethel'sville. The National Weather Service going ahead and triggering that tornado warning for that, again, until 7:45. It had a confirmed tornado back in East Mississippi. If you remember back in Macon County, Macon, the city of Macon, in Kemper, or Noxubee County, Mississippi, just south of Kemper County, or north of Kemper County. That's what we're talking about there. Back in Mississippi, this has moved across into Pickens County. The National Weather Service seeing enough rotation, evidence of a potential tornado here to go ahead and trigger that tornado warning. And no doubt there's evidence of that. I want to check our hazards here and see what we got. We got a mesocyclone. That's a shear marker, what we call there, and that's representing a mesocyclone. That's rotation within the thunderstorm itself. And again, that's going to be located right there. In fact, we'll go over to the debris signature. I want to see if we see anything there. And you can see the little donut-looking feature there. It's hard to tell. It's very noisy if that's debris or not, but I would certainly take this storm serious. Now, we're in an environment that's conducive for tornadic thunderstorms tonight, especially over West Alabama for now through midnight. Then East Alabama, you'll start to get into the tornado threat a little later on tonight, especially after midnight. But right now, we're focused on West Alabama. In fact, what you're looking at is the dual pole technology from radar, and that area right there, very suspicious. Looks like a possible debris signature. This just to the southwest of Shaw, moving northeast just like that. So Shaw and Palmetto on near Highway 17 in northern Pickens County, you need to be in that safe place right now. So again, a possible debris signature. With that, go back over to our lightning detection. I want to show you that as well. We got a lot of lightning with that. And again, a very well-defined hook echo signature right there. So that's something we're very concerned about in northern Pickens County. Here's the Lamar County line. There's Millport. There's Kennedy right there where Highway 96 runs into Highway 17 between Millport and Kennedy. I think the potential tornado, if there's one down, will cross right about there. So again, that's where we're watching very carefully in northern portions of Pickens County for the potential for a tornado. And just want to check and see if we've got anything from the National Weather Service. And they're saying observed confirmed tornado. Wow, near Ethelsville. Okay. So they're saying a confirmed tornado near Ethelsville, and we've actually got a storm chaser feed out there. I want to take you over to that right now, and he is in northern and western Pickens County, and looking for
just off 82.
Okay, just off 82, and you can see the wind blowing there. See, National Weather Service also going to. Okay, they're going to include Fayette and Lamar County in the tornado warning. This goes until 8:15, and our storm chaser is out on some back road in northern Pickens County, and you can see here a lot of lightning there off of the distance, and we're just checking that feed very carefully to see if he is going to see a tornado or not. Understand it's nighttime, so it's going to be very hard to see that. But guys, if you want to keep an eye on that feed, Reggie, if we'll watch that feed very carefully, and we'll see if he can see the tornado or not. If not, we're going to go right back to that because we certainly want to see what's happening there. Again, we got a tornado watch. The counties in yellow until 10 o'clock tonight. We got a new tornado warning that has been extended to include Lamar County in portions of Fayette County as well. So let's go back over to radar, and I want to take you into this thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado. In fact, the National Weather Service saying observed tornado with that, which certainly is not good at all. We don't want to see that in coverage. We want to see these things say possible tornado and never do anything. Well, this one, the National Weather Service saying confirmed tornado with this. So let's take you back into that thunderstorm again. Where we're talking about is over in northern Pickens County. This is going to move into Lamar County, by the way. I do want to mention that. Let me take you back out real quick, and radar is acting a little goofy. Sometimes it does that. And look, I do want to remind you, by the way, you can go to our website, WVUA23.com. If you'll click on Live Severe Weather Stream, we got a weather tab there. You can actually see our nonstop coverage on the internet. Also, you can check our weather blog for the latest updates as well. And just checking again with the National Weather Service, nothing new on that storm. It's moving northeast. I do want to mention at about 40 miles per hour. So this is a storm that's tracking at a pretty decent speed out of Pickens County, about to move into Lamar County now. So let me take you right into that thunderstorm that does have us concerned there. And again, this is a classic supercell type of thunderstorm. The structure is incredible. So if you're watching us in Millport, especially Kennedy, Shaw, Palmetto, you've got to be in your safe place. And again, that includes the lowest floor of your home, many walls between you and the outside as you can to prevent the risk of loss of life with this. So again, we're very concerned about this. So I want to take you out a little bit and show you where this thing's heading. It's going northeast at 40 miles per hour. So let's track you out there. Communities in the path of this, we're talking about Shaw, Kennedy, Belk, Cobbin, Fayette, Rosslyn City, areas like Bankston. You're going to be in the direct path of this tornado. The tornadic signature is directly over Shaw right now. So let me clear this off and show you where we're talking about, right over the city of Shaw. And this just to the west of Palmetto. Again, this is a signature that is very concerning. You got your classic structure of a supercell type of thunderstorm. And again, here's a wide perspective. I want to show you this real quick because I know a lot of people are asking in different parts of the state what's happening where I am. If you're watching us anywhere from Tuscaloosa to Birmingham, it points east and south. You're okay for a while. In fact, there's nothing immediately threatening back towards the west. It's going to be likely after midnight before we have any dangerous storms approaching the Tuscaloosa area. That's going to be to the northwest. And again, if you're in Tuscaloosa, you'll likely see the lightning off to the northwest. But our main concern, again, is going to actually be for a potential tornado that's moving out of northern Pickens County, and that storm is moving into southern Lamar County. It's going to move into southwest Fayette County, cities like Belk, Fayette. You got to be in your safe place because that is something that does have us indeed concerned there. So let me see if I can get our radar to work again. There we go. And take you directly into this thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado. And again, this is in northern Pickens County, about to move into Lamar County. And let's see if this thing is going to work on us. Radar technology could be a little glitchy sometimes. All right, so again, I'm just going to get off of this and show you a better view because radar is acting up. All right, so let's go back over to this storm that is capable of producing a tornado. This is to the north of Reform. So again, if you're in Reform, if you're watching us around Palmetto, up into Lamar County, Kennedy and Millport. That's on Highway 96 and 17 intersection. That's where we're concerned about for the potential for a tornado. So we got a classic signature. It's about as classic as you get with the potential for a tornado. Let's see, also watching the storm in Marion County for a possible tornado. Let's go up there. And certainly looks impressive. Near Ewan, the Twin community on Highway 20, Interstate 22, the new I-22 up there. Wow, yeah, the velocity is incredible. So let's go over to that because this is another storm that, wow. Yeah, that's incredibly impressive rotational signature between Ewan and Twin. Right now we have a severe thunderstorm warning from Marion County, but I'll tell you that is a very impressive storm. So we're watching that carefully as well. Let's go back into northern Pickens County. The rotation not as impressive, but it's still an impressive structure in terms of the storm itself. So again, we are concerned about the potential for a tornado there in northern portions of Pickens County, about to move in Lamar County, Kennedy, Belk, Fayette. You will be in the path of this potential tornado. And again, there's our new tornado warning for Marion and Winston County. So we now have 2 tornado warnings. Let me take you over to our watch warning map and show you what we got here across the area. We got, again, a tornado warning for now Marion County, and we've got a tornado warning for Winston County. That's one storm, and then we've got a potential tornado that has been observed that's moving out of northern Pickens County into southeast Lamar County and southwest portions of Fayette County. So that's who's under the gun with that potential for tornado. Do note there's another tornado warning back at the Tennessee Valley of North Alabama. That's a storm that is out of our television market, but we will be watching all the storms out there tonight. I want to show you a live look from Brodiddy Stadium. This is in Tuscaloosa, and we're watching this dangerous thunderstorm. Let me pan you over to this direction to see if we can see anything from Tuscaloosa. Now, this is going to be a pretty long distance off to the northwest of the city of Tuscaloosa. So, again, you're looking live from our camera on Brodiddy Stadium in Tuscaloosa. We cannot see evidence of a tornado that far away, although we will watch that very carefully. All right. We're still a good distance away from Tuscaloosa. And by the way, I do want to mention the temperature in Tuscaloosa is 70. We got a wind out of the south-southeast at 10 miles per hour. Let's go into Lamar County and show you the storm coming out of Pickens County. Still has very impressive structure with this. And again, you can see the lightning display from Tuscaloosa here just a second. We saw that earlier with our Tuscaloosa camera that's on top of Brodiddy Stadium. Now we're looking at radar and still got that classic hook echo signature that's impacting areas like Millport and Kennedy. So again, this has us very concerned if you're watching us in areas like Millport and Kennedy. So again, in Lamar County, we want you to be in your safe place. If you're south of the Kingsville area, if you're south of Vernon, we're talking about along that Highway 96 corridor, be in your safe place right now. All right, so again, if you're watching us right now in Lamar County, here's your hook echo signature right there. The potential for a tornado is going to be down with that potential storm. And again, this is one that has produced a tornado in the past. We've still got that classic signature of a potential tornado with this. So let's go up to the north. I do want to check out things with the Marion County storm that's moving out of the Hamilton area that's to the east of Hamilton now. with another supercell thunderstorm. And again, this one's just to the north of Winfield. The official tornado warning polygon stops right here at Winfield. But anybody in the eastern half of Marion County, again, that's to the east of the city of Hamilton. There's Hamilton right there. We're talking about the area like Twin, right in the Twin community. Brilliant. Areas over towards Natural Bridge in Winston County, Haleyville in Winston County. We want you to be in your safe place. That's where the dangerous part of this thunderstorm is heading right now. And if we can do a cone on this, I want to show you who's in the path of this storm. Again, it's moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. And again, this is a thunderstorm that could easily produce a tornado that's tracking northeast again at 40 miles per hour. If we'll just stretch that cone on out, you can get an idea of what's happening with this storm, who's in the path of this. There you go. And here's some of the communities and the times there. Sunny Home, we're talking about 7:59. It's 7:31 right now, so you got a little bit of time there. Natural Bridge about 8:15. Haleyville, we're talking about around 8:19. The Forkville community at about 8:30. So that's some of the times of arrival for that storm that is capable of producing a tornado down here in southern Marion County. Let's go back over to the storm that's in northern Pickens County. We'll just clear that data off and show you what's happening there, because we got two thunderstorms are working here. We got one that's in northern Pickens County, right along Highway 17, extreme northern Pickens County. That's moving to southern Lamar County. That will impact areas like Marion. So places like Fayette here in just a moment. So let me take you into this storm. And yeah, you just got to do the box zoom right there. And again, this storm is capable of producing a tornado very close to Kennedy. Look, if you're in Kennedy, we want you to be in your safe place right now. This is a dangerous thunderstorm that could easily be producing a tornado that's going to be moving in Lamar County. Again, moving through Lamar County, the southeast corner of Lamar County, and that will be impacting Kennedy and Belk, areas like that. We're also talking about Fayette County, the city of Fayette, along that Highway 159 and Highway 171 intersection up there in the city of Fayette. If you're familiar with downtown Fayette, it's where that big junction is of 96. You got 159 and 171 for the potential tornado that's going to be moving your way. Should be there in about 15 to 20 minutes. So again, that has us concerned there. I want to check out a couple other things here, our hazards with this, and see if we got. Okay, yeah, so they're going to let Pickens County go with the tornado warning, which is a smart decision because Pickens County is now the tornadic circulation to the north of that. But I don't really see anything screaming in terms of debris signature from our dual pole products, so that's good. I want to look at our hazard here and see what our computer algorithm is tripping in terms of what's on the radar, and we're not seeing anything with that. So that's promising. So let me zoom you out a little bit. I want to take you up to the northern storm. We're seeing evidence of a rotation there. Again, this is going to be moving right over the Twin community. We got the potential for a tornado there. That's on the Interstate 22, that brand new Interstate 22 corridor. It will be crossing Highway 278 in Marion County here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. So again, if you're watching us in eastern Marion County, we want you to be in a safe place. That includes areas like Brilliant. If you're in Brilliant, we want you to be in your safe place. If you're in Winston County, West Winston County, Natural Bridge, Lynn, Haleyville, Delmar, you need to be in your safe place as well. So that's where this thing is heading. As it tracks off towards the northeast eventually, areas like Double Springs, you'll be in the path of this. Ash Ridge community, you'll be in the path of this. Graceland, Moreland, you'll be in the path of this. So again, this is several communities. It's in the path of a dangerous thunderstorm that could produce a tornado. I do want to mention the tornado warning that was for Pickens County has been allowed to expire. That's because the circulation is totally out of Pickens County, is now into southeast Lamar County and southwest portions of Fayette County. So you see the watch warning map of what we're looking at there in terms of the latest deal with the watches. We got a tornado watch that's again in effect for all of West Alabama, roughly areas in Tuscaloosa, Hale County, down towards Greene and Sumter counties and points west. You're under tornado watch. until 10 o'clock tonight. That's all the counties in yellow. The tornado warning right there, that includes portions of East Marion County, Winston County, also southeast Lamar County and southwest Fayette County. That's what we're talking about for the potential for a tornado there as well. So we've got 2 tornado warnings we're watching carefully in our coverage area, and both of those are certainly concerning. So we'll flip back over to radar, and you can see those polygons we're looking at of 2 different storms. Now, we got another one back in East Mississippi. I want to mention that's actually south of Columbus, Mississippi. There's a tornado warning with that. We'll have to watch that carefully for northern Pickens County and southern Lamar County. Could actually see another tornado warning issued if this storm actually does continue. So again, there's several storms we're watching very close. Let me take you into that storm. And this will be the first one, the lower storm, the one that's the furthest south. Millport Kennedy, that's where the circulation is right there. Again, this is tracking northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Here's some of the communities we're looking at: Kennedy, Fayette, the Stahl community, Bankston, Berry, Boley Springs, Corona, Townley, areas like that. Now, that's over the next 1 hour. So the Townley community in Walker County, if this tornadic storm continues, that would be moving towards you. So again, this is all speculation whether this tornado will continue or not. Hopefully that will not happen. All right, so we're going to watch that storm carefully. So let's go back to the north. And this storm we're watching certainly has us concerned around the Brilliant area. Okay. Areas like that, the Sunny Home community, Natural Bridge, Delmar, for the potential for tornadoes. So that's the storm we're carefully keeping an eye on. I want to go live to our camera in Tuscaloosa. This is on top of Bryant-Denny Stadium, and we are looking kind of north-northwest direction, directly towards that storm. You see some of the lightning there for that thunderstorm. I'll zoom in just a little bit, see if we can get a better perspective, because I can tell you now that it's going to be hard to see any structure below that storm because we're so far away from the actual thunderstorm. Again, keep in mind, we're looking from Tuscaloosa all the way into this storm that's in southern Lamar County, about to move into southwestern portions of Fayette County. So again, it's going to be hard to see anything with that, but we will definitely keep an eye on that. I also want to check out what's happening in terms of the dew point. We got a dew point of 72 in Tuscaloosa. That is a very tropical air mass. In fact, the computer models had dew points lower than that. So we're actually overachieving in terms of the amount of moisture in the air available for these thunderstorms. So let's go back over to our radar and take you into this thing and show you what we've got going on. We'll take you in storm by storm. Let's take you to the Marion County storm that's moving across southeast portions of Marion County. Again, this thunderstorm is it looks favorable. It just has that shape. It has that organization to it that could easily produce a tornado. And again, this is going to be moving out of Marion County the next 15 minutes. So let's zoom into the southern part of that storm, very close to Brilliant and National Bridge. That's where I'm really concerned about the potential for the tornado. Is going to be right over the Sunny Home area in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Highway 129, Highway 233, you're under the gun, but you can see the classic signature there. I mean, that's about as classic as it gets with a hook echo signature, and will likely have some large hail falling around the White House community as well. That's where that Highway 278 and Highway 129 corridor meets up. If you're familiar with that portion of Marion County. Again, this is all east of the city of Hamilton. So if you're watching us in the city of Hamilton, you're okay. I'm not concerned about this storm for Hamilton, but keep in mind, there's going to be other thunderstorms out there that could produce tornadoes in that part of the state later on tonight. Okay, National Weather Service is talking about they're getting a TDS signature from Brilliant. Okay, what that is a tornado debris signature. So I want to check out something real quick. Let's see the hazards and see. Yeah, there we go. We got a tornado debris signature now for that storm. So that has us very concerning. Again, a TDS signature, basically what that means is there's a higher likelihood of a tornado down based off of velocity. We're actually seeing the signature on radar that kind of screams, hey, we got a tornado that's down. So again, we're very concerned about this over Marion County. This is eastern portions of Marion County. If you're watching us, it is 7:40. I'm Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott. We're in live severe weather coverage for 2 tornadic thunderstorms. One that we think a tornado's down, and That's this storm right here that's moving out of portions of, looks like East Marion County. So let's go back into that thunderstorm and show you what's happening here. I'm going to zoom right into it and show you the actual storm we're concerned about is right up here. For some reason, it does not want to zoom out for me. But again, this is what we're looking at for the potential for tornadoes moving out of eastern portions of Marion County. That's going to move into western portions of Winston County in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So I'm going to have to stay off here. And Reggie, if you'll control radar for me, because it looks like it is not wanting to let me control it. You know, these things, technology is incredible. We have advanced so much in technology, but for some reason, sometimes it just does not want to work. So let's go into the storm up in Marion County. Reggie, if you'll take me up there. And this is where we're talking about right there. We got a debris signature, okay? So we know there's a tornado that's down. There's a very high likelihood of a tornado being down right here. And if we'll go over to velocity, I want to check that out and just see what we're looking at with the velocity right here. That's brilliant. Okay, we got evidence of rotation. We're looking at this from Columbus's radar site. That's not far away. We got evidence of rotation. Let's go over to our hazard product and see that. Okay, there's our TDS. See, the looks like a little spinning tornado. That's a tornadic debris signature, okay? That means there's a good chance there's a tornado that's actually down. Our computer here, our algorithm, is picking up on a tornado that's in southeast Marion County. So we want you in your safe place. This is a very urgent and dangerous situation. Again, we want you to be in your safe place. If you're watching us in the areas like Brilliant, okay, that's where the tornado is going to be. It's about to move into western portions of Winston County. If you're watching us in Lynn, Double Springs, Haleyville, areas like that, very concerned about the potential for a tornado that will continue down. This is a classic supercell type of thunderstorm. So again, this is a deal where if you're in the path of this thunderstorm, you need to be in your safe place right now. Let's do a storm track on this and take you further into this. I do want to show you what's happening because this storm is tracking northeast just like that at about 40 miles per hour. So again, what we're looking at is the potential for a tornado here over eastern Marion County, and again, this could be moving out of Marion County here pretty quick. So again, if we'll do a cone on this and show you that northeast path into Winston County. Again, the situation shows it's moving northeast around 40 miles per hour. Here's some of the communities in the path of this, 745. So basically right now, Sunny Home, you got to be in your safe place. Natural Bridge about 753. Double Springs about 810. 821, we got Moreland, that city as well. And we got Addiston, that's over in Winston County. We got 829 for you. Upshaw community, 833. So again, there's several areas that we're very concerned about. All these cities, if you live anywhere near these cities, we want you to be in your safe place right now. All right, it is now 7:43. I'm Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott. If you're watching us, we are in live severe weather coverage for the potential for a tornado that's moving out of Marion County. We have confirmation on radar that there's a tornado down. We don't have any reports of damage at this point. But it doesn't matter because we've got reports based off of a radar signature that there's actually a tornado down with this. So I'm very concerned about this. If you're watching us in the Brilliant community, if you're watching us over in Addison, if you're watching us in Lynn, Double Springs, Haleyville, you got to be in that safe place. It's a dangerous thunderstorm that could easily produce a tornado. Again, let's track it off in a northeast direction. This storm's moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So again, if you're watching us in that part of the state, you got to be in your safe place right now. And we are very concerned about the potential for a tornado that's moving into Winston County. So again, if you're watching us in Winston County, we want you to be in your safe place right now. This is going to be the western portion of Winston County. So again, if you're watching us from Brilliant points northeast towards Double Springs, we want you to go to your safe place right now. I want to show you the watch warning map, by the way. Here's the latest situation. We've got a tornado warning, that red polygon. That's for southwest portions of Fayette County. Now, this formally includes the city of Fayette. If you're watching us in the city of Fayette, we are concerned about for the potential for a tornado that's moving your way. So, okay, so we got another tornadic storm that's to the north, and that does include eastern portions of Marion County and west portions of Winston County. We got a new report here from the National Weather Service, okay? Wow, tornado debris signature is still showing very strong in Marion County. Okay, so this is a very dangerous situation. Let me take you over there on radar, and if we can we pull up the weather iPad? If we can pull up in the control room, guys, back there, if we can pull up the weather iPad, I want to show you this and take you into that storm because we are very concerned about it. What you're looking at is our velocity signature, okay? And if you're watching, it's a natural bridge. That is a very dangerous looking signature, okay? Not only that, but the one down to the south, the one that's near Fayette, a very impressive signature. So again, we got two tornadic storms that are capable of producing damage. So we're watching two different storms here that's in northwest Alabama. What you're looking at is velocity. This is off of the Fayette area from the Columbus radar site. And what you see is the winds that are blowing towards the radar, the green color, red, the winds blowing away from the radar, that's in the red color. So that, you know, it's a circulation center we're concerned about. Yeah,
hey,
Reggie.
Richard, let's actually take up our storm spotter. He's actually south of Millport right now.
Okay, let's go to that right now. Hey, in the control room, we can go back over to our system. I want to show you this. We've got damage here. And Reggie, where's this exactly?
South of Millport. Trying to figure out exactly
okay,
which
so this
road
is over
he
in
is
southeast
on.
Lamar County.
Liberty Lyles Woodward Road.
Okay, so we got damage that's in Lamar County. And guys, if just to let the news crew know, we got some damage that's in Lamar County that's very close to Millport and Kennedy. This was
south of Millport.
Okay.
I think he's actually just on the line between Pickens and Lamar.
Okay, so he's close to the Shaw community, close to Palmetto, just to the north of that. So our storm spotter, he's actually got damage you see live right here from a very dangerous thunderstorm that could still be producing a tornado. So let's go back over to our iPad and we'll show you this on velocity. This is very impressive. Signature we're looking at for the potential for a tornado that is down. And again, this is what we're talking about. And if you could keep me on the weather wall, I don't know if you can with the weather iPad or not, but okay, if you'll punch me up on the wall on the weather iPad and in front of the weather iPad, not in front of graphics. All right. Okay, well, that's okay. All right, so what we're looking at, again, this is on our weather iPad. This is a very tight circulation that's very close to the city of Fayette. All right, this is just to the south of Fayette. We got potential for a tornado that's down right there, tracking northeast just like that. This is a very dangerous thunderstorm that could easily be producing a tornado. We have damage from that. We have from the live stream, and we'll take that occasionally. Just listen out. Right now, I want to stay on this the velocity with this. In fact, let's go over to reflectivity and wait for it to update here because this is wow. This is an incredible looking thunderstorm, supercell thunderstorm. You got your hook echo just on the south side of Fayette. That is incredible. Wow. This storm could easily produce a tornado and has obviously produced a tornado based off the damage we've seen over there in southern Lamar County. This is right on the county line of Pickens County and Lamar County. This thing has clearly produced a tornado. In fact, we've got the storm chaser feed. If you want to take that again just for a moment, then we got to track this thing for you. This is a live look, and again, this is a storm chaser that's on the Pickens County line. Okay, and the National Weather Service is going to reissue, obviously, that tornado warning based off the structure. It's incredible. So this is a storm chaser feed live you're watching right now that is on the Pickens County, Lamar County line. Now, if you're familiar with this area, this is over there close to Shaw and Palmetto, just on the north side of that. And you can see the trees down on the road. Looks like they're looking for something with spotlights out there. I don't know if they're search and rescue or if this is some power issues with trees on power lines, but incredible video there of obviously a tornado that had passed through there. So these guys now are kind of in a search and rescue mode, trying to figure out if anybody's injured in this area. So that is certainly disheartening to see. So I want to go back over to radar quickly and show you what we're talking about. Okay, so there's a thunderstorm that has produced a tornado clearly that has moved out of Pickens County. It's moved out of Lamar County now. It's completely into Fayette County. We have two very dangerous thunderstorms. This one's on the south side of Fayette. And this is an incredibly dangerous thunderstorm that could easily be producing a tornado, and I really think it still is based off the signature here. Again, here's the city of Fayette. If you're watching us in downtown Fayette at points south and east, you got to be in a safe place now. It's one of those very dangerous thunderstorms I think could be producing a tornado, again, that is actually moving right across central Fayette County. There's the Staw community. Bankston's right there. There's Highway 43, the Highway 43-13 intersection there. If you're watching us there in points north over Bankston, you got to be in a safe place for the potential for a tornado. The potential for tornadoes high in that part of Fayette County. So I'm very concerned about that as well. So again, we are watching things carefully here in the Weather Center. Reggie, anything new on this storm from the National Weather Service?
Nothing new with it, other than like what you've talked about, how they're going to continue it all the rest of the way into Fayette County. Still producing large amounts of wind, as you saw with our storm spotter, seeing lots of damage out there. So everyone definitely south of Fayette, where you can actually see a little of your hook, that's where you're going to see your greatest rotation with that system. Further off to our west, bigger system out in Mississippi right now, definitely putting Lamar and Pickens County still under the gun. Even after these systems get out of the way, we're going to be keeping an eye on that system.
Yeah, so this is another storm we're talking about down here. This is below Columbus. Yeah, I see exactly what you're talking about. This is kind of classic tornado path that goes across northwest Pickens County. Seems like every time we have tornado warnings, they always track across northern Pickens County, and that's what we got. There's another storm that will be tracking across northern Pickens County here in the next 30 minutes or so. We've got another very dangerous thunderstorm, by the way, that's up here right over Natural Bridge. So if you're watching, it's the Natural Bridge. That's over in Winston County. This tornadic circulation has crossed out of Marion County now and is totally into Winston County. So if you're watching us in Natural Bridge, you got to be in a safe place. Now, that includes getting out of a mobile home. You can't be in a car. You got to get in the lowest spot of your home. Now, that's a site-built structure home. You can't be in a car or mobile home. Those are not good when we have a tornadic storm like this. So we got two different tornadic storms that could easily be producing a tornado. So again,
Richard,
yeah.
National Weather Service now trimming Marion County
Okay.
of the tornado warning.
Yeah, perfect. So they went ahead and trimmed they're thinking ahead on that, the National Weather Service, and trimmed that tornado warning out, Marion County. So this is solely a Winston County tornado. There's also a solely Fayette County tornado as well. So again, we got two tornadic storms now. One there, that's over Natural Bridge. That's tracking northeast just towards Double Springs, areas like that. You're going to be in the direct path of that. Ashridge, you're going to be in the path of that as well. You go over towards Moreland, the Barnes community to the north of that. You're going to be under the gun for the potential for tornado. I think still going to be high. We can look at the information on this storm and kind of see what's happening in terms of the debris. Let's see if we can see a debris signature from this. And it's noisy. It's hard to tell. I'll get off of that because I know it's confusing to you. I don't want it to be confusing. So what we're looking at is the potential for a tornado down here. We're not getting a TDS signature like we were just a few moments ago back in Natural Bridge, just to the west of Natural Bridge. That's one good thing. Hopefully that trend will actually continue, but hey, I cannot promise that. And this could easily recycle and produce another dangerous tornado. So again, we're very concerned about you in Natural Bridge and points east towards Double Springs on that Highway 278 corridor. So if you're on Highway 278, get out now, get off the highway, find a structured, safe place to get, because this circulation right here is it could easily produce another tornado. So again, two different storms are concerned about, and again, that is what we're talking about in Winston County. This is West Winston County. Really, anybody in Winston County, you just need to be in a safe place now, because this could be a situation where it could drop a tornado very easily anywhere on the backside of this thunderstorm where this hook echo is. Anybody in front of this thing, you need to be in a safe place right now. Again, we've got other storms out there. I want to take you out just a little bit and show you a wide view of everybody else that could be impacted by storms here. And nobody else across central Alabama is dealing with bad weather right now. This is all confined to northwest Alabama. And again, this is going to be a deal where we will continue to deal with severe weather. Let me go over to the Columbus radar. And I'm going to take the hazards off of that. And again, nobody else out there. In fact, if you're watching us in Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, and points east and south, you're going to be okay for a while. The tornadic thunderstorms, it's going to be a long time before they get to you. They're still concentrated over northwest Alabama, and that's where they're going to be for a while. So let me take that off. Pan you back here to West Alabama and show you again what we're talking about for the potential for 2 tornadic storms. There's actually 3 tornadic storms. There's another one back in East Mississippi, just south of Columbus, Mississippi. Familiar with that part of the area? There could be another tornado with that as well. And I can tell you now the potential is high based off the environment we're in tonight is conducive for tornadic storms, especially over northwest Alabama. If you watched earlier in the news, we were highlighting northwest Alabama, areas north of Tuscaloosa, west of Tuscaloosa, with a very high probability of severe weather. So again, I'm going to take you back into Fayette County. We'll start you there. And, you know, the signature is not as impressive as it was just a few moments ago, but I'm telling you, we still want you to be in your safe place. Again, that includes the lowest floor of your home, any walls between you and the outside as you can, get in a basement, a storm shelter, anything to protect you that could potentially save your life. Okay, we know tornadoes touched down with both of these storms, this one and the Winston County storms. We got damage close to Palmetto, just on the north side of Palmetto, close to Shaw, near that Pickens and Lamar County line. This is with this storm here. That's now pretty much moved across the city of Fayette now. The most concerning area is going to be the Fowler's Crossroads up here in northern and eastern portions of Fayette County. You're going to be under the gun for that as well. I do want to show you the watch warning map quickly and see what we got out there, because here's your watch warning. This is your polygon. The red is your tornado warning. Anybody inside the polygon, you got to be in a safe place. And again, this is going to be Hubbardsville, all the way down to Bankston, Fowler's Crossroads, Howard Community. You're going to be under the gun of this as well. So again, this is your tornado warning polygon, and I can zoom out just a little bit and show you maybe that'll help some get your bearings here if you're not in Fayette County compared to other areas across the state, because you may not be under the gun of severe weather. Now, there's another tornadic circulation, by the way, I want to mention. Now, this is south of Columbus. This tornado warning could easily move into Pickens County. We could see an additional tornado warning for northern Pickens County, Lamar County, with this storm. You see the shape of the polygon just like that off to the northeast, and that's the direction these storms are heading. So let me go up here to our next storm of concern. That's the one in portions of Winston County. Again, Double Springs, you're under the gun for the potential for a tornado. This has moved out of Marion County. Marion County, you're in the clear for now, but understand the night's not over with. We got a long way to go before all this is going to be over with. We got additional storms that's going to move in tonight, and this is going to be a very long night. Now, not talking about tornadoes nonstop tonight, but there's going to be periods where we have tornado warnings. Some of that's going to be very active weather. So again, we got 2 tornado warning polygons, and that is in our coverage area right now. So let me take you back out a little bit. Wide perspective, show everybody tornado watch in the counties in the yellow shade. Now that's for West Alabama. East Alabama, you're not under watch yet. I do think you'll be under watch at some point tonight, but not yet. All right, so what's going to happen is the first wave of thunderstorms that's up here in northwest Alabama and East Mississippi, that's going to move up into the Tennessee Valley. That's going to move out. There's going to be more storms back in Mississippi that will move in. In fact, we're talking about, by the way, if you're watching us in Tuscaloosa and Birmingham, it could be midnight. It could be after midnight tonight before we have storms that move our way. And we're talking about that severe weather threat. So I know you see tornado warnings just right here north of Tuscaloosa and just north of Birmingham. But for those cities, it could actually be a while before we get tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings in that area. I do want to check the live stream from our storm spotter. Let me pull that up quickly and see what we got here, because we saw some damage just a few moments ago and still evidence of damage. It looks like he's moved a little bit. I see different trees that are down compared to what we saw just a few moments ago. So our storm spotter, he's over in the Pickens-Lamar County line. We had a tornado track through there about 30 minutes ago. We saw it on the radar, had very impressive signature, and there's some of the damage from that. That is live video, by the way, of a damage there. Again, for the rest of tonight, this is what I expect for northwest Alabama. The main concern is going to be over the next really several hours for damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes. It's going to be a long duration event. Northwest Alabama, that's our first area concern for tornadoes. Central Alabama later tonight. Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, areas like that, you're going to be under the gun for the potential for tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail. Now, the tornado threat for the areas you see in red for Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Coleman, Gadsden, areas like that, that's a little bit lower. But I will say this, it doesn't mean it's impossible. It doesn't mean you can't get a tornado tonight. Here's our computer model. I want to take you through the times here, and you notice northwest Alabama getting it now. All right, so this is 11 o'clock. You see where the storms are. Dangerous thunderstorms. This is midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. So at 4 o'clock in the morning, we've got active thunderstorms in the Tuscaloosa and Birmingham areas, all the way down towards the Livingston, roughly lined up on Interstate 59. That's incredible. This is going to be a long night, I can tell you right now, of heavy rain, the threat for damaging straight-line winds, and isolated tornadoes. So again, we are not over yet. Again, that's one of our high-resolution computer models, and that's just showing the situation, what the latest is on that. So that's not good news. So if you are planning on going to bed, make sure you have a source of information. I'm telling you, the night tonight is one of those nights that you want to make sure you have a source of weather information all night. Make sure you have something that can wake you up. If we have a tornado warning in your area, if you wake up from an alert from a NOAA weather radio, something that will wake you up, we'll be here on TV. Obviously, we're going to let you know about it. We'll track all these storms for you, let you know where the danger zones are. And I do want to remind you, by the way, if you lose TV, I know with some TV providers, I hear a lot of complaints about we lose signal. Okay, if you lose signal on your TV or you can't watch us on your television, go to WVUA23.com. If you go to the weather tab and click on live severe weather coverage, we're there right now. We are live online, live on television right now. This is the first time we've streamed severe weather live on air, so you can actually check it out there as well. So that's just a secondary source. We want to get you as many sources as we possibly can to help keep you safe tonight in these thunderstorms. So we got 3 dangerous supercell thunderstorms, one back in East Mississippi, one in Fayette County, one in Winston County. So let me take you into those storms and show you what we got in terms of the potential for a tornado, because it's still there across that part of the state. So again, we're concerned about more storms back in East Mississippi as well. I do want to mention that in central Mississippi. We got a long night to go before all this is over with. So first off, I want to start you off with this one. This is a storm that is capable of producing a tornado near Columbus, Mississippi. This is to the south of Columbus, Mississippi, near the Crawford area. This could be moving into northern portions of Pickens County, southern Lamar County, likely in about 30 minutes from now. That's a storm that's traveling northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So heads up for Ethelsville, over towards, I'd say, Kennedy, Millport again, the Shaw community, areas that were hit just 30 minutes ago by a potential tornado. We saw the damage there, the potential for a tornado path. And that's tracking northeast just like that. Another storm we are concerned about, that's going to be up here in Fayette County. Now, I will say this, the signature is not near as impressive as it was just a few moments ago. This looked very impressive about 20-30 minutes ago when it did actually produce damage, potentially tornado damage, but it does not look as impressive. I want to check the velocity with this and just see what we got. Still evidence of rotation. Let me take you into this so you can see it a little bit better. And this is in Fayette County. This is to the east of the city of Fayette, where we're concerned about. And clearly evidence of rotation right here to the north of Bankston. This is Fowler's Crossroads. Here's Highway 13. This is going to cross Highway 13 in about 10 minutes. So if you're traveling along Highway 13, you got to pull over, find a place of safety, because that's a potential tornado that's going to be crossing that highway. So here's our scan. There is Fayette right there, okay? Bankston and Berry. Now, if you're watching us down in Berry and Bankston, you're okay. The tornadic circulation is to your north, all right? So Berry, Bankston, you're okay. The tornadic circulation is going to be to your north. Let me zoom out just a little bit. I want to take you a little further off towards the north and show you again the other area concern we are watching. This is this storm up here that's very close to the city of Double Springs now. We got a potential for a tornado that is right over Double Springs. All right, so let me pan you over there. And the rotation is not near as impressive as it was a few moments ago. That's good. Hopefully these things will continue to weaken the rotational signatures, but a few moments ago we had a confirmed tornado based off of radar. And now we're looking at a very lack of rotation here. But understand, this thing could easily produce a tornado. Doesn't mean that the tornado threat's going to be over with. All right, so we could easily get another tornado off of this. Let me go over to Birmingham's radar, and again, it doesn't look near as impressive as it did just a few moments ago. So the radar signature has come down some. That's promising news. Hopefully that trend will continue. But again, that threat is still there. These storms can cycle. Look at our hazards, and we're not getting that tight circulation we're looking at just a few moments ago. That's fantastic news. Hopefully that trend will continue. But if you're watching us in Double Springs, we still want you to be in your safe place in case this storm does recycle.
Yeah. Heading on to that storm, actually got a report coming in from a trained spotter in Lynn, just south of Natural Bridge, about 5-10 minutes ago, seeing a wall cloud traveling with that. So it definitely still has the opportunity.
Yeah, it could recycle. You know, I'm not surprised this thing has a wall cloud, especially 10-15 minutes ago. It looked a lot more impressive. Right now it doesn't look near as impressive as it did just a few moments ago. So again, if you're in Double Springs, we still want you to be in your safe place. Now this thing's traveling northeast at 40 miles per hour. So we can do a path on this thing and see who's in the path of this. You know, the Moreland community, Upshaw around 847, Andrews Chapel around 858. Massey community, we're talking about 906, and understand these are areas that are to the northeast of Winston County, but still we want you to be in your safe place as this potential tornadic circulation continues. And looks like we got a new update. Reggie, what's going on?
BMX is going to issue a tornado warning for near Astridge or near Haleyville.
Okay. So they're going to reissue the tornado warning essentially for Winston County. And again, this is for that storm we're talking about. So again, we are concerned about the potential for a tornado that could still be there. Look at the velocity, and I don't see anything that is screaming tornado in velocity, but if you look at our hazards, all of a sudden we get a TDS on here. This is a tornado debris signature. I'm sorry, tornado vortex, a TVS, not TDS. This is a TVS, tornado vortex signature. So that's got us impressed. So okay, so if you're watching us in Winston County, this is near Double Springs, areas towards Moreland and Grayson. We want you to continue to be in that safe place for the potential for a tornado that could be potentially redeveloping. So again, that's what we're talking about with that storm. Let's go down to the south. Okay, we got a TDS that is in Fayette County, TVS in Fayette County as well. And we're just looking at the Columbus radar site. Okay, and yeah, that does look impressive. Wow, we're getting more rotation with this storm. If we can go over to our weather iPad, I want to show you the velocity with this, okay? This is a storm, and we'll wait on the update here in just a second. It was south of Fayette, now it's to the northeast, and you see the circulation there. Now, this is going to be over there around that Fowler's Crossroad area, along Highway 13 and Highway 102. That's that intersection at Fowler's Crossroads for the potential for a tornado. And I'll do a loop on this and show you what's happening because the rotation's still there, no doubt, in Fayette County. Let's go up to the Winston County storm. And we got several areas that are showing, trying to show rotation, but I can tell you now it's not as well defined as it was a little bit earlier. I'll go back over to reflectivity and show you what we're talking about here. I'll do a loop on this, and there's actually several areas of concern. There's two different circulations, okay? There's one east of Haleyville, and there's one over Double Springs. So there's two different circulations. Let me mark this on the map here. Right here and right here. Both of these are tracking northeast just like that. That will be moving out of Winston County the next 15 to 20 minutes. May clip northern portions of Coleman County, the far northwest tip of Coleman County, but it's tracking more towards the northeast, so it may altogether miss Coleman County We'll see if the National Weather Service in Huntsville will continue a tornado warning with that. We have other storms, by the way, that are back off towards the southwest. All right, so that's coming out of Crawford, Mississippi. Now, there's a storm that could be producing a tornado that's very close to Columbus. It's just to the south of Columbus. Look at the velocity on this, and there's no doubt there's evidence of rotation there with that storm as well. So again, areas like Macedonia over towards Millport and Kennedy, let's keep an eye on this storm. There's evidence of rotation there. You can clearly see that's moving generally towards the Columbus area, and that's going to cross into West Alabama. If you do a path on this, looks like something in that direction, so it's going to clip the northwest corner of Pickens County and move into southern Lamar County, impacting areas like Millport and Kennedy, areas just to the north of the Macedonia area. This will be north of the city of Reform. So again, another dangerous thunderstorm that has a tornado warning with it that could potentially produce a tornado in West Alabama. That's going to be over in northern Pickens County, southern Lamar County. Our other storm of concern is right there at the Fowler's Crossroad intersection. That's going to be on that Highway 102 and Highway 13 intersection in northeast Fayette County. That's going to be tracking into Carbon Hill, Nauvoo, areas like Eldridge in the next 15 minutes. So if you're watching, it's in Carbon Hill along that Highway 78 corridor. The new Interstate 22, if you're familiar with that, we want you to be in your safe place. All right, so let's go back over to our weather graphics. And we've got a TVS, and what this is basically it's a signature that a radar algorithm is actually trying to detect there's a potential for a tornado there with that storm. And Reggie, you have an update?
One interesting thing with the warnings up in Winston County, actually, they're wondering if they might actually have two circulations inside of it.
Yeah, that's what we're just talking about, Reggie. We got two circulations. Let me go up to that storm. Again, here's the storm in Fayette County. This is over the Fowler's Crossroad area. That's going to be moving up here towards the Interstate 22, that new I-22 corridor near Carbon Hill, Nauvoo, Townley. You could be in the potential path of this. The National Weather Service has not issued a tornado warning for Walker County yet, but if you're northwest of the city of Jasper, let's keep a close eye on that because there is the potential for a new tornado there. Let me go up to the north, and what Reggie was talking about, there's two distinct circulations up here in northern portions of Winston County. You got one right here near Double Springs, another one right here just to the north of the Ashford community that's on the northern tip of Winston County. This is about to move out of Winston County likely the next 5 to 10 minutes, but there's two circulations here that could both potentially produce a tornado. That's a very interesting system, storm. You don't often see two different tornadic circulations. In fact, our computer data actually picking up on two different areas of tight rotation called a TVS. That's a tornado vortex signature. That basically represents a very tight couplet, very tight area rotation. And again, this is in Winston County. This is now to the north of the Double Springs area. So here's our new update, and you see our TVS. This is our old one. This is our brand new one. This is an old one. The new rotation is going to be right here. The potential for tornadoes right there. And again, this is tracking off to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Let me do a cone on this, and we'll actually show you the path of this potential tornado. And it's tracking northeast like that. Some areas that's in the path of that. Upshaw, we're talking about around 848. Massey Community, 902. Areas like Hartselle, that's out of our coverage area, but that's you could be in the path of that as well. That's over in the Tennessee Valley, North Alabama. But again, that will track in that fashion off towards the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So let me clear that data off and make it look a little easier for you to see there. Again, we got areas of rotation down here in northern portions of Winston County. This is north of Double Springs now. Again, this is going to be very close to Upshaw, Grayson, Moreland. We want you to be in a safe place. Again, that includes the lowest floor of your home, any walls between you and the outside as you possibly can, and we'll get through this storm. Now, this is going to pass on by. Keep in mind there's more storms off to the west, so this is going to be a long night across west and central Alabama. Let me take you out to home view real quick, and I want to show you wide view, everybody out there, and we'll pull up our warning map. And here's the latest warnings. All right, so we got a tornado watch across most of West Alabama. That goes until 10 o'clock tonight. We're going to get additional watches overnight. This is not going to be our last watch. We'll get additional warnings tonight. This is a situation where I think we're going to have several tornado warnings throughout the night. It's going to be a long night. We'll be here all night long and into tomorrow morning until this threat actually formally comes to an end. But the red polygons, we got a tornado warning in Winston County. We got a tornado warning in the far northeast corner of Fayette County. The National Weather Service has not extended that tornado warning yet into northwest Walker County. We'll see if they'll do that or not. Another tornado warning back to the west. This one is in the Columbus, Mississippi area. That's Lowndes County, Mississippi. And I believe we've got an update. Reggie, what's going on?
So National Weather Service is coming in saying that they're not going to continue the tornado warning into Walker County.
Okay.
The rotation with that system has just become far too broad, way too wide, spread out. If we can pull up the weather iPad, we can look at it on radar scope and see it right now. And as you can see, that rotation just very, very broad now. Nothing like what it was earlier when it was much more tightly wrapped.
Yeah, it was really impressive earlier, Reggie. It was, clear there was evidence of a tornado down, and we've got damage in response to that. So we know at some point there's a tornado that touched down. And I do want to mention, by the way, the National Weather Service back in Mississippi decided to extend the tornado warning in Columbus all the way to the state line. So, again, that tornadic circulation, we'll go down to that storm off the iPad, Reggie, and check it out. I do want to see the velocity on that. And not as impressive, but there's no doubt there's some rotation there that's very close to the Columbus area, New Hope. That's in Mississippi. That will be tracking into Lamar County, Alabama here in the next few moments. We've got a new update from the National Weather Service. I'm going to check this real quick. They're going to issue a tornado warning. Let's see. For Winston County, okay, until 8:45. Let's see, 8:18, that's right now. National Weather Service saying severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado very close to Moreland, or about 8 miles to the northwest of Arley. If you're familiar with Arley over in Winston County, it's moving northeast, by the way, at 40 miles per hour. So we got a while with that tornado warning itself. So again, we've got several tornado warnings out there now we're keeping a very close eye on, and one of those is in Winston County, one of those is in Fayette County, and then we got one back in East Mississippi that could be extended into Lamar County, Alabama. So again, several tornado warnings we're watching as well. We've got, as of about 7:30, we got at least 4 Mississippi counties reporting damage. Mississippi Emergency Management Agency said that some homes were damaged over in Grenada, Scott, and Winston counties in Mississippi. Reports of widespread power outages over in Calhoun, Mississippi. So far, one good thing, Reggie, is no injuries have been reported, and that's good. So again, that's a situation back in Mississippi. So let's go back over to our graphics. I want to show you the latest watch warning map again. The tornadic damage we're talking about back in Mississippi a few moments ago. But we got several tornado warnings in our area. We got one in northeast Fayette County that has broadened out. The National Weather Service is not going to extend that tornado warning into Walker County because the rotation has broadened out so much. The National Weather Service saying, hey, there's no point in issuing a tornado warning downstream from that over in Walker County. That's good, but again, we still got a tornadic circulation in Winston County we're also very concerned about. So let me pull up our radar. I'm going to pull up, let's go to Columbus and see what we got here. And I'll take you into these storms, by the way, in Fayette County and Winston County. But the more serious situation we got is over in Winston County. That's where we have a better area rotation we're watching, a more well-defined area rotation we're watching. And again, that's over in Winston County. So let me take you into that storm. And the potential for a tornado is right here in the northeast corner of Winston County. Coleman County is not under tornado warning. That's a different warning market. That's the Huntsville National Weather Service office area. So we would check with the National Weather Service in Huntsville to see if they'll extend that warning or not. But that is in our coverage area. We cover that on television, even though there's a different source that issues warnings basically for Coleman County. Again, we got a tornado warning that continues for Winston County up here until 8:45, but it looks like the circulation itself is going to be out of Winston County the next 10 to 15 minutes. So most of Winston County is okay, but we still have that circulation there. So let me zoom you in just a little bit and show you what we're concerned about for the potential for a tornado. There's Addison right there. If you're watching us in Addison, we want you to be in your safe place. Again, that includes the lowest floor of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you possibly can until this tornadic circulation passes to your northeast, but there's still evidence of a rotation there. Let me tell you what, I'm going to pan down to the south, and I wanted to show you Fayette County. I promised you I'd show you Fayette County, even though that rotation has significantly weakened. It's still an impressive thunderstorm. Now, the National Weather Service has not issued any warnings for Walker County, but there's still impressive structure to this storm, very close to the north of the Townley area. That's Carbon Hill right there. Nauvoo's right there. You see Nauvoo. There's Highway 5. There's the Interstate 22 right there. Here's a new radar update, and I'll say this, the storm has that pendage, you know, that look to it. It's got that hook echo. It's got that feature we need to watch carefully down here in Walker County. Now, Fayette County, the tornado warning continues, but the tornadic circulation is totally out of Fayette County now. It's completely into Walker County. Again, the National Weather Service opted out of issuing a tornado warning for Walker County. We're going to watch that carefully, okay? We will definitely keep an eye on that over Walker County. This is northwest of the city of Jasper. So again, if you're watching us in Jasper, okay, all right, so the National Weather Service will issue a tornado warning. All right, we're just talking about that. You know, the signature is starting to look more impressive. Let's go over to the weather iPad just for a moment. I want to show you this. If you're in Carbon Hill, there it is. That's the circulation moving northeast just like that. So the National Weather Service will issue a new tornado warning for Walker County. That officially hasn't come out yet. But again, if you're watching us in Carbon Hill, Nauvoo, the Townley community, we want you to be in your safe place right now. Again, this is going to be northwest city of Jasper. But again, that highway, that new Interstate 22, there's a new warning. And it looks like it's going to include southeast portions of Winston County as well. So again, the new warning has popped up on our screen. There's no doubt the rotation has increased significantly there over the past several minutes. That is very impressive. So again, Carbon Hill, we got evidence of a tornado there. And you'll see the warning polygon pop up in just a couple of minutes. But there's no doubt if you are watching us in Carbon Hill, you need to be in a safe place right now. This is a very dangerous situation. This tornadic circulation is crossing Interstate 22 right now. Next stop will be Highway 5 that runs up to Nauvoo, that runs into Winston County up towards the Lynn and Natural Bridge and runs down to Jasper. It's going to be crossing that here in about 10 minutes. I want to check the correlation coefficient on this as well, and just kind of see, can't really see any evidence of debris yet, but I'm definitely concerned about the fact that this thing could be easily producing a tornado. You see the circulation in terms of our reflectivity. And this is a very well-defined structure in the storm that's coming across. Again, this is in northwest Walker County. Let's go back over to our maps, and I want to take you back in our graphics, and here's the deal with this. We got a brand new tornado warning that has been issued for this storm, and there's no doubt the rotation has increased significantly over the past several minutes. In fact, the past couple of scans, it developed this pendage back here on the southwest flank of the storm. Anytime you see that, that's a screaming tell that this storm has a mesocyclone that's rotating, and that's exactly what's happening right here in Carbon Hill. Very dangerous situation if you're watching us in Carbon Hill. This storm has had a history of producing damage back in Mississippi, parts of West Alabama. I think this is one of those storms that will produce multiple tornadoes likely. It'll produce a tornado for a little while, then it will lift, it will recycle, reorganize, and a new tornado will come out of it. That's what's happened several times. In fact, this storm looked like it was pretty much out of steam, and then it kind of pulses back up. And that's very common this time of the year for these pulse type of storms. It's a supercell type of thunderstorm, but the rotation will pulse kind of dissipate, then reorganize. That's the way these things do. And again, that's tracking northeast just like that. Let me take you to the north quickly and show you the other tornado warning. It has pretty much moved out of Winston County. So again, for this tornadic storm in Winston County, you're okay, but the one to the south will clip the southeastern portion of Winston County. Again, you're going to be under the gun with that as well. So let me zoom out just a little bit because I want to take you, still in pan mode, zoom out just a little bit and take you into both of these storms. I want to show you kind of wide perspective, who's in the warning, who's not. There's our warnings. Okay, so looks like actually we got a brand new tornado warning in Lamar County.
I was just about to say it. They're going to
popped up at the same time. Wow, that's a fast computer system. Technology can be good, it can be bad. Popped up at the same time the warning did, so that's good. There's 2 tornado warnings for Winston County. This one is going to expire. But this one down here that's coming out of Fayette County, moving across Carbon Hill now, that's going to be tracking into southern and eastern portion of Winston County here pretty quick. So again, we've got another tornado warning there. Let me go back to the south. We've got a brand new tornado warning. Again, that's a storm we've been watching. That's storm number 3 that's coming out of Mississippi. And northwest corner, Pickens County, and much of Lamar County. You're under the gun for the potential for a tornado. There's your polygon. That includes Vernon, Millport, Kennedy, in southern and central Lamar County, the far northwest corner of Pickens County, and the circulation should stay to the north of Ethelsville and Reform. If you're in Reform and Ethelsville, you'll likely see some lightning off to the north of you, but the tornadic circulation should stay just to your north. And again, the county's in yellow, by the way, that's a tornado watch, but we have now 3 tornado warnings in our coverage area. 2 of those have us very concerned. 1 of those is moving out of our coverage area into the Tennessee Valley as we speak. So let me go back over to radar. And I'm going to pull up Columbus. Okay, so there's Columbus. Tell you what, let's pull up the hazards. Okay, so we got a TVS, that's a tornadic vortex signature, that's down here in this storm that's going to be moving into the northwest corner of Pickens County, southern Lamar County. Let me take you into that storm and show you what we got here, because we got several areas of rotation that's in West Alabama, okay? We got this one down here. See if I can zoom in. We got that one right there that's coming out of East Mississippi. We got a tornado vortex signature. That means there's a very tight evidence of rotation. There's a good chance this thing could be producing a tornado now, and that's moving into the very northwest tip of Pickens County. 99% of Pickens County, you're okay, especially south of Ethelsville towards Reform, down towards Gordo, Carrollton, Dallasville, Pickensville, you're all okay. That's right here in the very northern and western corner, basically, of Pickens County. That's who's under the gun with that. Again, communities in the path of this, we're talking about Millport, Kennedy. You will likely get some the potential for a tornado here. So again, if you're watching us along that Highway 96 corridor, there's Highway 17 right there. The potential for the tornado will move in that general direction. So we're concerned about you as well. So let me zoom out just a little bit and again show you where we're talking about the potential for tornadoes back here in the southwest flank of the storm. That's back here in East Mississippi. It's going to be moving into northwest Pickens County, then into southern Lamar County. That's the communities we're talking about here. Everybody in southern Lamar County along that Highway 96 corridor, you need to be in a safe place now for the potential for a tornado that is there. Let's see. Tornado warning, by the way, goes until 9:30 for Lamar County, Pickens County. It's not a very fast-moving storm. It's tracking northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So, I mean, it's got decent forward speed with this. But, again, it's a northeast tracking storm, so it will clip the northern portions of Pickens County. Let's go over to the weather iPad. I do want to show you a loop on this. And what you're looking at is velocity. And your rotational signature is back here, very close to New Hope, Mississippi, moving northeast just like that. So, again, if you're in Millport, you need to be in a safe place. Macedonia, I think you're okay with this. We're talking about mainly to your north. Macedonia is just a little too far south to be impacted by the circulation. But again, that's going to be just to your north. Now, I will say this, a storm in Walker County is very impressive. The rotational signature, the velocity couplet, where you see the bright shades of red and green, that's where we got strong rotation moving northeast directly towards Arley and Addison. So if you're in Arley and Addison, we want you to be in a safe place. That's over in Winston County, southeast Winston County. The tornadic circulation officially is still in Walker County. It's passing just south of Nauvoo, very close to Nauvoo, but it's passing just south of you and moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So again, there's several storms out there that we're watching very carefully. And Reggie, is there any updates in terms of damage from the National Weather Service you see over there?
Actually, no. They haven't said anything else about any damage coming up. Our storm spotter, he's moved on from where he was earlier. Let's actually see if we can't figure out where he's moving to next. He was right there at the Lamar-Pickens County line. Let's see if I can find out where he is. He might actually be heading back over into Mississippi towards Columbus. Yep, he's heading right back into Columbus where that circulation is trying to move.
Yeah, we can actually pull that up live on air. This is what we're talking about. We've got a storm spotter out there that's watching the storms very carefully, and he is on Highway 96. Is that?
He's just north of 82, riding on
Highway 96,
96, but it turns into 50 once you get into
East Mississippi. Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, he's crossed over into East Mississippi, but again, I guess to catch more storms back off towards the west as he moves into West Alabama. Again, here is a live view from Tuscaloosa, and I want to mention there's no issues in Tuscaloosa. There will be none for a while. I don't expect any risk of tornadoes in the Tuscaloosa area until later tonight. So we've got a long way to go before this whole event ends. In fact, let me go over to the watch warning map. And here's the deal. We got 2 tornado warnings now. We're watching very close. We got one that's moving out of East Mississippi in the far northern portion of Pickens County and the very southern portion of Lamar County. And then we got another tornadic circulation that is more impressive. That's just to the north of Jasper in northern portions of Walker County. That's going to be moving in southeast Winston County in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So we got several areas we're watching it very close in West Alabama. And we're on the Columbus radar. And, the structure of this thing is really impressive, Reggie, I can say now.
Yeah, you definitely notice that hook just north of Saragossa? Saragossa. I want to make sure I said it correctly. Just north of it, you can see the hook where it's getting that circulation in. And when we're looking on the weather iPad just a minute ago, very strong rotation with that system. So definitely going to keep that warning going over the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if this goes into Coleman County as well. But, it's interesting, Reggie, that we haven't had a lot of damage reports now. We saw from our storm spotter there was clear evidence of damage in the Lamar-Pickens County line near very close to Palmetto a little bit earlier. But, we just haven't had a lot of reports here in a while, and that's a good thing.
It is a good thing, and it might be the fact that it seems like it's been fluctuating, going in, coming back out.
Yeah, it's a deal where it's pulsing. It kind of, you get a tight rotation, then it weakens quickly, then you get another tight rotation. And Reggie, I think another problem we're running into is, number one, it's nighttime, and people aren't able to see the tornadoes clear. Number two, a lot of this is tracked over, very unpopulated areas. It could be a deal where a tornado came down in a forested area and homes were not impacted. Hopefully, we only hope that was the case and we didn't have any damage to property, but we definitely cannot rule that out. So again, what we're looking at, let me do a path on this storm.
Actually, right now on velocity with that system, looks like it's starting to tighten back up a little bit in the past run or two.
Yeah, the rotation's definitely tight. That's coming out of Carbon Hill. Now, Carbon Hill, you're okay for now with this particular storm. But I'm telling you, if you're watching us over in Arley, Crane Hill, Jones Chapel, you need to be in a safe place. Now, I know formally Coleman County is not under tornado warning. This is going to be moving into Coleman County in about 45 minutes from now, 30 to 45 minutes from now. So again, if you're watching us in Coleman County, just a heads up, this tornadic circulation will eventually move your direction. So right now we're looking at the potential tornado right on Highway 5, and it's about to cross Highway 195 that runs out of Walker County into southern Winston County. If you track that away out of Jasper, that Highway 195, that's where this tornadic circulation is about to cross. And I do want to see if there's any hazards, and we're still picking up on a TVS here, and there's no doubt the rotation is excellent. You know, there's a tight evidence of rotation right now on Highway 5. We want you to pull over. If you're on Highway 5 between that and 195, you got to pull over. You got to get off the road. That's a very dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. And the next one we're concerned about is back here moving out of East Mississippi into Lamar County. It really looks like the northwest tip of Pickens County will be impacted. This is north of the forest community, so most people in Pickens County are okay with this particular storm, but this will be mainly Lamar County.
Yeah, it looks like it's almost going to run along 96 and just barely to the north, clip Millport.
Yeah.
As of right now.
Yeah, there's no doubt that's been the trend. I mean, so, you know, if you live in Pickens County, most of Pickens County is okay. It's the very northern and western tip of the county that will be impacted. And I do want to mention there's more storms back to the west, so it's definitely not over with. And, you know, I want to pull up a radar loop if we can get one wide enough to see the central Mississippi. Yeah, there's a lot of storms back to our west, and these are supercellular type of storms. And what's going to happen tonight, these are going to all merge into a squall line, an organized line of intense thunderstorms, and these will be all capable of producing damaging straight line winds, a few isolated tornadoes. The big tornado threat tonight is over northwest Alabama. That's in that zone of Pickens County, Lamar County, Fayette County, Walker, Coleman, Winston, and Marion County. That's where we've been talking about for a while. So again, if you're watching us up here in northwest Alabama, we are certainly concerned. And see a new report from the National Weather Service. Okay, they're going to continue the tornado warning. They're saying it's radar indicated, meaning there's not somebody that sees a tornado itself, and that's good. We hope that continues and we don't have a tornado that's down. And what you're looking at, this is a regional view, and look at the storms as they go all the way back in central Louisiana. This is a deal where we're going to have storms for a long period of time tonight. It's going to be a very slow process. The Gulf of Mexico is wide open. We got plenty of unstable air that's tracking into Alabama out of the Gulf of Mexico, and these storms will continue to move that direction. So let's put it back in play mode here, and I'm going to show you this. Reggie, what's this new thing from the National Weather Service? You want to check on that?
Storm report coming out on Highway 44, about 2 miles out of Gwinn. Shed gone, houses damaged, vehicle damaged, multiple trees down.
Over in Gewin?
Yes.
Okay, so we got damage in Gewin.
Right now, they're linking it to possibly a tornado based on the time with radar from earlier.
Yeah, that was the point where it looked really impressive as going across southern Marion County. Gewin sits right there, and this is the storm right here that produced the potential tornado there. It's moved into the Tennessee Valley, North Alabama, impacting Hartsville now, Decatur. But again, what we're looking at now is two storms that are not related to that one that produced some damage. So these two new storms, the one that's moving out of Walker County into Winston County, and another thunderstorm that's in southern Lamar County that will move into Fayette County if it maintains its intensity and rotation. We've got two tornado warnings in our coverage area right now that we're watching carefully. And again, let me take you into these storms and show you. First off, this one, the most impressive, really has me concerned back here in far northern Walker County. This is north of Jasper. If you're watching us in Jasper, you are okay from this storm. But we got evidence of rotation down here that's just on the Walker-Winston County line. I mean, this is right there hugging the county line now. Very evident rotation here, by the way, that's moving towards the Falls City area, Arley. In fact, if you're watching us anywhere south of Addison, you are certainly under the gun. Now, Double Springs, you're okay. You're getting rain in Double Springs and some lightning, but the tornado threat itself is going to be just down here below you, right on that Highway 195 corridor. And again, that's going to be tracking out of Walker County and the southeast portions of Winston County. You're going to be under the gun for the potential for the tornado there. And again, that does certainly have us concerned for the chance for a tornado still down. No doubt about this storm right here. Again, this is a concerning storm that we're keeping an eye on. This is just on the county line. I mean, this is maybe 5 miles south of the Winston County line, tracking in that direction.
Right now, the center of its rotation still getting tighter and tighter, and it's just starting to cross over the county line.
Yeah, if we can pull up the weather iPad quickly, I want to show you that. And incredible rotation here. This is on the county line. It's now moving into Winston County, out of Walker County. We got that bright couplet of green and red you see there. That's where that rotation is. This is all to the east of Nauvoo. This moved across Carbon Hill about 10 to 15 minutes ago. We have not had reports of damage from this storm. Now, we have had reports of damage in far southern Lamar County. Then we had some damage over in far southern Marion County, over around Guin. The damage in Lamar County was over there right on the county line of Pickens and Lamar County a little bit earlier this evening. But I'll tell you this, if you live in Arley, in southeast Winston County, you need to be in a safe place. This is a very dangerous storm that could easily produce a tornado. So let's go back over to our graphics here. And this is where we're talking about. The tornado itself is right there, the potential tornado. And based off the velocity, based off the signature we're just looking at, there's a good chance that this thing is producing a tornado. And again, that's going to be impacting Arley really any minutes. So again, if you're watching us in Arley, you need to be in a safe place. Right now, we got a TVS. Again, that's a tornado vortex signature that's on the county line of Walker and Winston County. The Falls City area, you're going to be first impacted by this, then Arley. In fact, we're looking at the Highway 257 corridor. It comes out of Walker County, runs up to Addison in Winston County. That's where the circulation is, right there. You can see that area of suspicion, that area of rotation right there. And that continues to move off towards the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Let me zoom you way into this thing again. There's Highway 195, and I think we got a new update. Reggie, what's going on?
It looks like Birmingham is going to cancel the tornado warning for Pickens County.
Okay. So they're going to continue for Lamar County, but cancel it for Pickens County. Okay, so yeah, we were talking about that earlier. The storm was barely touching Pickens County. It's a very northwest tip of Pickens County. It was mainly a Lamar County storm. The storm we're looking at now is on the Walker-Winston County line. Here's Walker County down here. This is Winston County right here. Brand new TVS popping up there. And we can look at the details on this and see what our computer algorithm's picking up on. There we go. Wow, tornado impact of 10. That does not get higher than that often. In fact, there's very few days I've seen it up to a 10. Tornado impact of a 10, this is our computer algorithm basically suggesting that there's a tornado down with this storm. Now, we don't have confirmation of tornadoes down, but when you see a number like that, 10 on a tornado impact, that's not good. That is a very discouraging. There's a good chance there's a tornado down, and it's heading right for Arley. If you're in Arley in Winston County, this tornado is moving directly your way, and that's what we're concerned about. And Reggie, are you guys still looking at the rotation on the weather iPad?
Yes, we still have it there. It still looks very tight.
Yeah, let's pull that up.
If anything, it's only gotten stronger.
Yeah, this is moving right towards Arley, Reggie. I'm very concerned about our friends in Arley and Winston County. You've got to be in a safe place. This is a very dangerous situation for a storm that could easily produce a tornado. In fact, I would be willing to say this tornado is probably down based off of our signature here. So, again, we've got to very dangerous situation in Winston County now. So again, if you're watching us anywhere in East Winston County near Falls City over towards Arley, this tornadic circulation is going to be impacting you. Okay, so Falls City over towards Arley. So let's go back over to the graphics. We got a TVS signature. This is right south of Curtis Crossroads, very close to Arley. And this thing is very intense. It's a wrapped up circulation. There's strong evidence of rotation here with this. Let me zoom you out just a little bit. This is totally in Winston County. Right now we're not seeing evidence of debris signature on radar. Now that being said, that could happen at any time. We're getting reports up in Walker County of very gusty winds. Now this is on the Walker County side of Smith Lake. A lot of lightning up that way towards Arley. But if you're on the west side of Smith Lake, the northwest side of Smith Lake, this is where this tornado is heading. It's going to move directly up that way. I'm telling you, if you're in Arley on Highway 257, this is an extremely dangerous situation of a very, no doubt, a very well-developed circulation center with this storm. Now, when you look at it on reflectivity, it's not as impressive, but if you look at velocity, you know, there's incredible evidence of rotation. And again, this is tracking northeast at 40 miles per hour. Let me zoom you out just a little bit. Zoom you back in because we're looking at Birmingham right there. Let's see. If we could take the weather iPad, I want to show you this real quick. Reggie, are you on that storm?
Yes, I'm trying to, I was filtering through looking at different tilts of its velocity and all the way up through it. Very strong rotation. Here we are on tilt 3, still showing strong rotation.
So you're talking about all scans basically of this thing is detecting rotation.
Bringing it back down to the first tilt, the lowest level, and you can see perfect rotation with that system, exactly what you're looking for. Your green caught in your red, the green showing where rotation's coming into the tower, and you're that bright orange, very strong outward motion.
Yeah, that's concerning. When you start seeing that coloration on the radar, you know it's a big deal. And I'll tell you what, the National Weather Service just sent out a note. They're talking with the Storm Prediction Center. They're going to issue a new tornado watch here pretty soon that's going to go out until, get this, 5 o'clock in the morning. A new tornado watch is going to go out until 5 o'clock in the morning from central North Alabama all the way back to southwest Louisiana. Basically, areas that are currently under the tornado watch are going to be continued with that. We'll see if any additional counties are going to be issued or not. And I do want to mention the National Weather Service also for Walker County has cleared the tornado warning, but they continue it for Winston County until 9:30. So again, for Winston County, the tornado warning continues until 9:30 for this dangerous thunderstorm.
Actually, let's take the weather iPad back, going back to the system that's moved into Lamar County.
Okay.
Just north of Millport, its rotation has actually picked up a lot.
Okay.
Let me put it into a loop. So that way we can see it as it's moving. You can see just the past couple of minutes, you're starting to see good rotation where that bright green is, just to the northwest of Millport.
Okay. All right, so we've got several tornadic circulations here. We've got 2 in our coverage area. And I do want to note there's several tornadic circulations back in the Tennessee Valley of North Alabama as well. Let's go back over to the graphics, and you can see some of those we're talking about. There's multiple tornado. Okay. National Weather Service is going to issue a new tornado watch for Fayette, Greene, Hale, Lamar, Marion, Pickens, Sumter, Tuscaloosa, Walker, and Winston County until 5 o'clock in the morning. So 5 a.m. for all of those counties. Let me take you over to that county map and show you this. Okay. So we've got a brand new tornado watch issued for the same exact area that goes until 5 a.m. It is now 8:51. I'm Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott. You're watching severe weather coverage. We're nonstop with 2 active tornado warnings in our coverage area, one for Lamar County, one for southeast Winston County. We've got a brand new tornado watch that has been issued for much of West Alabama, North Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana until 5 o'clock in the morning. That goes to show you how long this event's going to last across Alabama. This is going to be a deal where we have tornado warnings pretty much all night across most of Alabama. It's going to be a long duration event as we continue to deal with the tornadic situation across Alabama. And I do want to note for the guys in the newsroom that we do have some damage in Guin and Marion County, and we got damage on the Pickens-Lamar County line very close to Palmetto and Shaw. Reggie, was there structural damage in Guin?
Yes, also structural.
Okay, what was the structural damage in Guin?
Multiple people's sheds completely knocked over, as well as shingle damage to houses.
Okay, so we have some damage up there. So again, guys in the newsroom, I know they're trying to get things ready for the news. If we get a break from the tornado warnings, we do have some damage in our area. 2 spots that we're aware of right now. That could change. Obviously, this is a developing situation. This is going to be a long night where we get a lot of warnings across the area, and the environment continues to be conducive for tornadic storms. So let me go back to Columbus radar, and I'll tell you what I'll do here. I'm going to zoom you into northwest Alabama. And this is, look, northwest Alabama, we've been talking about this for a long time. The best environment, everything that is conducive for tornadoes is going to be up here for a long time. I mean, for much of the night, we're going to have multiple tornado warnings. We're probably going to have multiple tornadoes track across northwest Alabama. It's been a deal we've been talking about for a long time. For Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, and Point South, it will be late tonight before we have severe weather approach those 2 cities. So, again, if you're watching us in Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, you're okay for a while. I know a new tornado watch was issued, but understand it's going to be a long time before those storms reach you. So, again, we're talking about northwest Alabama that continues under the gun for the potential for tornadic storms. Again, back in West Alabama, we're concerned about Lamar County. We got a tornado warning there, and the circulation is between Millport and Kennedy. That's on Highway 17 in Lamar County. All right, so if you go south on 17 into Pickens County, you're okay with that. We got another tornadic circulation up here in Winston County, very close to Arley, and this is a very dangerous thunderstorm that could easily produce a tornado over Arley. We got evidence of rotation right there, and this is just to the west of Crane Hill. Let me take you into this. And again, if you're watching us in Arley, that's where the tornadic circulation is right now. There's the Eagle community on Highway 257. Nobody needs to be on Highway 257 traveling. You got to be off that road. If you're in a mobile home, you got to get out of that. Find a site-built structure. If you're on the north side of Smith Lake, we want you to be in a safe place as well. The south side of Smith Lake, close to the dam, you're okay. We're talking about way up here on the north side, the north banks of Smith Lake. We want you in a safe place. There's Crane Hill right there. Jones Chapel on the Highway 278 corridor that runs over to Coleman. Formerly Coleman County is not under a tornado warning at this moment, but that could change. We'll likely see this warning extended based off of our velocity signature. It looks very impressive. We can look at that right now and see what our velocity is. An incredibly tight couple. I'm afraid we're going to have damage from this in Arley. If we get by this storm without any damage in the city of Arley, we'll be very fortunate because this thing has a very tight couplet. Strong evidence of rotation. There's Addison. This all stays south of Addison. Now, I know you're under the tornado warning in Addison. You're okay. The circulation is going to track just like that. Jones Chapel on 278 in Coleman County, Crane Hill in Coleman County. You need to be getting in your safe place now. You've got about 15 to 20 minutes to go. The circulation will be on top of you in that part of the state. I do want to remind you, I've had a lot of people complain about they lose service on the television. They lose their signal if you have satellite. A lot of people lose signal during thunderstorms. We are streaming live online. Go to WVUA23.com. Click on the weather tab. You'll see one of the options is live severe weather. We are nonstop online as well. It is obviously live on television. So that's just another way to get weather information online and on television. So just some updates there. If you lose power, you can get your smartphone out or your tablet. If you have a plan there where you can get that without power, you can get service. You can stream severe weather coverage live online, WVUA23.com. All right. So again, Eagle Community points south down towards the north bank of Smith Lake, really from the Walker-Winston County line up to Eagle. I want you in your safe place. Now, this moves into Coleman County. It's going to gain latitude. It's going to go further north and impact probably central Coleman County, perhaps even the city of Coleman here in a little bit. So again, that's another dangerous storm we're watching. Let me zoom out. Okay, hold on. There's a new update. Wow, incredible circulation. All right, so here's your bright green. That's air blowing towards the radar site. All right, bright red, I mean even a brown shade blowing away from the site. That's a very distinct evidence of rotation that just passed over Arley. Arley, the circulation has just passed over you. It's now to your east. Reggie, any reports?
Nope, no current reports to talk about. Everything's been fairly quiet as of now. Yeah, so which is actually surprising with this situation at Arley. I mean, talk about a tight couplet pushing through the area. It almost would be surprising if in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. I don't know how we would get by and not have a damage in Arley. Again, this is about to move into Crane Hill now. This is a very dangerous situation, a very tight area rotation, a very tight couplet that could easily produce a tornado. And National Weather Service is going to continue the tornado warning. Anything from the Huntsville chat room? Okay, nothing on Coleman just yet. Okay, so let's just keep an eye on that as well, because at some point I would imagine Coleman County is going to get a tornado warning as well.
Right now, it looks like I see you trying to look up our storm spotter's location. Yeah. It looks like he's running up along 17 north of Millport. Looks like he might be trying to...
He's trying to catch the Lamar County storm. Let's we'll go over to that feed and show you what we got here. And again, our storm spotter is traveling up Highway 17. He is just north of the city of Millport. And again, he's trying to catch up with the rotation in Lamar County. And this circulation is about to move into Fayette County. So in the next 15 minutes, this circulation should be totally out of Lamar County and into Fayette County. So again, we're watching that stream very carefully to see if there's any damage. Again, this is over in Lamar County. Our storm spotter is on Highway 17 traveling north of Millport on 17, very close to the Kingville area. Again, so we're going to watch that stream very carefully, but so far I have not seen damage from that. So let's hope that trend continues. Can't guarantee that, but let's hope that trend continues in Lamar County and he doesn't come across damage because that could certainly change. Okay, so we got a brand new tornado warning for Coleman County until 9:30. National Weather Service office over in Huntsville saying this is a storm capable of producing a tornado. And again, that warning goes until 9:30. So let me go back over to radar and show you what we got going on here. And again, this is a tornado warning that has just been issued. That is an extension of the Winston County tornado warning. And there's no doubt the circulation is about to move out of Winston County totally into Coleman County. We got another tornadic circulation right here in Lamar County that's about to move into Fayette County. That'll be on the northwest side of Fayette County. But everybody else in our coverage area is quiet for the moment. But if you step outside, you likely notice how warm, unstable it feels. The environment is very conducive for dangerous tornadic thunderstorms, especially over the northwest part of the state. Our primary area concern for the next several hours will be north of Tuscaloosa and north of Birmingham. That'll be in the areas that's been impacted already by tornadic storms. So let me take you into this. We'll take you into the Coleman County storm and show you what we got here. And again, this is a circulation that we're watching that has moved out of Winston County, or just about to move out of Winston County right here. I'll pan you over just a little bit so you can see areas that's impacted in Coleman County. There's Arley. Now, we haven't heard reports of damage from Arley just yet. We had a very tight circulation move right over the city of Arley. I would be highly surprised if we don't have confirmed damage in Arley at some point. But right now the circulation is just past to your north. Looks like Crane Hill you'll be impacted next. Jones Chapel. The city of Coleman is not officially under a tornado warning. It looks like the polygon clips what it really looks like from the middle of Coleman and points off towards the north, including Vinemont and Jones Chapel, Crane Hill. You're under the gun for the potential for a tornado in Coleman County. And again, where we're looking at is the circulation that's right there. There's the Eagle community. You likely have hail falling in Eagle. Likely some hail falling between Addison and Jones Chapel. Would not be surprised if you get hailstones about the size of quarters, possibly up to golf ball. Haven't had a lot of hail reports tonight, but based off of our reflectivity, I would not be surprised if we have some pretty large hail here. But our circulation's right there on the Coleman-Winston County line. This is totally out of Walker County. It's mostly out of Coleman, Winston County, moving into Coleman County. I want to look at the reports, the hazards on this. And we got a mesocyclone. Now that's a step lower than a TVS that we saw earlier. We saw that tornado vortex signature a little bit earlier. We have a mesocyclone, which means this thing could be producing a tornado. But based off what we saw just a few moments ago with velocity, really wouldn't be surprised if it was producing a tornado. You see the very tight couplet right there on the county line of Coleman County and Winston County. Winston County's back here. Coleman County's right here. There's Smith Lake. You see, runs down there. There's the dam of Smith Lake's back there. This is north of the Smith Lake Dam. It's on the very north side of Smith Lake for the potential for a tornado that is there. We haven't had confirmation of a tornado down, but I can tell you now with the rotational signature, it's impressive. There's a new one. There's your velocity couplet right where the county line of Coleman and Winston County meet that Highway 278 corridor. You know where you cross over into Coleman County on 278. You know where the sign is, the Coleman County sign. That's where it is, right there in that little dip in the roadway on 278 on the county line of Coleman and Winston. So really concerned about that. Let me go back over to, tell you what, I'm going to pan us over just a little bit. Show you who's in the path of this. Again, that's the Birmingham. We're right on the edge of the Columbus radar range. But again, right here, Jones Chapel, Highway 278 that runs into Coleman. If you're in Coleman, points west on 278 towards the county line of Winston County, being a safe place now. As this dangerous circulation, this potential for a tornado right there moves that away into northwest Winston County, eventually northwest Coleman County, eventually moving out of Coleman County in about 20 to 30 minutes. So let me take you out. Let's see, we'll go to home view quickly. And that's the Birmingham velocity. You see the velocity that changed there. And I will take you to northwest Alabama, where we still have a tornado warning for Lamar County. Okay, so you see the velocity change. That's because our computer system is designed to be close to the closest velocity site. And the rotation is not as impressive in Lamar County compared to what you saw over on the Coleman-Winston County line. I'm not seeing a very tight evidence of rotation. In fact, let me check anything new from the National Weather Service on the Lamar County storm. Are they going to continue the warning?
They haven't said whether they'll continue the warning or not. The only thing that has come out from them is about the Winston storm with hail possibly up to 1.5 inches, which I know you had mentioned that earlier with that system.
Yeah, you know, between quarter and golf ball, I would be willing to say with the DBZ values, the reflectivity, you know, the intensity of it looks impressive. Okay. Tell you what, if we can go to our weather iPad, I think we see a debris signature. Let me zoom into this thing and show you where we're talking about. And this just came out of Arley. And this looks like a debris signature right there.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Right
okay.
then. Perfectly on
Okay,
time.
so the National Weather Service picked up on this the same time we did. We see there's clearly a debris signature circled there. That means there's a tornado down. Hopefully this thing did not touch down in Arley, but we know there's a tornado that's on the ground that is on the Winston-Coleman County line that's right there with that Highway 278 corridor, actually maybe about a mile south of Highway 278 that is moving in a direction towards South Bonmont, potentially close to the Coleman area. So let's go over to, back over to our graphics, okay? And I want to show you where we're looking at in terms of the velocity signature. Yeah, very tight evidence of rotation here. That's right on the Coleman County line. Okay, and the National Weather Service will cancel Winston. The tornado warning is moving out of Winston County. Let me go over to our debris. Okay. And I'm going to show you what we're talking about here. This is our debris signature we're looking at, and this is from Birmingham. And the debris is right here on the county line of Coleman and Winston County, right on 278. There's Jones Chapel right there. I've got a fear that this tornado is going to move right over Jones Chapel. Again, this is a very dangerous situation if you're watching us on the Coleman, Winston County line right on 278. Jones Chapel, you should be impacted directly by a tornado. And again, what we see here, this is the mesocyclone. We will likely see a TDS, which is, a tornadic debris signature. So we'll likely see that at about any moment that pops up in Coleman County. Now, again, the tornado warning has been allowed to expire in Winston County, but Coleman County National Weather Service will obviously continue that as the dangerous situation continues in Coleman County. There's a separation there between the county line. Coleman County continues. Winston County is out of the tornado warning for now. Any new updates, Reggie, coming from that storm?
Nope. They have officially canceled for Winston, though.
Okay, yeah. So Winston County's out of the tornado warning. Let me take you out to wide view quickly and show everybody out there. And the deal is we got Coleman County and Lamar County. Those are the only two tornado warnings in our coverage area. Everybody else is in a tornado watch over West Alabama in the shaded yellow counties. Again, that's in the yellow shade. You're underneath the tornado watch until 5 o'clock in the morning. Again, we got a long way to go before this event is over with for our coverage area. But again, right there, tornado warning Lamar County, tornado warning Coleman County. Both of those warnings are set to expire at 9:30 for Coleman and Coleman and Lamar County. Both those tornado warnings set to expire at 9:30. We'll see if they will continue or not, but right now that's the latest situation on that. So let me go over to Columbus. We'll stay on Columbus radar because that's the closest to both of those storms. And let me take you into that storm. Go into Lamar County first, and then we'll go back up to Coleman County. If you're watching us in Lamar County, let me go over here to Lamar. That's where we're concerned about the potential for a tornado. Right now, we don't have any reports of a tornado with this, and the storm structure is not near as impressive as it was a little bit earlier. We still have a little appendage back here on the backside of the storm. There's the Fayette County line. This thing's about to move totally out of Fayette County. We haven't had a new tornado warning issued for Fayette County. The warning is set to expire in Lamar County, and the circulation continues in Lamar County. But again, this is on that Highway 18 corridor you see right there. There's Fayette. The circulation will stay north of downtown Fayette. It's tracking off towards the northeast at 40 miles per hour. Here's a new update, and again, not as impressive as it looked earlier, but understand these storms have done that all night. They have looked impressive, kind of fizzle a little bit, and then look impressive again. They're cyclical in nature. They pulse up, they pulse down. It's just a deal where there's plenty of wind shear and the instability is there, but the storms kind of get out of whack for a little while, and then they reorganize and get a new circulation center. So we're going to watch it carefully and see if there's any additional circulation trying to fire up in Lamar County, moving into Fayette County. So
actually, Richard, switch over to vorticity while you're on that, and look at the more northern portion of that system, getting closer to Winfield, a little bit to its southwest.
Okay, let's look at this. This is our velocity, and again, you know, there's evidence of something up here, but back here in the backside of the storm where you would typically look for circulation center, there's not a lot there, which is good. Hopefully that will continue, but as Reggie's talking about, we need to watch this whole thing and see if there's a new circulation that tries to become organized, become dominant, and then the storm reorganizes and becomes a dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. So again, watching that carefully for Fayette County, but understand Fayette County is not under a tornado warning. Lamar County is, Fayette is not. The National Weather Service so far has opted out of extending that tornado warning into Fayette County. We'll see if that trend continues, but right now that has not been the case. So let me take you up to Coleman County, and you're going to see the velocity change here. And again, this is from Columbus. Here's from Birmingham. We'll go up to Coleman and just see what's going on up there, because we had a very dangerous storm that could easily be producing a tornado on the county line there of Coleman County and Winston County. Now, the circulation is totally in Coleman County now, moving off towards the northeast at 40 miles per hour. Let me take that off and go back over to our radar from Columbus. And really, the circulation doesn't look near as impressive as it looked earlier off of reflectivity. That being the case, that could easily change and reorganize.
Lamar County tornado warning has been taken away.
Okay.
So that system no longer has a warning with it.
So we are down to one tornado warning. That is for Coleman County. And that's just for Coleman County. So again, we've got several storms we're watching carefully, and again, Coleman County has this concern because of the rotation. Looks like we've got something else from the National Weather Service, and that's just a note that, okay, we have some damage. Okay, unfortunately, mobile homes seriously damaged on County Road 77, multiple trees down, a possible tornado. Okay, so yeah, that's not good. That's not something you want to see with that. So again, we got possible tornado damage in Winston County, and that's likely from this tornadic circulation that passed across Winston County. Again, now it's totally in Coleman County, but that's the update there. So again, we've got one tornado warning now, and that is totally for Coleman County, okay? And the circulation for Coleman County has weakened significantly over the past several minutes. In fact, there's hardly any evidence of rotation right now, but let me warn you that could easily change as the storm moves deeper into Coleman County. It could recycle and become better organized. So, but that's the latest on that. No official tornado warning anywhere else in our coverage area except for Coleman County, and that's for northwest Coleman County, a dangerous thunderstorm that could still produce a tornado. That's over northern Coleman County to the east of Winston County, tracking northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Let me move this radar over, and this is going to cross Interstate 65 in the next 10 to 15 minutes for the potential for a tornado there. But one good thing is, look, I have not heard of any reports in the past 10 minutes from the storm. Now, when it was deeper into Winston County, it was producing a potential tornado because of the damage. We got reports of some damage with that. But again, we're watching that very carefully as well. So again, we've got one tornado warning in our coverage area. That's for Coleman County. And that is it. So that's the first time tonight that we've been down to one tornado warning. We had several pop up at the same time, and right now that's the latest. Anything coming from Huntsville, Reggie, on the Coleman County storm?
As of now, no, nothing else has been said about it. Does look like it is trying to weaken a little bit.
Yeah.
The rotation has become a lot more broad over the past about 5 minutes.
So we could have a new new rotation trying to develop at some point, but right now it does look like it has broadened out quite a bit. And look, you can see on reflectivity, this thing is not near as impressive as it was about 10 to 15 minutes ago. We had damage reported back in Winston County, likely from a tornado. There's some mobile homes that are damaged in Winston County. Again, this is from this very storm right here. And again, we're going to get more information from that here in a little bit. So let me take you out to a wide view. I want to show everybody out there. That storm is about to exit Coleman County, moving to the Tennessee television market, out of our television market. We got one storm that's strong, but it's not severe, over North Fayette County and southern portions of Marion County. Now that storm has weakened significantly over the past 10, 15, 20 minutes. But again, we're going to watch it very carefully. So let me show you our watch warning map. And I want to show you what we've got next. So let me pan back off towards the west. We got multiple tornado warnings back in Mississippi. There's a lot of storms back here that could easily produce a tornado as they move into northwest Alabama. Again, northwest Alabama is going to be the hot spot for a while as we continue to deal with these storms that basically train in the same direction. These are supercellular storms back off towards the west, but we're down to one tornado warning in our coverage area. And let me zoom out a little bit more. And notice the multiple tornado warnings in North Alabama, Tennessee, back off towards the west into Mississippi, some severe thunderstorm warnings in Louisiana. It's going to be a long night. It's going to be a long time before we get this event over with. Again, we've got a tornado watch for West Alabama until 5 o'clock in the morning. And that's all the counties you see in that yellow shade. That includes Sumter, Greene, Hale, Tuscaloosa, Pickens, Lamar, Fayette, Walker, Coleman, Winston, Marion until 5 o'clock in the morning. So if you're in those counties, you've got a severe weather threat possibly until 5 o'clock in the morning. It's going to be a long duration event, but again, we still have a tornado warning for Coleman County, and that's in far northwest Alabama. So let me take you into that storm and show you where it is. This is in West Coleman County. All right, this is to the northwest of the city of Coleman. Coleman, you're very close to the polygon of the warning. There's downtown Coleman right there. We got Jones Chapel, West Point, okay? We got the battleground community up here. This is the county separation that the north end of Coleman County. The circulation's been up here close to West Point in Coleman County, north of Baldwin. And let me pull up our Columbus radar. And again, it's not as impressive as it was earlier. It doesn't have that very classic look, you know, your hook echo you typically look for on the backside of a storm that is producing a tornado like we saw a little bit earlier with this actual very storm, as it does continue to move off towards the northeast at 40 miles per hour. So let me pan this.
While you're panning that, Richard,
okay.
Got a report in. This is back from around 8:45 when it was looking very impressive on vorticity, actually showing a debris signature report coming in. As it was going over 195, someone's spotting a funnel cloud with that system.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm not surprised at all. That was very impressive at the moment. There's no doubt this thing touched down at some point and caused some damage. But again, it's in northern Coleman County now. This is north of the city of Coleman, downtown Coleman. But I understand there's going to be a lot of lightning, some locally heavy rain in Vinemont, North Vinemont, Bell Springs, Battleground, West Point. But the circulation has significantly weakened. In fact, if we can take the weather iPad, I want to show you exactly what we're looking at. And the rotation, so right here, near West Point and South Vinemont, moving northeast just like that. Again, the rotation has weakened significantly over the past, I'd say past 20 minutes. It looked very impressive back on the county line of Coleman and Winston County, but it's just like it just kind of ran out of steam there. And that is good. That's good news. So let's go back over to reflectivity, our computer system, and show you on reflectivity. Again, it doesn't look that impressive. We've got a strong thunderstorm that is capable of still producing a tornado in northern Coleman County, but I can tell you now, it does not look as impressive as it did a little bit earlier. I still want you in a safe place until the warning is allowed to expire. And that warning, the most dangerous part of this includes Vinemont, North Vinemont, Centerville in Coleman County, not the one in Bibb County. All right, right here, all the way to the county line to Bell Springs, and this is up and down 65. So again, this is going to be crossing 65 really right now. So again, if you're on Interstate 65, anywhere from the Tennessee Valley going down towards Coleman, you need to pull over, let this storm pass by. It's a dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado there. Now, it's weakening, so that's one good thing. So I want to take you back out to the home view and see what else we got out there because there's other storms that we have been watching. But keep in mind, most of our coverage area is pretty quiet. For Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, things are quiet. Down towards Linden, Demopolis, not a whole lot happening. It's quiet. It's going to be quiet in this part of the state for a long time. I think it'll be sometime likely closer to midnight, perhaps after midnight, before we get some active weather in the Tuscaloosa and Birmingham areas. I do want to show you our high-resolution computer model and show you what we got going on here because this is our very latest run of the computer model. So this is what's happening. We're going to take you through the time: 9:30, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. is when this computer model has most of the active weather impacting the Tuscaloosa and Birmingham areas. 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m. Finally, by 11 o'clock in the morning, tomorrow morning, which is more than 12 hours from now, the severe weather threat should be winding down for East Alabama counties. Now, we're not going to have tornado warnings nonstop all night long, at least I hope not, but we will get some additional warnings overnight. So again, we want you to be alert tonight, and we want you to be able to get that weather information. Look, here's the best way to get information other than on television. We got us on Facebook and Twitter.
It looks like actually Huntsville's weather service isn't going to continue that warning probably.
Yep.
They just issued a severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay.
So it looks like they're going to put that in place of the tornado warning.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, the rotation is much, much weaker coming out of Coleman County. So again, as Reggie was saying, they're going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning north of Coleman County for that storm. But look, lots of information on Facebook, Twitter, our weather blog. If you go to WVUA23.com, click on weather blog. We got nonstop warnings being posted on there and information. Also, you can see us live online if you go to WVUA23.com and click on the severe weather stream. We are nonstop there. So again, we got multiple sources of information there on Facebook, Twitter, and our weather blog. You can see that right there. So again, if you lose power, we've had a lot of people say that, we lose power or we lose television service in these severe weather situations. Well, if you can't watch us on TV, then you don't have a way to get that severe weather information. So, what we tell people to do is, go online as well. You can stream our severe weather coverage live online, again, WVUA23.com, and we got nonstop information going there. If you click on the weather tab and you look down the weather tab listing, you'll see live severe weather. Just click on that, and that's how you get that information. Again, that's just a way to, get information that is reliable, nonstop, and it could help, potentially save your life if you don't have television service because you lose your signal. You know, we've had a lot of people say that in the past, and we don't want that to happen. So we want to also provide that coverage nonstop online at WVUA23.com. Click on Weather Blog or click on Weather, and you'll see the Live Severe Weather Stream tab right there. All right, things starting to temporarily quieten down across the central and west Alabama. We got that last tornado warning that's exiting Coleman County as we speak. That's
Severe weather update.
All right, it is now 10:15 on this Tuesday evening. Our Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott got a brand new tornado warning for Winston County in North Alabama. And again, it's a storm we've been watching carefully. And again, this storm has shown signs of reorganization, becoming a little better organized as it moves off towards the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. I want to take you into that thunderstorm again. We're talking about, and this is going to be close to the Coleman County area. We're talking about places like Addiston, over towards the Arley areas, I think just to the northeast of Double Springs. That's the primary concern for the potential for a tornado here. Let me zoom you into this thing and show you what we got going on. Again, there's the home view, but let me box zoom into this thing and I'll show you where we are concerned about. And again, this is for North Alabama. I'll tell you what, I'll take the radar over here and get the very latest information. Again, we got a tornado warning for Winston County. This goes into effect until 10:30. Again, this is a brand new tornado warning until 10:30. This is far east Winston County. It's not a very long duration tornado warning. This is just east of Double Springs, Addiston, Eagle Community. You're going to be in the path of the potential tornado there as it does across that Highway 257 corridor. And that's far east Winston County. And you see the tornado warning polygon. That's to the north of Arley. That's to the east of Double Springs, east of Ashridge. Moreland is going to be southeast of you. And again, that's going to cross into Coleman County. We'll see if the National Weather Service decides to issue a tornado warning for Coleman County or not. Right now, that has not been decided by the National Weather Service. We will obviously watch that very carefully. So here's your rotation tracking northeast just like that. Some of the communities in the path of this, we're talking about Addiston pretty much right now. So Addiston, you need to be in your safe place. Jones Chapel. Also, we're talking about 1042 Vinemont at about 1103. So again, a very dangerous situation for those areas across both east Winston County and portions of northwest Coleman County. And it does look like the National Weather Service went ahead and prompted a tornado warning for Coleman County as well. And that goes into effect until 10:45. So again, we do have also a tornado warning issued for Coleman County until 10:45. So Doppler radar estimating the potential for a tornado there. We do not have confirmation of a tornado down, but it does not matter. We're, radar indicated tornado versus an actual confirmed tornado on the ground. The difference is we just don't know yet. We don't know if there's a tornado down, but I would treat it as if there were. There could easily be a tornado down with this. We'll look at the velocity. And really the signature on this is not as impressive as some of the other storms we've seen tonight. What you're looking at is the wind inside the thunderstorm. You look at raindrops, which direction they're blowing, and these down here are blowing away from the radar side. These are blowing towards the radar side. And did 2 and 2. You got a rotational couplet right there just by Addison. I mean, that is just on the south side of 278. Now, this is exactly where that tornado path we think was a tornado path a little bit earlier this evening. We had a tornado track in this area. We've got some damage from that about an hour ago, and that tracked across Coleman County, identical track to that. Again, the city of Coleman. Now, you're close. I want you to be in a safe place in Coleman. So what you need to do is go to that safe place to the lowest floor of your home, many walls between you and outside as you can, and we'll get you through this thing. But again, the big concern is going to be over that northeast tip of Winston County, the northwest corner of Coleman County. Again, Jones Chapel on 278, you're going to be in the path of this. This is going to cross likely somewhere in this general area close to the county line of Coleman and Winston County where that 278 corridor runs across. That's where we are looking at for the potential for a tornado there and the potential for damage from a tornado if that does indeed happen. I do want to look at the hazard on this and see if we got anything tripped on our radar. And we are picking up on mesocyclone, essentially. We're not seeing that TVS or TDS like we saw earlier with a confirmed tornado. What we're looking at is a mesocyclone. There's a rotation up in the thunderstorm that's likely thousands of feet off the ground. But underneath that, you can get your tornado down. And that's exactly where that's going to be, in that back flank of the storm. And in fact, if you're in Addison, you need to be in a safe place. Again, Jones Chapel along 278, Baldwin over in Coleman County, West Point, and Centerville in Coleman County, not Centerville in Bibb County. That's the city of Centerville in Coleman County. You need to be in that safe place as well. I want to check out the warning as well and show you the polygon. And the red shade is the polygon. And here's the deal. If you're up here in Upshaw, you're okay. Coleman, you're officially out of the polygon down towards a Good Hope. You're out of the polygon as well, but you're in that red shade if you're in that part of Coleman and Winston County. That's where I'm concerned about the risk of a tornado. And again, that includes all the cities we're talking about: Eagle, Addison, also Jones Chapel on 278, areas just north of Coleman, West Point, Centerville, in Coleman County, and eventually this storm's going to move over into the Tennessee Valley of North Alabama, out of our county warning area in central Alabama. National Weather Service in Birmingham and Huntsville both issuing the warnings there for that part of the state, and that's the latest on that. Again, velocity, we're looking at wind, there's your rotation. We look at the reflectivity, your raindrops inside the thunderstorm. That's what it looks like. And again, your tornado should be somewhere right here on Highway 257. If you look close, you can see some kind of, looks like a little swirl there in our reflectivity. That's likely what you're seeing, that mesocyclone kind of wrapping precip around a common axis. And notice here's a new scan, not as impressive there, but it still could drop a tornado. Now, I do want to show you a wide view. I want to show you everybody else out there, because I know a lot of people have been asking is, are we going to have severe weather at our house? You know, when's it going to get to my house? When am I going to be impacted by severe weather? Here's the deal. All right, so for much of West Alabama, we're talking about Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Demopolis, Linden, over towards Clanton, Rockford, Talladega. You got a long time before severe weather approaches you. We're talking about after midnight tonight, before anything gets close to you. The main concern, northwest Alabama. That's exactly what we've been focused on really for the past several hours, is this core across northwest Alabama where there's a higher probability of tornadoes, and that's what's been happening so far tonight. That's where the dynamics are maxed out, the wind shear, there's plenty of instability there, the fuel for the storms, everything's there for severe weather, especially across northwest Alabama, and that's what's been happening so far tonight. Again, there's the watch warning map on a wider perspective. All the counties in yellow, that's a tornado watch until 5 o'clock in the morning, so we've got a long time to go before all the warnings and watches are expired. In fact, I'll tell you now, this is only West Alabama until 5 o'clock in the morning. Keep in mind, nothing's happened in East Alabama yet, so it could be a long time. We're talking about tomorrow morning before the severe weather threat ends in East Alabama. So this whole thing will just shift eastward very, very, very slowly all night and eventually move out of East Alabama sometime tomorrow morning, likely before the noontime hour, before all this activity should be off in Georgia. So again, it's going to be a long night for us here in central and west Alabama. I do want to mention, by the way, some storm reports we've had so far. Here's by the way, live storm chaser feed, and we'll check on that here in a second, kind of see where our storm chaser is, but I don't think he's on that storm. I think he's getting ready for more storms off to the west, but I do want to show you again our reports so far, and these are official National Weather Service reports, and we've got several tornado reports so far across northwest Alabama with this event. I'm afraid we're going to get more of these reports. Notice how all these reports have been stacked across northwest Alabama. You got wind damage reports. You got tornado reports as well. All this has been all over northwest Alabama. Nothing has happened yet across central and southwest, southeast portions of Alabama, East Alabama. That's all coming again later on tonight. So let me clear that. Take that off, because we're going to go back over to that storm, because we've got a storm concern again in Winston County, about to move into Coleman County. Tell you what, let me go over here and take this off and show you exactly what we got going on. So any reports, Reggie, from the National Weather Service so far?
Nope, they've remained pretty much silent since then. Since that warning came out, nothing else has come out from that.
Okay. Yeah, that's
really
good.
like you said, It does have circulation with it, but it is still rather broad, but still definitely to have concern with anytime you have any rotation.
Yeah, I mean, it's a storm. I mean, we've had these storms have a history of producing tornadoes tonight. So even if it's, not as impressive as other storms we have seen, it really doesn't matter because these things can wrap up so fast. I mean, it's incredible how quick this changes from just, we're sitting here watching it to all of a sudden we have a tornado down. Right now, here's some communities in the path of this. And again, I expect places like Jones Chapel, around 1035, 1037, West Point, that's over in Coleman County. We're talking about around 1050 or so, and these are computer estimate arrival times. Now, this is the time that the tornadic circulation will be over your house. We want you to go ahead and get in a safe place now and just kind of hang out and wait till this storm passes by. And I do want to remind you, by the way, we're streaming live. If you go to WVUA23.com and hit the weather tab, you'll see the live severe weather coverage on there as well. So we got lots of information on there. And quickly, I want to show you what the rest of tonight does hold. We're talking about large hail damaging winds, tornadoes, all expected across west and central Alabama throughout the night, and it will be a long duration event. So if you're watching us, we're talking about hours upon hours. I want to show you our high resolution computer model, and I mean, look at this. I mean, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, we still got active weather. 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning, these storms should be shifting through far east Alabama. So, if you're watching us down in central Alabama, it's going to be a long time before anything gets to you. Quite frankly, if you're south of Interstate 59, it's going to be, after 2, 3 o'clock in the morning before anything happens to that part of the state. So, again, the focus is over northwest Alabama, Coleman County over towards the northeastern tip of Winston County. That's where the tornadic circulation is right now. So areas around West Point, Centerville over in Coleman County. This thing is moving out of Winston County, and that's the latest on that. We do have some reports, again, from earlier. Reggie, if you want to get those reports, some of those from earlier, if you want to mention what we've had so far tonight, just kind of give people an idea of what's been happening.
That's right, Richard. We have had damage coming through. Definitely multiple people's homes. Lots of trees coming down, all from 8 p.m. all the way up till 9 p.m. Areas in Winston County, Gwynn, Marion County. Lots of different scenarios out there. So lots of people experiencing lots of this damage. So definitely, despite these systems maybe right now not looking too impressive, they have been very impressive in the earlier evening hours, and likely later on tonight as more of these systems start pushing their way in, going to see them once again ramping back up. So definitely still holding on to the opportunity for severe weather, including this one system that's currently working its way into Coleman County.
Yeah, the storm we've been tracking for a while came out of East Mississippi, actually produced some tornado damage just south of Columbus, Mississippi, and we had tornado warnings for Lamar County for that earlier. That's the same storm we're focused on, and that continues to track in that northeast direction at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. Has slowed down a little bit. In fact, some of our latest reports show up to 40-mile-per-hour motion towards that northeast direction. So this is going to be out of Coleman County here pretty quick. In fact, it's about 10:30 now. If you're just now joining us, I'm Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott. We're in tornado coverage for another tornado warning. We've had multiple tornado warnings tonight. It's been a long night across Alabama already, and it is still very early in the night. We've got about 10 hours to go before this tornado event is over across Alabama. We're going to have breaks where there's no tornadoes, but understand there's going to be a lot more out there. I expect more tornadoes across Alabama. That's why we're in a risk of severe weather. We're in a moderate risk over far west Alabama, much of central Alabama, and enhanced to slight risk. So it's not a deal where we're just going to get this over with and not have any more issues. It's going to last for, I think, quite a while. So for the next 10 hours, we're looking at for tornado-type damage across parts of Alabama, with hopefully not as much as we expect. So that would be good if this thing kind of fizzled out a little bit over the next several hours. Unfortunately, the dynamics, the wind shear, all the ingredients, everything's there for tornadic storms tonight. So It's going to be a long night, so hang in there, have a source of weather information. So the tornadic circulation looks like it's right over Jones Chapel now on that Highway 278 corridor. Now, if you're watching this up in Battleground on Highway 157 there that tracks from Coleman up into northern Alabama, into some of those Tennessee, Alabama counties, that's where we're talking about. So again, there's evidence of rotation right here in northwest Coleman County. This is to the northwest of the city of Coleman. If you're watching us in Coleman, you're okay from this storm, but understand more could be coming later tonight. And this is the same path we had earlier. We had a tornado that touched down in Winston County from a storm very similar to this, but this one, the rotation is not as significant, but it's still a storm that is dangerous. Understand we're under tornado watch. We have an environment where these things can produce tornadoes very easily. So that's just the latest with that. I do want to check, let's see, the velocity on that. And, you know, it's still evidence of rotation right there. Looks like on the north side of Jones Chapel. Again, about to cross 157, somewhere close to Battleground. Bell Springs right there. That's what it's going to be moving. In fact, you got Hartselle up here in the Tennessee Valley. So once this gets out of Coleman County, we'll be done with tornado warnings, I think, for a little while. There's more back to the west that will affect our area. But again, good hope down towards, oh gosh, everybody south there. You're fine. You're fine for a while. We're just talking about the extreme northern tip of Coleman County that's under the gun for the potential for a tornado. And we'll look at the debris signature and see if there's anything, and that's good, all right? So we're not looking at anything that is screaming a tornado down. We don't see the debris signature that we see sometimes looking at the dual pole technology with the radar. If you saw this big hole that looked like it was blue or, you know, a darker shade of blue or purple, that would be bad and evidence that could be a potential tornado. So we look at these things a lot. You know, I don't think there's a tornado here at the moment. Now, that doesn't mean it's not going to be one spin up. Could easily happen. So we're going to be here watching it very carefully until this storm moves out of Coleman County. That's northern end of our coverage area here, and that's going to move out of Coleman County likely in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So again, for about 10 to 15 more minutes, we'll continue this tornado warning. It is 10:30. The tornado warning for Coleman County set to expire at 10:45. Once this tornadic storm moves out, we'll take a break. And if we have more tornado warnings, obviously we'll be right back here on air to let you know the latest situation on that. Again, tornado warning for Coleman County. Let's see. Tell you what, I'm going to look at high top on that. And yeah, it's just too far away to see. Birmingham, what I'm doing, I'm changing sources of radar to get a better handle on this storm. And, you know, Birmingham's pretty far away. I believe Columbus is going to be our best bet. We're seeing this. Again, that's the Birmingham radar. Let's go to Columbus. And that's Columbus. So, yes, it's a rotating thunderstorm. It's capable of producing a tornado. Not seeing screaming evidence of one is down. This would be more likely one of those quick spin-up type of tornadoes. But it doesn't matter. You know, if you're in the path of a tornado, you got to seek shelter. What we always tell people to do is seek shelter. And while we do that, we want you to increase your odds of survival. If you don't seek shelter, if you don't do anything, a small tornado could be life or death for you. So we're telling you to take caution, just to be safe. While I don't think there's a big tornado here, it doesn't matter. There could be a tornado down. You got to take you know, things serious. You got to take this threat serious, and that could potentially save your life. So again, northern Coleman County, what we're talking about, north of the city of Coleman.
It looks like National Weather Services in Huntsville is actually going to carry on that warning into southern Morgan County.
Okay, so they will put it in Morgan. Wow. And again, it's just an environment tonight. You know, these things, they spin up so quick, and it's incredible. They spin up, they spin down. They don't typically last very long, but you know, we're still seeing that evidence of rotation there. So we're going to stay on air through the next 15 minutes at least until this tornadic storm moves out. But you know, there are more storms to the west we need to look at as well. Like I've been saying, this isn't going to be one storm deal and we're over with. Let me bring it back out to a wide view. And again, we're on Columbus radar, so this is the only radar site we're using for the moment. And let me pan you over here back into eastern Mississippi. And you see there are multiple thunderstorms back here in Mississippi, and these are severe. And these are tracking towards northwest Alabama. So I do expect more warnings over the next several hours. We might get a quick break between warnings, but I do expect more overnight. In fact, more well down into central Mississippi with severe thunderstorm warnings. In fact, let's see what we got in terms of the latest watches and warnings back here in Mississippi. All right, right now, just severe thunderstorm warnings back in Mississippi. But again, these things have pulsed up quickly. They produce a tornado, they weaken, and then they redevelop. So just because you don't see a bunch of red tornado warning polygons doesn't mean that's it for the night. Again, northern Coleman County, we still have that tornado warning for northeast Coleman County. So let me take you into that. And I'm just going to leave the polygon without the radar and take you right into that storm. All right, here's downtown Coleman. If you're north on Interstate 65, that's where you got to pull over, stop in Coleman. If you're heading north towards the Tennessee Valley, going up into Morgan County, just stop, let the storm pass by. The circulation center is between Highway 157 and Interstate 65 up here in northwest Coleman County. Again, that's going to be to the north of Vinemont. Jones Chapel, you're okay now. The circulation has passed your northeast. Again, it's moving at about 40 miles per hour, so it should be up in Morgan County here pretty quick. But again, there's Coleman there, Good Hope, Dodge City. You're all good down this way. You're under a tornado watch, but the warning is to your north. Again, here's downtown Coleman. There's your warning polygon. This is your area concern right here in the northwest tip of the county. North Vinemont, you're going to be in the path of this as well. And as Reggie would mention that National Weather Service in Huntsville did extend the tornado warning into Morgan County across North Alabama. So while Coleman County is the cutoff for our coverage area, the tornado warning does go up in North Alabama as well. And again, that's outside of our coverage area. Everybody that is in a yellow shade over West Alabama, you're under a tornado watch, and again, that's till 5 o'clock in the morning. This is going to be a long deal, a long duration event, so it will last quite some time. And we've been watching things very carefully here over the past several hours, really all day. We've been updating our blog. If you go to WVUA23.com, click on our blog. We've got nonstop information going there. And obviously, we'll be here until the threat has totally diminished. I do want to go over to our storm spotter out here and see what he's got. He came across damage a little bit earlier, and looks like he's
right now he's still going north from Columbus on Highway 12. Looks like he's still trying to get in place, maybe to catch
the next storms coming.
The next couple of storms coming in, that long series of lines they're just slowly tracking through.
Yeah, so we're going to watch this very carefully. We'll watch the speed. Again, he came across some tornado damage in northern Pickens County, right on the Pickens and Lamar County line earlier, and it appeared a fairly significant tornado damage, multiple trees down in the roadway. So again, we're going to watch that feed very carefully tonight. Right now, he is not in a position to see a tornado, but again, that could change at any time tonight. Live look from Bryant Denny and Tuscaloosa. You know, things are pretty quiet in the city of Tuscaloosa right now. I know a lot of people's been asking in town what's happening out there. This is a live look back towards the Strip area, down towards the Tuscaloosa Airport, back that way. Downtown's right here. Current temperature 73, and that is not good with a south wind at 14 miles per hour. That is a very warm air mass. In fact, that is incredibly warm. And for the rest of the night, this is why I still expect the chance for severe weather throughout the rest of the night into early tomorrow morning. Again, we're going to have these periods where we have tornado warnings, going to have periods of severe thunderstorm warnings, but this whole thing will slowly end from northwest to southeast sometime after midnight tonight. In fact, northwest Alabama, it will likely be after about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning up here around Hamilton before your threat ends. For Tuscaloosa and Birmingham and Gadsden, your threat won't end tonight until likely 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, maybe even later than that. In East Alabama, you'll still deal with a severe weather threat until, I'd say, 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. So, again, it's going to be a long night, and we'll be here carefully watching things. I want to show you the thermals real quick and what's happening out there. 72 in Birmingham, 73 in Tuscaloosa. We've got a pure south wind coming off the Gulf, and that's bringing all that moisture north of dew points. That is unbelievable. Dew points in the low to mid 70s. That is much higher than our forecast models have predicted, which means instability is higher. There's more buoyancy to the air. There's more fuel for the thunderstorms. Everything's there tonight for severe weather issues. And here's the latest radar loop, and I'll step off and show you. Again, there's a lot more storms back to the west, and notice how they're scattered. These are cellular type of storms. They're not in a line of storms, which means the tornado threat will continue fairly high until these things become more of a linear line of thunderstorms. Then we kind of transition into more of a straight line wind event, and by that point we'll have fewer tornado reports across Alabama, but unfortunately it's going to be a while before that does happen. So I want to go back over to radar and take you into this one last storm, and this is pretty much out of Coleman County now, but I want to take you back up there and show you what we got. And again, we had a tornado warning for Winston and Coleman County that for Winston County has been allowed to expire, but Coleman County, you do continue under that tornado warning. Let me go into that right there. And yeah, the circulation is pretty much out of Coleman County, so we can give you an all clear in Coleman County. The tornado threat has ended for now in Coleman County, although there will be additional threats later tonight. So again, stay alert. We want you to have that source of weather information overnight. Again, if you go to WVUA23.com and if you click on the little weather tab, you've got options like our weather blog, lots of updates there. We got Danielle and we got Reggie that are nonstop updating that. Also, I've been updating that as well while not on air for tornado warnings. So we've got our live severe weather stream on that weather tab. If you click on that, you'll see live severe weather coverage. Click on that, and you can watch us on your smartphone. You can watch us on your tablet, computer, whatever you have internet on. You can do that. I know a lot of people have talked about in the past that they lose their signal during thunderstorms, which is not good because then you don't have information. Well, you can get on your iPhone or your smartphone, whatever you got, and you got that information. So just another source we want to kind of provide for you, just so you have nonstop information, basically what's happening out there. Technology has advanced a lot in the years, and we want to take advantage of that for you so we can provide that information for you. So again, Coleman County, you're okay now. The tornadic circulation is out of the county. It's up here. It's on Interstate 65, but it's just north of the county line. We got another thunderstorm popping up over Holly Pond over in East Coleman County, but it is not severe. So I'll tell you what, let's go to our velocity. And again, here's your signature. Let me zoom right into that. And this is for northern Coleman County again, where we're looking at for the potential for a tornado. This is moving out of Coleman County. And that's a really decent circulation. The circulation seems to have ramped up quite a bit. And again, this is moving out of Coleman County. If you're south and north of Vinemont, you're okay. Vinemont down towards Coleman, you're perfectly fine. The tornadic circulation is up here in the Bell Springs area. And this is tracking just like that over towards the northeast. So again, areas like Odin Ridge are going to be under the gun for the potential for a tornado tonight. And really based off of that, that looks impressive. So let's look at our hazards and see what we got here. All right, so there's our rotating mesocyclone cyclone icon. I do not see a TVS, a tornado vortex signature, but it doesn't matter. This thing is definitely looking more impressive as it moves out of Coleman County. I mean, see what I mean? These things, they're cyclical. They'll pulse up, they become very impressive, and then all of a sudden, they're just a regular looking thunderstorm. So it's a night where every thunderstorm across the area, you need to be on your toes. You need to be alert. There could be a warning issued very quickly tonight. It's not going to be a deal where, we got ample warning. Sometimes we might not have much warning on a night like this where these storms, they become severe very quickly. They rotate very quickly. So again, that's just a situation with that. But again, that's moving out of Coleman County now. The warning for Coleman County is going to be allowed to expire here in about 2 minutes. The lightning output is incredible up here in North Coleman County into Morgan County. So a lot of lightning with this, and that is evidence that it is a strong, powerful updraft that could be a rotating updraft. We know it's rotating because we saw it on velocity. So again, this storm is dangerous. It could easily produce another tornado as it moves up towards Odin Ridge. And again, that's up in Morgan County. That's out of Coleman County. North Vinemont, down towards Vinemont, the city of Coleman, you're okay. No additional threat there. And I do want to check velocity one more time. And yeah, there it is. I mean, you see the rotation right in there, moving up towards Odin Ridge. There's Highway 67 there. This is all north of Coleman. Let's look at the warning polygon. Still got the warning, but again, ignore this. It's out of that area. The tornadic circulation's right here, right where my hand is. That's the Coleman County line. Area south of that, there we go. Warning has expired, so the circulation is completely out of Coleman County. Again, that's it for tornado warnings for now. And we're going to have more tonight. If we don't, I would be highly surprised. I expect quite a few additional tornado warnings tonight. This environment is conducive for tornadic storms. It's going to be a long night across Alabama. So let's go back over to a wide view. I tell you what, let's go to our home view before we go back over to program. And that's good. No tornado warnings in our entire coverage area. That's promising, but understand it's not over. We've got a long way to go before this threat officially ends across Alabama. Every county you see in yellow over West Alabama, Tuscaloosa up towards Coleman, down towards areas like Greensboro, Livingston, Utah, you're under tornado watch until 5 in the morning. So we got a while to go before the threat over here ends, and understand that threat will continue to shift eastward overnight. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a break. We'll be back here at 11 o'clock at the top of the hour for brand new severe weather cut-in. We'll do cut-ins all night, top, bottom of the hour. So, 11 o'clock, 11:30, 12 o'clock, 12:30, etc. We'll continue to do these quick cut-ins. Now, if we get a tornado warning, obviously we'll be back here live on television nonstop, but right now we will send it back to programming. I will see you here at 11 o'clock.
Fast Track Severe Weather Update.
It is 11:30 on this Tuesday night. I'm Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott here with the Severe Weather Update. And so far, things are pretty quiet across much of central and west Alabama. Unfortunately, that will probably not last a whole lot longer. We've got more storms developing back in Mississippi, and some of those are severe back in east and central Mississippi. We've got a tornado watch until 5 o'clock in the morning. That includes all of west Alabama and areas to the north of Demopolis, areas south and east of there. You're not under watch at this point, but you will be issued under one later tonight. Again, what's going to happen is this storm system that's off to our west, the line of thunderstorms that's associated with that will very slowly track east or kind of progress eastward with time. So it's going to be a long duration event. We will be watching quite a bit. Here's a look at radar. And again, we've got thunderstorms starting moving to west Alabama. Most of the area, again, it's dry for Birmingham, Tuscaloosa. We're talking about northwest Alabama. That's the target area. And again, that's what we've been talking about for days. That's the zone where everything's just right for severe weather to happen. And again, that's what's been happening over the past several hours. So let me take you into, again, northwest Alabama. First off, I do want to show you these storms extend way off to the south and west back into central Mississippi and Louisiana. Some of those are also severe. So it is going to be one of those deals where it rains a long time. We'll have thunderstorms that are severe. And notice the watches, goodness, go all the way back into central Louisiana. So we got a long way to go before this does formally come to an end. But for northwest Alabama, again, we got storms that are starting to nose in. If you notice here on our radar, from about Hamilton to just north of Columbus, Mississippi, and some of these have been severe back in Mississippi. And the National Weather Service also has been watching those carefully. At this point, no warnings are going to be issued with that. But I do expect some changes to happen sometime a little later on tonight. So again, while things are a little bit quieter at the moment, I can't guarantee that's going to last all that much longer because we've got storms that are nosing in. Any of these storms you see could easily rotate. And one that really has my concern is this one down here, south of Louisville, Mississippi. There's a Starkville and Columbus. That one right there, you see that? That's a supercell all by itself. That's tracking northeast just like that. So, we got to watch those things. Those are the ones that have the best chance of producing a tornado. This stuff up here, the better chances for damaging straight line winds and a few spin-up tornadoes, but the large, violent type of tornadoes usually come from the supercell type of thunderstorms, and that's what that is right there. That's a supercell. We had several of those track across area today. We've had a lot of reports, though, by the way, storm reports today across the central and or northwest Alabama. In fact, we'll check some of those. Some of those have been wind damage reports. Some of those have been tornado reports. You see the tornado icon. That's an actual tornado confirmed report. And you see some of those, one over Walker County, A lot of wind damage reports, and understand some of these are going to come back to be actual tornadoes, not straight line wind damage. I expect some of this to do that tonight. We'll get updates from the National Weather Service office in Birmingham, and they're going to send out a survey crew sometime tomorrow, and they'll assess all the damage and figure out what was a tornado, what was straight line wind. And I really expect most of this up here in northwest Alabama to be tornado type of damage. So we're going to watch that carefully as well. Lightning output from the storms to our west are really cranking up over Hamilton, back towards Vernon and Sullivan, Detroit, areas like that, and Lamar County, Marion County. We got a lot out there, but again, our concern is for northwest Alabama for now, but Tuscaloosa and Birmingham, notice here, things are pretty quiet for the moment. I'm going to check one thing real quick and make sure we don't have anything for the National Weather Service. Okay. All right. So, yeah, National Weather Service is considering a severe thunderstorm warning for Lamar County. No word on that yet. Also, we got, again, a tornado watch for much of West Alabama that continues through 5 o'clock in the morning. We'll get more updates on that as they become available. And I do want to remind you, we'll have storm chasers out in the field. One of those in East Mississippi going south. This one is in East Mississippi. That's going towards that storm approaching the Louisville area. That storm, again, the supercell that has the concern, this chaser actually came up on some tornado damage in southern Lamar County a little bit earlier this evening. So we're going to watch this stream very carefully as we continue this dangerous severe weather situation throughout the night, and understand, have a source to wake you up. You need to know weather radio, anything that will alert you in the event of a tornado warning. We'll be here, obviously, nonstop live if we do have a tornado warning in our area. And I do want to mention, before we go back to programming, let me show you something real quick. And this is our computer model data. And this just this tells the tale of what's going to happen tonight. So again, let's go through this one time. Let me pull this up on our computer. All right, so here's a high-resolution computer model. This is at midnight in 30 minutes. You see where the storms are. All right, so that's 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. So if you see this, I mean, for Tuscaloosa and Birmingham, okay, we got a tornado warning. Wow, that was quick. All right, so we're going to stay on air with you. Let me get this information real quick. We got a tornado warning for Fayette County, Lamar County, Marion County. That goes into effect right now through 12:30. So through 1 hour from now, it's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Wow. Now, this is a radar indicated tornado. So let me get you into this thing. If we'll get our computer in play mode here, and I can take you into all this. Okay, so if you're watching us in northern Lamar County, these are the storms we were just talking about, and that's where our primary tornado threat's going to be tonight, is up here in northwest Alabama. So again, Lamar County, northern Fayette County, portions of southern Marion County. You're under tornado warning until 12:30 in the morning. So for an hour, we'll have this tornado warning for this storm. So let's take you in there and see what the National Weather Service in Birmingham is looking at. Because, again, it was a storm that we're certainly concerned about up here in northwest Alabama that could potentially produce a tornado. So, again, this is a situation tonight where we will continue to monitor the potential for severe weather. Tell you what, let me pan this thing in a little bit better. Oh, wrong button. So, again, Lamar County, you're under another tornado warning. You've been under multiple tornado warnings so far tonight. And this situation is just going to continue. Northwest Alabama, you're going to be drilled several times with tornadic storms. So there we go. We're getting into Lamar County now. There's your possible tornado right there. You see that classic signature, that hook echo we often talk about. And whenever you see that, let me explain what's happening. You got an updraft inside of a thunderstorm that's lifting moisture, lifting energy up off the ground. And what's happening is you got a mesocyclone because of the wind shear that starts to turn your updraft. And what that does is actually kind of curls your precipitation or rain around the rotation itself. So you get this kind of hook echo feature. And this is where your tornado would be located, right down here in that hook echo. And that's where it's going to be. I want to look at the information on this storm, though, live on TV for you. And here's our hazards. Let's see what we got. Okay, we got a TVS down there on that storm, guys. Have y'all seen that? That's in the storm to the south that's feeding into that. We need to watch that carefully. That's near Caledonia, Mississippi, but it really looks like the primary tornado threat is going to be just to the north of that. So, yeah, we're watching that carefully as well, but our primary tornado threat should be right here. So let me pull up our velocity. And, oh, yeah, that's a classic look there. So let me pull you in just a little bit tighter. Okay. And zoom in, not zoom out. And again, if you're watching us in central Lamar County, it looks like this thing's going to come across Highway 17 somewhere just between Vernon and Sulligent. So let me pull you over there. And there's no doubt there's a distinct area of rotation. Now, this is likely going to be one of your smaller type of tornadoes, but understand the environment is conducive for tornadic storms up here in northwest Alabama. So while I say this may be a smaller tornado, this appears to be one of those spin-up type tornadoes, likely your EF0, EF1 type of situations, but it doesn't matter because EF1 can do incredible damage to your home. If you're not in your safe place, even a small tornado could be a threat of life to you. So you got to take the storm serious. In Lamar County, that's going to push into Fayette County shortly. There's Highway 17, and you know it looks like it's going to come in somewhere between Sulligent and Vernon. Across Highway 17, somewhere right in the middle of Sulligent and Vernon, right between those two cities. Maybe a tad closer to Sulligent than Vernon. So if you're watching us from areas to the south of Vernon, I think you're okay. But to the north of Vernon on 17, you got to be in your safe place now. But notice here, this will also track further off towards the east. So let me show you Guin right there in Marion County. You're going to be under the gun for a potential tornado. This is going to be north of Fayette. Now, if you're watching us in Fayette, you're okay. Here's a brand new radar scan where the velocity, and look at that. That's incredible. That is a tight rotational signature. That is your distinct rotation. And if you look at it, you can see how the colors kind of twirl around each other right here. You've got wind that's blowing away from the radar right here, just like that. Green is air blowing towards the radar. So you've got motion just like that right there. So that's your rotation, your couplet. That's what's going to put down a tornado. And again, this should be one of the smaller tornadoes tonight. This would be one of the spin-up type of situations. I don't think this is a deal where it's a large, violent tornado. I don't see evidence of that. But still, if you're in a mobile home, understand a mobile home can only withstand EF1 to EF2 type of damage before it's destroyed. And that's your smaller tornado. EF1 is a smaller tornado. So a mobile home can be destroyed by this. A car can be destroyed by this. So you can't be driving on the highway between Vernon and Sulligent. All right, if you're up in Beaverton or Guin, pull over now. That's the Highway 278 there, not the main Highway 278 to the north, but that's part of the Highway 278 corridor. All right, so if you're in Guin, up towards Brilliant, go ahead and be in that safe place. And again, that means the lowest floor of your home, any walls between you and the outside you can. Out of a mobile home, get out now. This thing's moving pretty quick, 50 miles per hour off to the northeast. And tell you what, let me take this off and do a pan here. Hold on just a second. All right, so let me pan this thing out. I'm going to do a storm track. Again, this is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So this thing is really racing along pretty quickly. So again, here's our cone. Let's go northeast. All right, here's some of the times of arrival. So Guin, okay, and Guin, both of those cities, we got just after midnight. Right now it's 11:42 on this Tuesday night. Winfield at 12:11, Tucker at 12:17, Brilliant 12:21, Sunny Home 12:30, Lynn at 12:40. And understand, we called out some of these communities several times tonight. So this is going to be a night, look, if you're in northwest Alabama, this is going to be a night where we call your community multiple times. This isn't going to be a one hit and that's it. There's going to be more of these things. And eventually this entire threat will shift southeastward overnight. It's going to take a while to happen, but for now, for northwest Alabama, it's going to be a while before that does occur. So again, that's some of the communities in the path of that. Let me clear that off. And, you know, this is a really impressive storm that is showing rotational signature down here. I mean, look at this thing. You got the classic signature of a velocity couplet of one of those EF0, EF1 type of tornado situations. There's Moscow right there in Lamar County. There's the Lamar-Fayette County line right there. All right, so this thing's going to move into northern portions of Fayette County. This will be to the northwest of the city of Fayette. Beaverton, you're right there. You're going to be under the gun. But again, 278 right there that comes out of Mississippi runs up to Sulligent. Vernon's down there on 17. There's your rotational signature. Let me pull up the hazard type. And real quick, just to look, I want to see the debris.
Richard, I was literally just about to tell you that National Weather Service is saying that you can pick up some debris in the system.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. I mean, you see the velocity couplet. Let me pan this back just a little bit. I'll tell you what, I probably still have it in pan mode. Nope. Let me zoom out just a little bit. And I'm going to show you what we're talking about. So what we're looking at, this is debris, okay? This is stuff in the air. This is what we're looking for a tornado itself. And again, the National Weather Service mentioning it, there's evidence of debris. So let me pan this just a little bit, kind of to get this on the center of the screen, okay? So I'm going to go back over to velocity. Okay, there's your couplet right there. You see that? Okay, watch that. So I'll go over to debris. Okay, there it is, right there. You see that? That's debris. That is actually debris being picked up on the radar.
Ooh, Richard.
Yeah.
Let's bring it over to the weather iPad. I've got it put up on there. You can see plain as day.
Oh wow, you can see it much better. Wow. That's incredible. Let me show you what we're talking about on the weather iPad here. That's incredible. There's obviously a tornado that's on the ground. Okay, it's on Highway 17 right now. Let me show you this. That is clear as daylight. Okay, so if you're in Beaverton, Gewin, yes, it's two different names, you're under the gun. This is a clear, distinct evidence of a tornado that's down. Okay, so I want to show you that. Let me show you something else real quick. Here's velocity. Okay, wait for it to update. Okay, so we got a brand new scan with velocity. So let me take the mark off. This is incredible. So this is a developing tornado you're watching live on TV. So there's your tornado there. This looks like a fairly decent tornado developing here. This is definitely not your EF0, EF1. This could be a stronger tornado. And again, this is in Lamar County. We're getting some more information. Reggie, what you got over there?
Right now, National Weather Service is confirming that is, in fact, a tornado traveling northeast 55 miles per hour, calling the system extremely dangerous. So definitely.
Yeah, I mean, look at the iPad here. Okay, so you're looking at this live on TV. You see where I've got the circle and where the area is. So that's correlation coefficient. That's debris that is actually being picked up. Okay, so I'm going to go over to velocity. Exact same spot. So there's no doubt in my mind that there's a tornado down with that. So again, that is a very dangerous situation. Okay, I'm going to pull up. All right, we got a lot of information coming in from the National Weather Service.
Lots of trees being reported from public just south of Sulligent.
Yeah. Okay. The tree damage?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we know there's a tornado down. So let's go over to our weather graphics. Okay, here's your tornado right here. That's it. That's the Moscow community. Just crossed Highway 17. There's a tornado that's on the ground in Lamar County. Okay, if you're in Lamar County, you got to get in a safe place now, especially just south or either near the Highway 278 corridor. Beaverton, all right, Cruz, be in your safe place. Your tornado's right there. That's the tornado right there. That's it. Again, a very dangerous situation. Let me pull up Columbus only. And there it is. Okay, so that's your debris signature right there. Very distinct evidence that there's a tornado that's on the ground in Lamar County. There's the Lamar-Fayette County line, Marion County, Fayette County. This is going to be in the northern part of Fayette County in the next 10 to 15 minutes. If this rotational signature continues, look at wow, the reflectivity. You've got a debris ball that's as clear as daylight here on reflectivity. And I'm going to pull it up on debris, and that's incredible. I mean, you've got a distinct debris ball right here that appears to be fairly wide. This is significant. This is a sizable tornado now that has rapidly developed, and this is one of these things we've been warning you about. Just because a few scans ago, a few radar scans ago, we're saying, oh, this looks like a weak tornado. All of a sudden, it ramps up. These things do that. These are the cyclical nature of these thunderstorms, these supercell thunderstorms. So this thing is ramped up rapidly. That's a very dangerous situation, again, for Lamar County. All right, here's your velocity couplet, very distinct, strong evidence of a tornado right there. We got it on our debris signature right here. Very evident. So let me pull you out just a little bit because we need to do a track on this now. Okay, so maybe pull you out just a little bit and show you who we got in the path of this thing. So again, we got tornadoes down, and there's no doubt about it. Here's the track of this. So again, there's your tornado down there. Tracking northeast just like that, about 50 miles per hour. So Ewan, the tornado will be on top of Ewan at 12:05, so in about 15 minutes from now. You need to be in a safe place now. Understand that time of arrival is what time it will be over you. So again, Ewan, you got to be in a safe place now. There's the tornado right there. You see it? It's tracking northeast just like that. Brilliant. Sunny Home, Lynn Community, Nauvoo, Winfield, you're in the direct path of a dangerous tornado that has developed over Lamar County. It's crossed Highway 17. We got trees down on Highway 17. We know about that. All right, so we know there's a tornado down. And here's the times of arrival. So the Lynn community at about 12:37, Sunny Home 12:27, Brilliant at 12:19. And don't wait until that time before you go to your safe place. You need to go there now. If you are in eastern central Lamar County, northwest Fayette County, north of Hubbardsville, near Winfield, Brilliant, Sunny Hope, Lynn, anywhere around there, Delmar, Ewan, you need to go to that safe place right now.
Hey, Richard,
this is a dangerous
just
situation.
got a report in from Train Spotter. I actually watched the tornado cross over Jackson Road and Morris Road.
Okay.
In west-southwest Lamar County.
Did they mention the size of the tornado?
No.
Okay. All right, so we know there's a tornado down, and this continues to be a life-threatening tornado situation. Again, this is a very dangerous tornado that's in East Lamar County. It's now east of Highway 17. If you are in Sulligent, if you are in Vernon, you're okay from this tornado. There may be more later, but you're okay from this tornado. It's now east of Highway 17. It's going to cross Highway 278 somewhere close to Ewan or Brilliant, somewhere up this way. It's going to cross Interstate 22 right there. Again, these are the times of the arrival for the tornado itself. Very dangerous situation with this storm. So let me clear this off. Tell you what, let's pull up the reflectivity. And we'll go to Columbus. There's your obvious tornado there. You can actually see it on reflectivity. You see that little black dot right there? That's the tornado. It's tracking just like this. So there's Marion County. There's a Winfield Tucker, Interstate 22, Highway 257 there, Highway 233 right there. Sunny Home, Nauvoo. Nauvoo's right there. Delmar's up there. Okay, Nauvoo is in Walker County, by the way. That's Walker County right there. This is northern Fayette County. Hubbardsville sits right there. 129 comes out of Hubbardsville. You got 43 comes out of the Bobo community. And the Bluff community, you got 107 that comes up to Ewan. The Twin community, you're directly in the path of this. So, again, if you're in a mobile home, you got to get out now. Find a structure immediately. This is a life or death situation for a tornado. We know it's down. it will destroy a mobile home. I can assure you of that. If you're in the direct path of this tornado, it will destroy a mobile home. Understand, mobile homes can only withstand about an EF0 to anything above that, they're destroyed. There's nothing left after you get up to an EF1 to EF2 type of tornado. I've seen mobile home damage. It doesn't take a big tornado to wipe one out. So again, you cannot be in a mobile home. That is a very deadly situation to be in a mobile home right now. So find a friend, call them up, get in a side-built structure immediately. All right, the tornado is still on the ground. Here's a brand new radar update. There's your tornado right there. I still see it on reflectivity. Maybe about to cycle out, but it's still a dangerous situation. So Ewan, this thing should have come right over you. And then the twin community, Tucker. So that's where this thing's heading. It's a tornado that's confirmed on the ground. We know it's there. It's there. So I want to show you the watch warnings. Take all the radar off. There's your polygon. The tornado's following kind of the north half of this polygon. Down here towards Bobo, you're close. I want you to be in a safe place, but it looks like the prime threat for tornado is going to be just to your north. So if you go south of Bobo, you're okay. Hubbardsville, you're definitely okay with this tornado. There's Sunny Home there. Again, 237. You got 43 runs up here. And that's a bad situation. There's a lot of small towns in the path of this tornado, and I know a lot of people that live up here. You're in the direct path of this tornado. So again, a very dangerous situation. Here is, yeah, you still see it. All right, so on debris, on our correlation coefficient, that's the dual pole technology with the radar, you still see it. It's still there. That's it. The tornado's been on the ground for about 10 minutes. Confirmed it's on the ground. It's been on there for about 10 minutes. It will likely lift at some point, but I don't know when that's going to happen. The environment we're in is favorable for these things to stay on the ground a little while, but they're going to lift. They're going to dissipate, and a new one will form northeast of there. That's just how they've been doing all night. They'll pulse up, they'll pulse down, they dissipate, they re-strengthen, but it's still on the ground just south of Beaverton. All right, so I'm going to pull up velocity. And Reggie, I hear the chat room. Anything new? There's your circulation right there.
No real actual updates, just more reports
Okay.
of people spotting that tornado.
Okay. So we continue to get confirmation. There's no doubt. And I do want to mention back in East Mississippi, that supercell we're talking about is tornado warned now. It's approaching the Columbus, Mississippi area. And next stop will be Lamar County in Fayette County. So we've got another tornadic situation back off towards the southwest. And Reggie, I'll say this, it looks like you can still see the tornadoes right there, but it appears to be weakening. I think it has occluded off. The cool air has won the battle there and disrupted the updraft. But it looks like the tornado is about to dissipate for now.
That's right.
Yeah.
Reflectivity not really showing the actual hook for that system anymore.
Yeah,
so.
it's kind of it's weakening pretty quick. But again, it's going to cycle again. These things have done this all night. They look, great, and then all of a sudden they look, weak, and then 10 minutes later you got another tornado down. So again, hey, if you live up here in southern portions of Marion County, northern Fayette County, stay in a safe place, even if this thing weakens. That's incredible. That's another tornadic circulation of a distinct supercell thunderstorm. Now, you're looking back at East Mississippi, all right? So this is southwest of Starkville, Mississippi. This will be approaching Columbus, but this is a dangerous supercell thunderstorm. This is a big tornado. This looks like a big one. This looks like one of those that would produce a sizable type of tornado. We can go to reflectivity and see what we got here, because this is no doubt a dangerous thunderstorm. There's Columbus. Look at that. That's a debris ball, or that's a donut hole you're looking at with a classic signature that would produce a tornado. So yeah, that's a very dangerous supercell thunderstorm right there. And again, this is back in Mississippi that will be moving into West Alabama. We're talking about Lamar County, northern Pickens County, Fayette County. This storm will go that way. And again, this is a big, dangerous type of supercell that is capable of producing a sizable tornado. So let me take you off of this, and I will zoom out. And I just want to show you where this is in reference to Alabama. So there's that supercell. There's Pickens County. There's Lamar County. So again, this is one of those storms that will likely produce a tornado for a while and move into West Alabama. All right, so just a heads up for you. Now, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, I want to mention you're all okay. There's nothing threatening your area right now. That will change later tonight, but it's going to be a little while before that does happen. I think about 2 or 3 more hours, and then we'll start to get a threat here in Tuscaloosa and Birmingham. But again, the tornadic storm we're concerned about has clearly the structure has changed a lot in the past 10 minutes. This thing went from not much of a risk to all of a sudden it became a very dangerous tornadic storm. But now, look at the structure of it. We don't have that very distinct hook like we had, and we can look at the velocity, and I would be willing to say that the velocity is probably going to be a lot weaker. So you still see that evidence of a tornado there that's close to the triple point of Lamar County, Marion County, and Fayette County, that little triple point of those counties right there. So again, that's the deal with that. And there's a close image of that. There's Gewin, Twin, Tucker, Winfield. I still want you to be in your safe place. That includes the lowest floor of your home, any walls between you and the outsides you can get, and we'll get you through it. Hopefully this thing will weaken. I think that's happening, but we still want you to be cautious with this. And look, if a lot of people mentioned, after severe weather, I couldn't watch coverage, I couldn't watch the information because we lost our signal on our TV. That happens a lot more than you would expect. So if you lose that, go to WVUA23.com. Go to the weather tab, and you'll see a little drop-down menu. There'll be live severe weather coverage. Click on that. You can watch us on the internet right now as well as on television. So just another source. We'll try to provide that information. We're about to get a new scan. Let's see if that's it. It's still there. All right, so, we still have that tight, small couplet there, and it's been there for about 15 to 20 minutes now, but it's there. You see that right there? Let me zoom in just a little bit. See that? There's Gewin, there's Gewin, there's Highway 43. This could have come up on Highway 43 somewhere close to Gewin. It's a very dangerous situation. Again, I think there still could be a tornado down with that. There's a strong evidence that there could be a tornado still down. The size of the tornado, it doesn't matter. Either way, you need to go to your safe place. It's likely it's not a big tornado at this point, but again, it just doesn't matter. We want you to go to a safe place. We want you to take this thing serious because it's a life-threatening situation. It doesn't matter if it's an EF0 or EF4 or EF5. You just got to take it serious. These things tonight are going to be deadly. All right, so these things are going to be the tornadoes we got to watch all night. Over northwest Alabama, understand, once you get south Interstate 59 late tonight, the main threat will be damaging straight-line winds with a few spin-up tornadoes. I think the bigger tornado threat is up here where we've had them pretty much all night. I want to look at the debris, and it's still there. I still see it. Yeah.
National Weather Service is taking Fayette County out of that, obviously with that rotation being just north of that county of Fayette County's county line. So,
anything new, Reggie, on the debris on this thing?
No, nothing else has been mentioned about it. No more spottings with it. So, I think it is safe to say that it has probably lifted up for now, but definitely still worth keeping an eye on. It can easily quickly spin back up again.
It's incredible. Reggie, these things. It's a night. It reminds me a lot of April 28th of 2014. The storms, how they're supercellular in nature, but they're trying to form into a squall line. But these things, they spin up so fast, then all of a sudden they weaken, and then next thing you know, you have another tornado down. Very similar, it seems like, over northwest Alabama to that night. Now, once you get further southeast, the threat will not be that high, but it just kind of feels like that type of scenario. If you recall back in 2014, April 28th, 2014, when we had these individual supercell thunderstorms come across northwest Alabama, And all of these seem to drop a tornado for a small amount of time, then they would lift and quickly drop another one. I still see evidence there could be debris here. It's hard to tell. It's kind of noisy, but I think that could still be debris. And I'll tell you what, see it right there. I'm going to pull up velocity. All right, so this is here now. This is Cross Highway 107, very close to Ewan. And you know, Reggie, this thing is still concerning.
Right now, actually, reflectivity is showing that it might be starting to get a little bit of its hook back.
Yeah, let's look at that. I think you're right, Reggie. I believe this thing may be starting to I mean, this thing's recycling that fast. You know, it may have even kept the old tornado on the ground and it's developing a new one. That happens often in this scenario. But yeah, there's no doubt this thing is reorganizing. I mean, right before our eyes. You know, this is the classic example we've been talking about all night. These things, they pulse up, they pulse down, and that's what's happening. You're seeing that live on TV. This thing is in a cyclical nature. It's one of those pulsing type of deals. And again, this is reorganizing. You got your hook echo developing. That's your inflow notch, your warm, unstable air that gets sucked into the updraft of the thunderstorm. Your mesocyclone is right here. Your rotating part of the thunderstorm just on the south side of Ewan. And your tornado is going to be somewhere in here, somewhere right in here. And there's no doubt, I think there's something going on. And I want to pull up the hazards. All right, we're not getting much help there with the hazards. Look at the debris. And okay, there's the old image of the debris. We'll see if we get a new update here pretty quick. That updates every 5 minutes, I believe. So you've got a little bit of lag time on that. But that's where it was. It's right here now. I want to look at the lightning. And there's a tremendous amount of lightning with this. And this is live lightning data right now. Every time you see a strike, that is the moment lightning strikes. In fact, you know, we've tested that before when thunderstorms have been close to our TV station. We watch these things and you look outside and you see lightning, and then that moment you see it pop up on radar. It's really interesting. You know, technology's changed a lot in the years. If you probably noticed, I remember, you know, just 10 years ago when I started working here, we didn't have this. You know, we didn't have all the technology we got now, but now, you know, we can tell if a storm is actually producing a tornado or not. We got dual pole technology, and that's something we've never had before. In fact, when I started here, that technology did not exist. We did not have dual pole technology. That's an incredible advancement of radar. We can look at a storm. You know, in the old ways, you just look at that and, you know, you try to identify where the tornado was. You look at the velocity, but now you actually can see the debris. And, you know, it really looks like that could be it. Let me pull up the dual pole product. And I'll tell you what, let me zoom back out just a little bit. Reggie, that looks like it's it right there. Are you seeing that just to the northeast of Ewan? That looks like it right there. So let me pull up the velocity. We're going to do this live on TV for you. All right, so that's what we're looking at. Pull up velocity. That's it. Yeah, it's still down. There's a tornado that's still on the ground right now. All right, so this thing is clearly on the ground. There's Ewan. It just passed right over Ewan. I'm afraid we're going to have damage reports out of Ewan. This thing has been on the ground for a while. All right, so there's the main part of downtown Ewan. There's Ewan. That's just, you know, a mile or two out of town. Okay, we'll look at the reflectivity. Remember, we're focused right here.
This coming in
look at that. That's a debris ball. There's obviously a tornado that's on the ground.
Coming in from Birmingham right now, the height of that debris ball is so high that they're saying there's no way this can be less than an EF1.
Wow. So this is a big tornado we're looking at. All right, so look at, here's the size of this thing. I'm going to pull up the debris. And the debris is larger than the size of Ewan. So look at the size of Ewan. Here's the city of Ewan. This thing is wide. I mean, we're talking about, what, a mile? That may be a mile wide. That's incredible. That's a big tornado. Just crossed over Ewan, and I'm so fearful that in the city of Ewan we have a lot of damage, especially just out here on the south side of town. The main part of downtown Ewan may be okay, but I'm telling you, the outskirts of town, I think they just got hit hard. And this thing continues to track northeast. There's a tornado that is down. Here's the new scan. It's still on the ground. Wow, this is not good. This is totally in Marion County, southeast Marion County. Let me pan this. This tornado is wide. This tornado may be a mile wide. It's about to cross Interstate 22. Get off Interstate 22 now. If you're coming southeast to Hamilton, stop. Please stop. Get off the interstate. This is a very deadly situation. This thing has become big. The debris ball, the debris signature on dual pole radar is huge, absolutely enormous. I mean, you're looking at, maybe a mile. There may be debris being slung around this tornado a mile wide. This is huge. This is incredible. You've got to take this thing serious. This is a very dangerous situation for a tornado that is clearly on the ground. Yeah.
If we pull up Weather iPad, I can actually get a better idea of about how wide it is.
Okay, yeah.
Some part of it,
yeah, there we go.
Anywhere between a mile and a half
My
almost,
goodness.
going from side to side of the circulation.
So there's debris inside this tornado that is being slung out a mile and a half wide. And understand, we're sampling the radar beam right here is only, a few hundred feet off the ground?
If that.
If that. I mean, we're close to the Columbus radar. So we got a tornado that is a mile wide at least. Okay, this is a very dangerous situation. This just came out of Ewan. I'm so afraid we're going to have damage. Look, Brilliant, if you're in Brilliant, you've got to get in a safe place now. Let's go back over to the weather graphics. We'll hop back over to the weather graphics. Okay, this thing is huge. This is a massive tornado, okay? Let me zoom out just a little bit. I want to show you a reference point. Okay, there's your big tornado right there. There's Brilliant, gold mine right there. Highway 129, where Tucker is to the north that crosses Interstate 22. All right, 129 right there that goes into Brilliant and Gold Mine. This large tornado, this likely a violent tornado, don't know how big it is, but according to the information we have, the technology we have, this could be a very large tornado. It may be violent. So
a big thing with this, Richard, National Weather Service Birmingham just brought this up. Earlier today, that's where we had possibly a tornado push through. That's where we saw damage at. So people in the area of Brilliant that are out right now, they need to get somewhere for safety.
Absolutely. This is a very, very dangerous situation, Reggie. I totally agree. That's just incredible. This thing has wrapped up and became a monster over southeast Marion County. There's people that may not have power out here from the previous storm. Again, this is a very dangerous situation. We'll go over to our dual pole, and you can see it clear as daylight right there. It's crossing Interstate 22. The city of Brilliant is in the direct path of this tornado. This tornado that's a mile wide is going to move over Brilliant. If it doesn't lift, and let's hope and pray this thing lifts right now, because I'm telling you, a mile-wide tornado over Brilliant would wipe Brilliant out. We do not want that to happen. In Marion, southern Marion County, a mile-wide tornado would do utter devastation to the city of Brilliant if it stays on the ground. We want this thing to lift. It needs to lift now. It's about to move into population. This thing's got to lift. I want to look at the hazards on this, and not picking up anything there on our hazards, which we know is a tornado down. It's clear as daylight. There's a tornado down. We're waiting on the new velocity scan, and tell you what, let's look at the wind, because this thing, I'm going to try to measure the wind in this thing. Let me zoom back in. Press zoom out by accident. This is in southern Marion County. Understand this is now to the northeast of Ewan. Let's see. I pressed the wrong button. That's what I did. Let me go back. Okay. All right, so southern Marion County, that's where we're talking about right here for a tornado that's clearly down, is literally moving on top of Brilliant as we speak. Let me pull up the velocity.
Anywhere close to 100 miles an hour.
Okay. So there it is right there. Let's find the details. Right there. See, okay, we've got a 94 mile per hour winds Okay, so we got a velocity of 94-mile-per-hour winds. That's powerful, but understand, we may not be sampling this tornado. I mean, it's very wide. It could be a wide, weak tornado, but based off the information we have, I would take this thing as serious as possible. It's coming right up on Brilliant now. Let's hope this thing misses Brilliant somehow to the north. We'll pull up the debris and show you that. And I hear anything new from the Weather Service?
Marion County deputy just confirmed that tornado crossed I-22 at mile marker 29.
Okay, so it's still down. I mean, we see it. There it is. Again, that's very, very close to Brilliant. If we get lucky, see, understand the tornado's doing a path just like this. If we get lucky, it will stay just outside the city of Brilliant. But again, it's going to be a close call. There it is there. Okay. Let me zoom in. So the itself is right there, Highway 129 that runs through the middle of downtown Brilliant. The tornadic circulation, the debris we see, is from that highway and points to the north. This could be off by a mile or two, understand that. So this tornadic circulation could easily be here or it could be up here. But again, this is extremely dangerous situation for Brilliant right now. You should have already been in your safe place 30 minutes ago. We knew this tornado's down. It's still on the ground. We still see a debris signature. Very clear, evident debris signature right there. I want to look at the velocity, see if we got a new velocity scan. And it's still there. It's right there. There's the tornado. It could be a hair to the north of the downtown Brilliant. I hope it is not in the downtown Brilliant area. That's a population center. There's a lot of people that live there. We don't want this thing to go right through the middle of Brilliant. That would be bad. We don't want it to go anywhere. We want it to lift right now, but you know, that's the situation you have. You got to work with what we got. And again, Marion County, southwest Marion County, this is bad. All right, it's been on the ground. Reggie, when did this thing first touch down? When was the first report this thing was down?
Oh, let's see. It's definitely closer to around 11:50, going on in the 12. So it's been down for a good at least 15 minutes.
Yeah. So I mean, we're talking about 15 to 20 minutes. This tornado's been down, and we've seen very obvious indication of tornadoes down.
And the other thing about this is it's just moving so fast compared to most of the other storms that we've seen tonight. Normally they're only between 30 to 40 miles an hour. This one is just booking it 50 miles an hour.
Yeah, and you know, I really think that's evident of things that are changing in the environment. You know, tonight the low-level jet is supposed to be increasing.
That's the other thing. A little while ago, the Cape here is just constantly climbing. We're at 1,200 now.
Wow, 1,200 joules per kilogram. Now that's a measure of instability. I know that kind of for some people that may be, what in the world is Cape? You know, that's a measure of instability. And when you get values in late November, at the tail end of November, in the middle of the night, of 1,200 joules per kilogram, that is significant. This means there's a lot of energy for these storms to work with. And I'm afraid we're going to have more problems. This is not over with. We got another very dangerous thunderstorm southwest of this. And Reggie, it would be interesting to do kind of, kind of line on that. Where's that storm going to go in reference to the one we're at now? This one may stay a little bit to the south. Do you agree with that?
For the most part, yeah. It's looking like it's going to line up a bit. Most likely clipping, once again, northern Pickens County. Maybe not quite as sharp of a northward, probably getting a little bit more actually into Fayette County.
Okay.
So probably catching just under south.
Yeah, so
of that
this one's not going to track in the exact same path. But again, the tornado we're looking at is still on the ground. I want to check a couple things real quick. Okay, there's our old TVS. It hasn't updated, but it's clearly a tornado there. Looks like possibly between Brilliant and Gold Mine now on Highway 129. Again, that's a confirmed tornado. We know it's down. Pull up the debris. Okay, there's the old scan of the debris. All right, this thing's been on the ground for, here's a new scan, still on, look at that, Reggie, still on the ground. This is a long track tornado. It's been on the ground for about 30 minutes, 25, 30 minutes now. It's obviously on the ground. It was so close to Brilliant. We need to find out what's going on in Brilliant. If you guys want to kind of check Twitter and see what's going on in Brilliant, because I'm afraid Brilliant it took a close hit to this tornado. It's still on the ground. It's a sizable tornado. The debris inside the tornado is about a mile wide. At times it's been larger than that. Just because the tornado is that big doesn't mean necessarily that it's an EF4, EF5 type of tornado. It's possible. It's possible it's also EF2, EF3. Either way, this is a big deal, and there's a lot of people in the path of it. So let me pull up the velocity.
If actually for a second, if we can bring things over to the weather iPad, when it passed
let me
just
hop
north
off screen.
of Brilliant, it almost
there it is.
a little bit weakened a little bit as it passed just north of Brilliant.
But all right, so look at this, and if you look at Brilliant, you see the blue area that we're talking about. It appeared to weaken just a little bit, but as it got on the other side of Brilliant, it got stronger. That means it hit something. It hit something near Brilliant. It picked up more debris near Brilliant. It's kind of running out of debris from other structures, from trees, and then all of a sudden, you see how it picked back up on the northeast side of Brilliant?
Yeah, and now that it's gone past Brilliant a little bit, it's almost like it's starting to drop out.
That's right. So it's dropping its debris that it's had. So it has hit something at Brilliant. It has hit structures. We know. We can see this on our dual pole technology. Incredible technology. I mean, this is stuff that, years ago could never have been dreamed about. We know a tornado's down. We know it's on the ground right now. We can see it right this second. It's on the ground.
The only bad thing is it's nighttime, so there's no way of actually seeing it. We're going through Twitter right now. There's no pictures of anything out there to help further kind of spread the message of this is actually like a serious situation right now.
Yeah, you could show these images all day long like this, and people can be complacent. But understand this is a tornado that's down. I mean, I can tell you this is as serious as it gets. This is a very dangerous tornado that's on the ground, moving across southeast Marion County, about to move into western Winston County. We'll likely see a new tornado warning. Okay. Yeah, we're getting multiple damage reports out of this. If y'all keep an eye out on Brilliant, though, because, this is a close hit. Hey, let's go back over to the graphics, okay? So here's Brilliant. The tornado's now to the northeast of Brilliant, so we got to move this along here and see everybody else. So let me zoom out, because we got to warn you that's in the path of this obvious tornado. Sunny Home, you're in the direct path of this, okay? Natural Bridge, the tornado, remember it came from right here. It's tracking just like that. So it's going to come up around Glen Mary to Natural Bridge in western Winston County. That's where the tornado is going to cross if it continues on the ground. It's been on the ground for 30 minutes, roughly. So Sunny Home, intersection of 278 and 233. See right there? That's where this tornado is, right there. Now I'm going to pull up our reflectivity. I want to see what it looks like on reflectivity. And we got a distinct hook echo. Now, the tornado itself is kind of up here inside that hook. And this is a very impressive supercell. I mean, it's still impressive. We'll pull up the hazards. There's our old TVS or tornado vortex signature. We knew it was there. Pull up the debris signature. There it is right there. So again, Sunny Home, you're in the direct path of it. It's likely over Sunny Home now. Natural Bridge, you are next. You've got 10 minutes or less. I would say 5 to 10 minutes. The tornado will be very close to Natural Bridge, somewhere between Natural Bridge and Glen Mary. That's where it's going to cross. And again, there's a Delmer right there. Let me tell you what, I need to pan this thing back a little bit. Also, we've got to show everybody in the path of this. And I'm going to zoom out just a little bit, just so we can get more cities that's in the path of this, because I know everybody ahead of this needs to know what's going to happen. So there it is. There's your tornado. Very clear. You can see it right there. Oh, didn't mean to draw it like that. Hold on. Let me take this off. You want me to put it in, Richard? Let me try one more time, and I'll get it. I think I have my nose sticking out too far. All right, so there it is right there. See if I can get it off to the northeast. Again, there's some of the cities in the path of this. Yeah, Ashridge, Double Springs, Glen Mary, Lynn, areas like that. You're going to be in the path of this tornado. Let me clear this off. And I hear more reports from the National Weather Service. Anything out of our local area?
As of right now, no. It's more over just lots of people over the server just asking constantly what's going on. Has anybody gotten pictures? Power out for city council from a city council member in Gwen.
That's one of the hardest words. You know, people that. It's funny, you're from Moundville, so you should know Gwen. You know, a lot of people that are not from this area will call it Gwen, and that's not the correct term. I've got some friends that actually live there, and they will make fun of me every time I call it Gwen. It's Gwen. Gwen. That's one of those tough names. All right, so look, the latest debris signature seems to be decreasing.
If you put it on a loop, you can kind of get a better idea how it's going to just barely pass north of Natural Bridge.
Yeah, it's going to be a close call at Natural Bridge. It looks like the tornado is close. Stay in your safe place in Natural Bridge. I don't want you to take a chance on this. Let me pull up the velocity. Okay, the rotation for now has weakened a little bit. But we've seen that happen before. This thing has cycled quickly. So understand, just because for the moment rotation's weakening doesn't mean another one's not going to touch down. We'll look at the reflectivity and just kind of see what we got here. And there it is. And, you know, you got to watch that back there. That could be a new appendage starting to develop, a new hook echo. Yeah. Do you see that, Reggie, that's going to move right over Natural Bridge? It could be another hook that's starting to take shape, and this thing could actually recycle.
Oh, are you talking about the northeast of it?
Right here. This is the old one up here near Natural Bridge, the new one that could be forming just southwest of Natural Bridge.
This actually coming from Alabama Power as of midnight, so a little bit outdated, about 20 minutes ago. 4,600 outages statewide. Majority of those 3,500 in West Alabama.
Yeah, and that's no surprise with the storms we got out there. I mean, this is what you're going to deal with. And look, I do want to remind you that we are online as well. And as Reggie mentioned, the power outages. Thousands of people are out of power. If you got a smartphone or you got a tablet, you got one of those data plans, you can watch us live right now. It won't cost you a dime. It was free of charge. Go to WVUA23.com. If you hit the weather tab, and scroll down, you'll see live severe weather. We're on there right now, live severe weather coverage online. We just want to provide that source for you because I understand if you lose power, a lot of people have a smartphone. All you got to do is watch just like that. It's easy, very easy. So we're trying to get that information. But again, a dangerous supercell storm that is moving into Winston County, out of Marion County. It's almost totally out of Marion County now. But again, the rotation is right over Natural Bridge. Let me zoom out.
While you're zooming out, so this is coming from National Weather Service right now. They're not going to continue the warning into Winston County.
Really?
However, obviously, as we see with this situation, even with them not continuing that warning, if you're in Winston County, you still need to stay in your safe place.
Yeah, this thing is cycled quickly. We saw that a while back. It went from this, where the rotation just died, to all of a sudden you got a large, sizable tornado down. Yeah, just because they are not extending the warning does not mean that we need to let our guard down in Lamar County. In Winston County. This is another storm. And let me zoom into this thing because we've been watching this for a long time back in central Mississippi. This is your individual supercell storm. Man, look at that. That's coming up on Brooksville, Mississippi. That's that Highway 45 that runs north-south just in East Mississippi. That thing there looks impressive. I want to look at the velocity with that. And we obviously have a tornado warning with that storm. Yeah, look at the couplet. There it is. And again, this is about to cross Highway 45. That is Pickens County right there. This tornado is going to track just like this into northwest Pickens County. Heads up, place like Ethelsville. You could be under the gun for a potential tornado if this maintains. I think it will based off the structure of the other storms. So again, yeah, let's watch that carefully. So again, we could have a significant tornado here with a supercell thunderstorm. Let me pan you back to the north. And you see areas that will be in the path of that, like Ethelsville, Shaw, Millport, Kennedy. If it continues its strength, that's the areas that will be impacted by that next tornado that's back in Mississippi. Hasn't crossed the state line yet. Let me go back to our other storm. Hey, you know, I don't like this storm. I mean, the structure still looks good to me. The National Weather Service is not going to continue the tornado warning. In fact, what time does the Marion County warning expire? I want to say it was 12:30.
Yes, it's 12:30.
Okay, so that warning has just expired for Marion County. Clearly, the circulation is outside the county. Yeah, I just don't like this storm. Let's look at the velocity with this. And clearly, you know, the National Weather Service that triggers the tornado warnings, they're looking at this very carefully, I can assure you of that. And if you look at it, the rotation has died. It has weakened. It has fallen apart. There's no rotation there anymore. I mean, it's incredible. Right here, there's a sizable tornado on the ground, and all of a sudden, it's gone. That just continues to reiterate the situation tonight. Just because the warning has expired doesn't mean a new one's going to form or will not form. Again, I think there's a possibility it could reform, because if you look at this, the reflectivity, you know, this is still a powerful thunderstorm. There's a lot of wind shear. You know, you got to think this updrafted thunderstorm is going thousands and thousands of feet above your head. I mean, we're talking about, you know, 40, 50,000 feet up. That's how tall some of these storms are. They're tapping into that wind shear. They're rotating. Well, they'll get thrown off balance occasionally, and then they'll reorganize. So while it's not producing a tornado right now, does not mean that, you know, in the next 10 to 15 minutes, a new one could cycle up. So again, a heads up for Winston County, really towards Double Springs, Ashridge, area south of Haleyville, Del Mar's right there on 13. You know, just to be safe, let's watch this carefully. It can spin up a tornado quickly. That's what the storms are doing here, and that is a very distinct possibility. You know, that's what's left of the old circulation right there on the northeast side of Natural Bridge. It's incredible. You know, this thing went from producing a confirmed, you know, sizable tornado to all of a sudden nothing, and just within a couple of scans from right here to right here, and that's, you know, 5 minutes at most. But this thing was on the ground, I think, for about 30 minutes, maybe a little longer than that, 30, 40 minutes. This thing was constantly on the ground, according to the reports we got. Constantly a chain of reports of the tornado damage crossing highways. Have not heard of anything of Brilliant yet. Haven't heard anything in Natural Bridge. Hopefully those two cities were spared from this tornado. And again, there's no warning now. Let me take you out to the warnings. And all you see is yellow. That's a tornado watch. That tornado watch goes until 5 o'clock in the morning. Let me take you out, though. I want to zoom out. Go to our home view. And again, there's our tornado, our next one of concerns, right back here in East Mississippi. That's Lowndes County, Mississippi, Noxubee County, Mississippi. You got Kemper and Lauderdale down here. And again, this is going to move into Pickens County. This is going to continue to follow that same path that just about all these storms have followed tonight. So heads up for Pickens County, the northern part of the county, eventually Fayette, and eventually Walker, if this thing continues to hold together. And it could weaken. Can't guarantee that. So again, that's the latest deal on that. And we got a storm chaser that's out. If we want to check with him and see what's going on and see where he is in reference to this storm.
I think he's still sticking into Mississippi. I think he wants to catch as more of these storms start to work their way in overnight. Yeah, he's still hanging out by Columbus.
Look at this. Just what we're talking about, National Weather Service saying another couple that's developing in Winston County. There's not a tornado warning for Winston County. Look, I don't care. I want you in your safe place if you live in central Winston County. There's a new couplet that is forming, and there's a new tornado warning. Wow. That's incredible. These things are just relentless. A new tornado warning in Winston County. I told you, just because it weakened for a moment doesn't mean it's going to stay weak, so let's go into this thing. And again, the part of Winston County we're talking about is to the northeast of Double Springs now. That's where the new circulation is developing here to the northeast of Double Springs. Let me pan you up there. I'm sorry, to the northeast of Natural Bridge. Double Springs, you are in the path of it. So again, if you're watching us in Double Springs, be in your safe place now. And again, here's what we're talking about. There's Natural Bridge. Again, I was just mentioning Natural Bridge. It's now northeast of you. Double Springs, you're in the path. Moreland, Grayson, you're in the path. Ashridge, you're in the path, okay, of this developing tornado, a redeveloping tornado. Let me go to, first off, I want to show the reflectivity. And yeah, this thing is certainly getting better organized. So let's look at the velocity. Yeah, there it is. New tornado forming right here. You know, this is part of the same storm that has had a tornado down for a long time, and now it is clearly redeveloping. I want to look at the debris on this thing. Okay, I don't see any debris yet. That could change any minute. I don't see debris yet. But again, we're going to be looking in this area right here for drop-off and correlation coefficient. And what it will look like is basically a hole. Instead of all this, you know, maroon shade or, you know, yellow, you're going to get a hole with blue in it. It will look very odd, and that's where your tornado is. That's where the debris is. I don't see it yet, but that will likely redevelop here pretty soon. Let me pull back up the velocity.
I'm going to be keeping an eye on our storm spy, Richard. He's actually parked right now, watching that one storm in Columbus, or working its way into Columbus.
Is he on 45?
I think so.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So let me pull back up velocity. There's a couplet there. I'll take us into this storm, and you know, again, this is a deal where this thing keeps pulsing up. It just weakens temporarily, and all of a sudden it will ramp back up. And that's a circulation. That's Highway 278 right there. It comes out of a Natural Bridge, goes over to Double Springs, and then over towards Coleman, you know. That's your tornadic circulation that is redeveloping. We're going to wait on the new scan here and see what we've got with the brand new velocity update. And just kind of looking here behind the scenes a little bit. Yeah, that cell in East Mississippi's got me concerned. It's tracking towards Pickens County, Alabama.
If it's got anything with it, we'll see it, because he is perfectly in place between Brooksville and Macon, right where that is about to pass through.
I tell you what, let's take that live, and I want to show you. This is a separate storm, And again, this is a storm spotter. He is on Highway 45 in East Mississippi. He's coming up on a storm that is likely producing a tornado that's about to move into Pickens County in Alabama. And we're going to watch that feed very carefully over the next several minutes, because we could see damage, or we could see, illuminated tornado from lightning. No doubt it's a dangerous situation that's about to move in Pickens County. Another tornado warning, another storm that could be easily producing a tornado. Reggie, what do you see on that storm?
It still has a hook on it. Let me get velocity pulled up on it as well. See if it still has really good rotation with it still. So it definitely has the opportunity to produce a tornado. If it's not, and it's just downstream from going into Pickensville, so anybody right there on the state line, or in Pickensville going into Pickens County, you need to be ready to get in your safe place once again for what feels like the 5th or 6th time tonight.
Yeah.
It's just been a constant. You're just upstream from all of this moving through Mississippi into Alabama. Still watching his.
We're going to get a lot of these, I believe. And you can see the lightning, Reggie, if you look at the live camera feed, just watch. And I notice he is slowing down, which makes us wonder if he is seeing something. Anytime.
Trying to watch it with the lightning, see if anything illuminates.
We talk to these storm spotters a lot, and we all know these guys personally, and their habits. When you watch somebody slow down like that on the middle of Highway 45, he's seeing something, or he's looking for something specific. Okay, yeah, the National Weather Service is clearly watching that storm about to move into Pickens County as well. And that's the storm we are looking at as well from this live camera feed, a storm chaser feed. And look at the lightning. This is a dangerous situation. This is another nighttime tornado.
Actually, I'm watching how he's moving. He's slowly moving north. It's almost like he might think that he's in the way. He's trying to
move out of the path. Yeah. Yeah, he's in heavy rain. I mean, you can see the storm spotter feed. That is very heavy rain on Highway 45. But if you're familiar with that, you can take 45 to Columbus, Mississippi, take it all the way south to Meridian. That's that north-south highway that runs from Columbus to Meridian. I've taken that highway many times. I grew up in a small town, Linden, Alabama, in Marengo County, and I was like, wow, look at the lightning. While I was in meteorology school at Mississippi State, I'd often traveled that road between Starkville and Linden. And, this is all very familiar with me seeing this live video. And I know it's dark, it's kind of hard to see, but you can see the lightning that's illuminating what's happening there. And, that's the situation coming into Pickens County, so heads up. We got a mean, nasty storm coming towards Pickens County. Reggie, you got an update?
Looks like power's going out 3 miles south of Brooksville on US 45.
That's what that storm we're watching about to come into Pickens County. Look, if you're in Pickens County, northwest Pickens County, it'd be a good idea to go ahead and think about that safe place you're going to get, because this storm's coming across here pretty soon. And I don't like the looks of it. All right, so let's go over to our radar. And here's the deal. We've got several thunderstorms we're watching very carefully. This is an incredibly dangerous supercell storm that's about to move into northern Pickens County and then into Lamar County. This one likely has a tornado. We got reports of power outage. We have a tornado warning in Winston County. So I want to go up to that storm and check it out. And Reggie, if you'll put me in play mode there, and I'll control it from the wall. And again,
all right, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Reggie. And again, this is what we're looking at. Let me zoom in. The storm spotter feed we were looking at is right on Highway 45 down here. This is, again, close to Crawford, Mississippi. That is an incredible storm. Wow. That's just screaming a tornado look with that storm. So let me pan back Pan back just a little bit to the west. Again, Tuscaloosa, nothing happening now. Tell you what, I better zoom out a little bit so you can get a perspective of what's happening with this storm. Okay. Again, there's a dangerous supercell storm that's about to move into northwest Pickens County. This should come in somewhere just north of Pickensville. There's your tornado there. Storm spotter feed we're looking at was right there on Highway 45, so he was looking at this thing. That's why I slowed down on the highway, watching if there's a tornado down or not. We're going to know pretty quick. But again, that's going to be approaching Ethelsville and Shaw. We've had to tell you to go to a safe place a couple of times before, but again, I think that will happen once again as that tornadic storm tracks just like that.
Hey, Richard, whenever you're ready to go back up to Winston County,
okay, let's go
looking
there.
at reflectivity and velocity, and then tying that in with a correlation coefficient, it almost seems like there might still be
seeing the debris
tornado
signature.
there. Yes, it's not a major
Okay.
one, but it's a light one.
Okay, let me pan you down into that where Reggie's talking about. Let me go back down to the south.
Just north of Double Springs.
Okay, is that the one very, very close to Double Springs? Okay, there it is. Okay. All right, I see where you're talking about. So let's look at velocity first. Okay, there's the rotation. There's the couplet. Let's look at debris. Yeah,
Yeah, Birmingham thinks
hard to
that
tell.
Birmingham's still thinking that there's something there because they're keeping
Yeah.
that tornado warning.
okay, yeah, they want to play this thing safe. There could be something here. It's hard to tell. It's not as classic as it was earlier, but it doesn't matter. There could still be a tornado down with that. And again, that's going to be approaching Grayson and Moreland right there. And I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. So I want to show everybody out there that's in the path of this. And again, here's where we're talking about, right here. Tracking northeast just like that. So Moreland, just some of the communities in the path. We got 1 o'clock in the morning. It's, by the way, it's 12:46. I'm Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott along with Reggie. And we also got Danielle here that's helping us in the Weather Center. We are in the middle of severe weather coverage. We've been on air for a while. In fact, several hours now. We've been on air nonstop with tornado warnings. There was one break. We had just a little bit of a break earlier, but not much of one between tornado warnings. But we got one now for Winston County, and I would be willing to bet that Pickens County is going to go under a tornado warning shortly. So heads up for Pickens County. We'd like to get one there. But again, communities in the path of this, 120 Upshaw, Cedar Plains, at 144, just a few communities in the path of this. But again, there's some more land there. And again, here, let me show you. Right here's the Winston County line. So this is going to move out of Winston County here pretty quick. So again, the situation from Winston County, a possible tornado. We don't know if it's down yet. But let me clear this off. And pull up velocity. Because I cannot really see it well defined there. There's reflectivity. There's evidence of rotation right there. And again, that's Highway 33 where the possible tornado would be. There's your couplet. And again, it looks more impressive than it did a few minutes ago, but it's still not as impressive as it was back in Marion County. Remember southern Marion County? This thing was very impressive. Again, there's Moreland, there's Upshaw. That's the Winston County line. This should be out of Winston County in about 10 minutes from now. And again, that circulation there is tracking northeast at a good clip now. And again, this is to the north of Double Springs. Clearly the circulation is up to the north of Double Springs. All right, that storm is there. Let me go to the velocity.
While you're getting that, Richard,
The other storm, yeah.
Clearly, we're getting further into the night. We're finally starting to see some more counties getting added into the tornado watch. Now
Okay.
we're seeing Bibb, Blount, and Jefferson counties getting added.
Okay, so
into
Blount,
it.
Jefferson, and Bibb in those, and the new tornado watch, that continues till 5 o'clock, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, there's our signature right there for our next storm. And this is about to move into Pickens County. Let me select zoom in. Oh, it's wanting to act funny. Okay. All right, so here's our circulation that's coming out of East Mississippi, and there's still distinct evidence of rotation that's about to come into northern Pickens County. There's no doubt that is very impressive, and I would expect a tornado warning to be issued for Pickens County here pretty shortly. And we're watching this close, you know, Reggie. This is another one of those storms.
Seems like at this point tonight, like I said, finally getting some more counties in Alabama added. It's just, this is going to be an all-night thing with this. Actually, let me pull up regional radar or southeast radar, so that way you can get a better idea at home just how long this is going to last. This isn't just a Mississippi Alabama thing. This is a southeast thing. All these storms just slowly tracking, and it's just like watching a river flow through Louisiana, Mississippi, into northwest Alabama, then on into Tennessee. That's just going to slowly track through tonight.
This is, Reggie, I'll tell you what, I'm concerned about flash flooding.
That's right. There has been numerous flash flood warnings in Mississippi. Let's pull that up, actually, now and see about those. Those have actually gone away now. So flooding, a little bit of an issue tonight with these storms, though. The way, especially now, since we have more of an actual fully developed line, especially in Mississippi, we probably actually are going to start seeing more flooding issues. That and we just haven't seen rain in forever. The ground is so solid because it's been so dry.
Yeah.
It's not going to really allow water to get through.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. You know, the rain we had last night, that was amazing. You know, we had an incredible rain event that helped Alabama out, but the ground was so hard and so dry that a lot of that didn't even soak in. You know, it was more runoff situation. But let me go over to the Storm Chaser feed. And we're watching this carefully. You know, this storm spotter's on the storm that's about to cross into Pickens County. And I've seen some incredible lightning, and you notice how slow he is driving down a major highway, and that's because of, you know, he's trying to look for, you know, some sort of structure from this thunderstorm. You know, storm spotters, they have a tough time at night because you can't really see a whole lot, but there's no doubt there could be a tornado with this storm that's about to cross into Pickens County. We should see a tornado warning added pretty shortly for Pickens County, but again, we're just watching that carefully. We'll go live to Tuscaloosa. This is our camera in Tuscaloosa, and watch off in the distance.
It's kind of weird looking from the camera. Tuscaloosa, it seems almost so calm right now, and just
you know,
a couple miles down Highway 82.
There, look at the lightning. It's, you know, it's eerie. I'll be honest. I mean, look, their temperature is in the low 70s at 1 o'clock in the morning at the tail end of November. The dew point is in the low 70s. This time of year, we've got a south wind at 13 miles per hour. If you walk outside right now, it's scary.
The last time dew points were even in the 70s here, we were still, what, August? September?
Yeah, I want to say it's been, gosh, probably August. Last time we had dew points in the 70s, because if you remember after August ended, we got in that north flow constantly, and, you know, dew points were low, and we just couldn't get rain out of anything. And, you know, tonight dew points from the 70s, and it's at the end of November. So that is definitely something very eerie. We're watching live in Tuscaloosa. We're carefully monitoring that. And we are also carefully monitoring the storm spotter feed that's coming out of the East Mississippi, right on the Pickens County line. And, you know, it's hard to tell at night. You know, it's hard to see well-defined structures of these things at night, but there's a very dangerous storm that's about to come into Pickens County that could easily produce a tornado. So let's go back over to radar. And let's go into this thing because we got two storms we need to carefully watch. One that's about to exit a Winston County. Let me zoom into that.
Looks like Jackson's going to issue their last tornado warning on that system for Columbus before
it moves into Alabama. Are they mentioning anything in the text of the tornado warning about one being confirmed, or is this just a?
As far as time has gone, nothing. It's still just radar confirmed.
Okay. So far, this is a radar confirmed tornado. Let me zoom out a little bit. I took us too far in there to East Alabama. I do want to mention, by the way, real quick, let me go over to the watch warning map. And Reggie had mentioned there's several new counties added to the tornado watch: Blount County, Jefferson County, and Bibb County. That's until 5 o'clock in the morning, so they're basically extending the watch a little further east, and that will continue tonight. We're going to see this watch extended further south, further east. So, again, East Alabama, if you haven't had any watches yet, you will likely get one later as that happens. All right, so Winston County looks like they trimmed part of that tornado warning, so let me go back into it. And I'll tell you what, let's see. Radar's thing's being tricky again. I'm going to try to pan into this thing without it going crazy on me. And again, we got a tornado warning that's about to move out of Winston County. This is the very northeast corner of Winston County right there. And the deal is, this storm is just about out of the county. We got Upshaw, New Georgia there, Grayson. We also got Moreland right there. You're under the polygon of the tornado warning, so you need to still be in that safe place. It includes the lowest floor of your home, many walls between you and the outside as you can. And we'll keep watching this. We'll get you through it. But again, there's our latest polygon there. I'm going to pull up our reflectivity. And again, the structure of this thing appears to be weakening. I'll pull up velocity just to kind of see. And yeah, it looks like the rotation is totally out of Winston County now. It's out of Winston County. So if you're watching us in Winston County, the rotational signature's up here past Grayson now, up around, past Moreland to the northwest of Upshaw. It's moving that direction into the Tennessee Valley. That's moving out of Winston County. There's no circulation in Winston County. There it is right there. And it'd be interesting to see if there's anything from debris, and I don't see anything there. With debris, lightning, a lot of lightning being involved with this storm. This is live lightning, what's happening right now. And again, there's a tremendous amount of lightning all up and down the storm. But the rotation has moved out of Winston County now to the north of Grayson. And that is evident with the velocity. See it right there? That's a rotation, not as strong, but it's still evident rotation that has moved out of Winston County. So now that that's out of Winston County, let's go back towards the south, go pull up, tell you what, I'm going to leave velocity on, and I'm going to pan down this line a little bit and see if we see anything that, screams a new tornado developing.
All right, so while you're panning, National Weather Service not wanting to take that tornado warning with a storm that's moving just south of Columbus going into Pickens County. They're going to hold off for now on the warning for it.
Okay. There's a rotation there. National Weather Service in Birmingham, they're trying to decide whether to issue a tornado warning or not. And likely what's going on here is this storm has gone through a weakening phase for now. It'll probably recycle, though, at any time. Again, there's the Forston community right there. Beards Mill, Ethelsville. This is going to come up towards Ethelsville, cross Highway 82 somewhere right in here to the west of Reform. It's not going to impact Reform, I don't think. It looks like it will stay to your west, moving in that direction right there. You'll probably see quite a bit of lightning in Reform, but there's not a defined tornado moving your way. And here's the lightning output, not as impressive as it was. And again, the updraft is likely going through a recycling phase. The mesocyclone's redeveloping, or the low-level circulation is redeveloping. Something in the structure of the storm could re-amp itself, but right now we don't have enough of evidence of rotation for the National Weather Service to continue a warning for this into Pickens County. That could change, and I'll say this, I'd be willing to bet it will change.
Birmingham actually taking tornado warning off from Winston County, so
yeah. So we are, for the first time in a little while, we are out of tornado warnings.
probably about, what, hour and 15 minutes?
Yeah, since
11:45 roughly.
Yeah, about 11:45 is when we got a new tornado warning, and yeah, we've been on since then. And I do want to remind you, by the way, we are streaming live online. If you go to WVUA23.com, you can see that live severe weather stream. All you got to do is go to the weather tab, hit the drop-down menu. You'll see live severe weather stream there. So we're online and on TV. For those multiple sources of information for you tonight. And this thing is, you know, there's no doubt it's merging more into a line of thunderstorms, which is really a good thing in terms of reducing a tornado threat. But you still got these cells out ahead of it, and this is one of them right here, moving into Pickens County. So look, if you live around Ethelsville, over towards Beard's Mill, I would go ahead and get that safe place. Just kind of hang out there for a little while. You know, this storm could recycle pretty quick, and that's still showing evidence of some rotation right there. You got some evidence of circulation within the thunderstorm itself. I want to look at it from Birmingham and see what we got. Okay, so that's Birmingham's reflectivity. Still pretty far away. Columbus is going to be our best bet. And what I'm talking about is different radar sites. And, you know, you just got to watch that thing. It could easily reorganize at any point. Hasn't happened yet, but it has gone through a phase of weakening. Now, we've seen a lot of storms do that tonight. They go through a phase of weakening, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know it, they ramp back up, and you got a dangerous tornado that's down. We've had probably 4 or 5 tornadoes that's touched down tonight, maybe more. That I'm aware of. You know, we're going to go through the next 12 hours or so. Then the National Weather Service will send out survey teams tomorrow morning, and they're going to look at all this damage and let us know what's tornado and what's wind damage. But as I can think of off the top of my head, I think we've had at least 5 tornadoes so far tonight. Probably more than that, you know, but we'll figure that out again after the fact. But we're going to have more tornadoes, I think, tonight across the central and west Alabama. So watching that cell very close. That's moving into Pickens County. And, yeah, you know, the velocity doesn't look that bad. There is rotation here. There's no doubt there's rotation with that storm. And, again, that's something we're going to carefully watch. So, you know, Reggie, what do you think about that storm? I know we've been watching it for a while, but what's your take on it?
It's tough to call right now, only because we only have Columbus's radar to look at it. Birmingham's, it's just on the edge, being just too far to be able to really get an idea what circulation is looking like inside of that storm. Going off Columbus's, though, it's not looking bad in the sense of being able to reduce circulation, so definitely still need to be wary about this storm. A little bit of the warning actually just got trimmed off. It's right on the state line, looking to get in Alabama, pass over 82 probably in about the next 15-20 minutes. It'll be interesting to see how this system goes as it traverses over into the state. As we talked about earlier, here in Alabama, conditions are more than prime in order to keep systems going. We have very warm temperatures, very warm dew points, great CAPE. That's the measure of instability. So all of that is more than well playing into the opportunity to keep this system going. So if you're in northern Pickens County, don't think that just because there's not a warning there that you can just, go about and do as you please. You definitely still need to stay in your safe place, figure out a way that you can stay weather aware, because this system still not looking very promising on going away anytime soon. Actually, here's the new update with
yeah, that looks impressive.
with velocity. It's looking better now.
Reggie, we're looking live with our camera in Tuscaloosa off to the northwest in the direction of that thunderstorm. And you can see some lightning off in the distance as well from that storm. I mean, you got to think this storm is, goodness, probably 40,000, 50,000 feet tall. And, it's producing quite a bit of lightning, so we can see that from a long distance away, including, see that lightning there.
Just like that.
In Tuscaloosa. That's incredible. We've also got a live storm chaser feed going.
Let me look and see where he is now.
Okay.
I know he started shifting northward earlier. I don't think he's sticking around Columbus too much longer now.
And I do want to mention we've got more damage reports coming in. Okay. This is over around Piney Grove in Marion County, reports of a tornado. And we've heard this before, several reports from a tornado there. This is, roofs taken off of houses on Cage Road. That's in northeast of Brilliant. Significant damage to a mobile home. And, wow. Reggie, that's what we're talking about. We knew there's a tornado down. And for a roof to be taken off of a home, that takes a...
That's not an EF0 or EF1. Those are, you're only going to see shingles taken off.
Yeah, that could be an EF2 or stronger. Just depends on what structures were in the path. But again, the video you're looking at is a live storm chaser feed. That did you ever get a location on that?
He's on 82. He's actually coming into Alabama now.
Okay, so he is trying to get ahead of that storm, and wow, it's going to cross his direct path. So we're going to watch that carefully.
Talk about perfect planning. He caught it when he was over in Mississippi and perfectly timed it.
Now on 82. Yeah, that's it's a good highway. That's 4-lane out there. It's, you can drive a little faster. Speed limit's higher. You see the lightning there. And more reports coming in. Is that anything new?
Just roofs out, sheds, collapsed carports, damaged fences with cows out.
Okay. That's over in Winston County, and this was at 1:04 a.m. Right now, just a few minutes ago, we got damage in Winston County, and the storms up that way are really, ramping up a bit. I don't know if there's any rotation. Let me look up that way and see what we got. Yeah, I don't see any rotation up there, but I will say this: there could be some damaging straight line winds with that as well. But so far, the National Weather Service has opted out of issuing a tornado warning for that. So I want to take us over to our radar and show you the latest on that. And again, it's a deal where, there's a storm that's, could easily redevelop and produce a tornado that's moving across northern Pickens County now. And this is... the dangerous part of the storm is going to move right over Ethelsville and McShann.
For the velocity with it, it's right there where you see that's one of trying to get a hook. Yep.
Yeah, we'll see if this thing can wrap back up. It may not, but I just wanted to stay here for a little bit longer because I don't want to be burned by this thing producing a tornado. We're not on air with it. So again, if you were in that part of Pickens County, northwest Pickens County, to the northwest of Reform, let's go ahead and take this thing serious. Actually, we got a TVS reported on our computer icon here, our system, and that is a tornado vortex signature, and that means there's a tight circulation in there. We can actually look at the information on that. Let me pull that up now. Wow, tornado impact is a 10 on that. Really? That's incredible. That's a really high number. I tell you what, if you're in Pickens County, let's just, northwest Pickens County, let's go ahead and go to a safe place just to be safe, because this thing, our computer system is, picking up on the chance for a tornado here, and that does have me concerned. So again, if you are in northwest Pickens County, let's go ahead and go to a safe place. I know there's not a formal tornado warning for you, but just to be safe, let's let's watch this thing carefully. It's a small thunderstorm. It's a small supercell storm, and that's just what's happening with that. It's trying to go through a reorganization phase, and it could easily produce a tornado. Again, it's already produced one back in Mississippi. So again, let's go into this thing here. I'm going to pan us over. Let's see, zoom out just a little bit. All right. Yeah, so here's where we're talking about, right here in northwest Pickens County. So again, this is just the northwest of Beards Mill. That's Highway 82. You got Reform there, 17 that runs up to Palmetto. The circulation is down here, and again, the storm has weakened. The structure has weakened quite a bit. So, if this continues, we'll go ahead and go back to program. But I just wanted to watch this for a couple of more scans just to see what's happening here. Again, there's the Mississippi state line there. We got Highway 82 that runs down there. This thing's going to cross Highway 82 over Ethelsville, just north of Beards Mill, and approach Shaw and Palmetto. Eventually, Millport and Kennedy will be impacted by this dangerous thunderstorm that's not tornadic at the moment, but that could easily change at any point. So let me pull up the velocity. And clearly, the rotation is not as strong as it was, and that's the reason the National Weather Service has opted out of issuing a tornado warning for Pickens County. There's not a tornado warning for Pickens County, but just to be safe, I just wanted to keep it here just a little bit longer, just to watch this, make sure it's not going to recycle here in northern Pickens County and produce a tornado. We've seen storms do that tonight, and this one could do that. I mean, it could be going through a recycle stage, but it could be going through a total weakening phase. And just based off of the environment we're in tonight, I cannot reiterate that these storms like this are dangerous and they could easily produce a tornado. Don't know if it's going to happen, but we're going to watch that very carefully.
Mentioning of favorable environment, Cape now up to 1,500.
Wow.
So it's continuing to grow, which means our instability is continuing to grow. That's just thanks to these very warm temperatures that we have out there tonight. 74 degrees, the end of November for nighttime low, or at least not nighttime low, but for temperature right now at 111 at night.
Wow.
That is extremely warm. Then we have dew points very close in those upper 70s or lower 70s as well, very close to the actual temperature. I mean, talk about amazing conditions to be able to try and keep these strong storms going. So we definitely need to not let our guard down tonight. As we've seen tonight, much of these storms can just spin up, die down, spin up once again. And with the Cape as high as it is, with such high instability, that's what really helps these storms, because they're given that opportunity to try and break down a little bit, catch a break, and then because they have the opportunity to once again re-expand, regrow back up into the atmosphere, you can see just amazing growth constantly going, stop, go. So definitely going to be watching this all throughout tonight. We actually have a new run coming out. So let me take a look at velocity with the system on a still no real great rotation with the system. Let me pull velocity up here on our graphics. As you can see, still no great rotation with this system, but still keep an eye on it. Like I said, amazing conditions out there, or amazing conditions for weather, not amazing for us here in central Alabama to keep these systems going. So definitely worried about this system that it might be able to re-spin up, recirculate. Here we go. Here's another run. As you can still see, not very tight rotation. This is very broad. Most likely in the upper levels of the atmosphere, probably seeing a little bit better rotation, but this is our lowest height looking at velocity, a couple hundred feet up off the air. As you can see, it's very broad. Probably seeing a wall cloud with this as it's pushing through, but As for actual cyclone, nothing right now, hence why we don't have a tornado warning with it. It's getting very close just south of Ethelsville. We'll see it pass over 82 probably in about the next 5 minutes. Last time it had a warning on it, it was moving around 35, 40 miles an hour. So not the fastest storm that we've seen tonight, but speed not always the biggest factor in these things. Still watching it very closely right now.
Yeah, Reggie, that's a storm that still got us concerned. You know, we just want to stay here and kind of watch it for a little while. I mean, we don't have anything better to do. I mean, we would rather, you know, keep you safe with information than, you know, go off air and this thing decide to spin up a tornado. I mean, we would rather, you know, cut through programming than, you know, it'd be a life or death situation for you watching because you don't get that valuable information that, you know, could potentially be life-saving if, you know, tornado indeed did touch down. But, you know, it's still a storm that has me concerned. And I want to go over to our live storm chaser feed. And, Reggie, if you want to check on that location, because this thing's about to come across 82. Looks like it's crossing Highway 82 now as we speak, the rotation. And, you know, the rotation does not look bad.
He is right there on it. He's just...
Okay.
northeast of Ethelsville, so he's right on it where it's about to pass over 82.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on that feed a little bit, just kind of see what's going on there. You know, yeah, the storm doesn't look. The structure of the storm doesn't look bad, but it's definitely not as intense as it was earlier. You know, there may still be a wall cloud with this, and there could even be you know, a touchdown of a tornado, a brief tornado. But in terms of a large type of tornado, I just don't see it right now. But, you know, it could happen very quickly. So we're going to watch this carefully. And I tell you what, we will send it back here in just a second. We'll go back to program because we do not have any active tornado warnings in our coverage area. But we're going to watch that feed carefully and see if we got anything down where the storm spotter. All right, so let's go over. Here's a radar. And Reggie, if you'll put it in play for me, please, and I'll control it on the wall. Here's the deal. We got this batch of thunderstorms becoming more linear, and that's good. These cells that are out ahead of the thunderstorms have a more favorable opportunity of producing a larger tornado. But inside this line of storms, we're going to get these kinks in there. They'll rotate, and they could put down a tornado or two. But again, the main threat for tornadoes has been over northwest Alabama. What's going to happen, this line itself is going to shift southeast overnight. Will impact Tuscaloosa and Birmingham and Gadsden likely around 3 or 4 a.m. When these storms will move in that area. But again, in fact, let's look at our computer model. We got a high-resolution forecast model that updates every hour. And, yeah, Reggie, if we can pull that up, that's, yeah, right there. And let's just kind of slide that time frame and see what we got hour by hour. All right, so this is at 2 o'clock in the morning. And as you can see, about 2:30 in the morning, our high-resolution model has the storms from about Coleman to Jasper down towards Reform, and that's an hour from now. So let's go to 3:30. Okay, Coleman to near Tuscaloosa. We're going out, you know, 4 o'clock in the morning, storms in the Tuscaloosa, Birmingham metro, now impacting like Demopolis, areas like that. This is a high-resolution computer model of forecast radar simulation. Let's go and past that if we can. 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. You know, 7 a.m. we're still dealing with storms over in East Alabama, and it really looks like the severe weather threat should be tapering off by the time we go towards 6 or 7 o'clock in East Alabama and our counties over here in far East Alabama. So, again, that's the latest computer model. We'll go back over to our watch warning map. And before we send it back to program, just want to show you this real quick. Okay, we got tornado watch for all the counties in yellow until 5 o'clock in the morning. We'll likely see that extended further southeast later on tonight. But what we're going to do, I want to remind you that we are streaming live online, WVUA23.com. in cut-ins and during nonstop tornado coverage. Right now, we have no tornado warnings in our coverage area. The storm in Pickens County is weak enough to where we can let it go for a little while. We're going to carefully watch it. If we get a tornado warning, we'll be right back here on air. Otherwise, we're going to be back here at 1:30, just in about 15 minutes for another live severe weather cut-in. In the event if we get a tornado warning, we'll be live and we'll stay with you. Otherwise, we'll see you here at 1:30.
This has been your WVUA23 Fast Track Severe Weather Update.
All right, it is 2:30 on this Wednesday morning. I'm Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott. Here's a severe weather update right now. For the moment, things are relatively quiet, but I will note that for northern Walker County, the National Weather Service is closely watching a thunderstorm that is showing signs of rotation that's tracking northeast into portions of southeast Winston County. Not a formal warning with that yet, but that could certainly change. So let's take you into that storm. That's one we're watching right there, and that's the one that produced a tornado back in Mississippi and weakened for a while, but is showing signs of rotation as it gets involved with this line of thunderstorms across northwest Alabama. So again, for northern Walker County and just north of Jasper, would not be surprised if we get a tornado warning out of this. Again, we're carefully watching that storm. More storms back into Lamar County. Very heavy rain continues to fall in Sulligent, just on the north side of Vernon, over in portions of Marion County, areas like Ewan and Brilliant and Winfield. Very heavy rain continues to fall. Rainfall amounts approaching 3 to 5 inches across northwest Alabama. Latest watch warning situation across the state. We got a tornado watch again across all of central and west Alabama, roughly to the northwest of Brent, Centerville, Birmingham, and Adiana, areas like that, points northwest under that tornado watch until 5 o'clock in the morning. That will probably be extended further towards east as this line of thunderstorms slowly works in that direction. But again, for places like Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, and Gadsden, we still got a little while before severe storms or strong to severe storms approach that area. In fact, I'm going to check, see what this is with the National Weather Service. Anything on that storm? Okay. Heard a ding in the background. Want to make sure that wasn't a tornado warning for Walker County, although we are watching that storm very carefully. Let me take you into that storm quickly before we do go back to program. I just want to check out a couple of things while we have you on the air. And, you know, you can tell there's appendage down there in the southwest flank of that storm. And I'm going to look at the velocity. Okay. We'll keep an eye on that. I'm going to look at the velocity, and you can see the couplet there. Again, we're looking at in northern Walker County. This is just north of Marigold, very close to that. It'll be approaching the Arley community. Arley, very hard hit tonight by a apparent tornado that damaged several structures, destroyed a few structures. That continues to track off towards the northeast, and just checking, just seeing with the National Weather Service if they're going to consider a tornado warning or not with that storm. All right, so I wanted to look at the hazard with this, see if our computer algorithm is picking up on some rotation with this. We'll look at the details on that. And tornado impact is 0 right now. That will likely come up. Wind impact is 8.0. National Weather Service, just a little quick note, they're saying they continue to watch the storm, and says it continues to strengthen. So as that storm does continue to strengthen, we may see a tornado warning. Okay, a tornado warning issued right there. So we have got a tornado warning for Walker and Winston County until 3 o'clock in the morning. So just a heads up, Master Control, we are going to stay on air with this. We're not going to go off air until the tornado warning is allowed to expire. And okay, and just making sure we are also streaming online. If you go to WVUA23.com, click on the weather tab, hit severe weather stream, and that's where you can find our information on there as well. So again, we have strong evidence of some rotation developing now across portions of northern Walker County. This could be moving into Winston County here pretty quick. So let me put this into play mode, and I'll hop on the wall for you and show you where we're talking about in terms of potential for a tornado. And this is the exact same area that's had tornado damage. Look, I want to let you know, if you are in a tornado area across northwest Alabama, up here in Lamar County, up here in Winston County and northern portion of Walker County, please let as many people as you know call, wake them up, let them know, because some people may not have power here. We've already had tornadoes tracking this exact same area. So let me take you in to where we are talking about. And again, it's right here across northwest Alabama. Zoom out. Press the wrong button here. And again, we're talking about far northwest Alabama areas that includes northern Walker County, portions of Winston County. You're going to be under the gun for the potential for a tornado right up here across northwest Alabama. I'll tell you what, computer's acting glitchy again. Let me take you back into Alabama. See if we can do that again. I guess it's late at night and the computer decides it doesn't want to cooperate. All right, so here's what we're talking about. If you are watching us in Arley, I know Arley was hard hit tonight with a tornado earlier. A lot of structural damage being reported right along that Highway 257 corridor. Here's your possible tornado. This is not a confirmed tornado, by the way. This is a radar indicated. But we're seeing evidence of rotation to the north of Jasper. If you're watching us down to Jasper, you're okay. The tornadic circulation is to your north in the far northern part of the county. This is going to come across Smith Lake. There's Smith Lake right there. The Smith Lake Dam is right there. This is going to come across the north end of Smith Lake as this travels off towards the northeast at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. So let me go to our pan mode here. I want to slide things off just a little bit so I can give you a path of who's going to be impacted by this potential tornado, again, as it tracks across this part of the state. So here's your path, tracking northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So Crane Hill, we're talking about 258. Right now it's 236. And if you're just now joining us, I'm Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott. We're in live severe weather coverage. We're doing a cut-in, and we're watching a storm that was moving out of Walker County into southeast Winston County, and the National Weather Service decided to prompt a tornado warning for that very storm. But again, Arley, you're going to be impacted in the next 10 minutes or so. Crane Hill about 2:58 a.m. 3:03 a.m. Guthrie Crossroads, Jones Chapel at about 3:07. In the Coleman area, if this continues, could be impacted around 3:20 in the morning. Then you just continue the path like that. But again, there's Crane Hill there on Smith Lake, on the north end of Smith Lake. You got Arley that sits right there. So let me clear that off. And I'm going to pan us back down to this thing. And the most dangerous part of the storm is back here in this flank of the storm that's what we call a hook echo, kind of has a kidney beam shape to the storm. That's it right there. And we can look at the velocity and see what we got here and see what our reflectivity is showing and our velocity is showing. There you go. There's your couplet right there. That's where the potential tornado is going to be. And it appears like it is strengthening as it tracks off towards the northeast. Again, our friends in Arley very concerned about that storm for you. Let's tack on the hazards here and see. And we got a TVS popping up here. That's not good. We've got a tornado vortex signature, though. So there's a decent chance this thing is producing a tornado now. We can look at the debris. And I can't really tell if that's a tornado or not with the debris. Reggie, if you guys want to keep a very close eye on that debris and the correlation coefficient, and we'll see if there's a tornado there or not based on debris. Right now, it's just kind of noisy. It's hard to tell. There could be something right about there. Okay, so Coleman County is going to extend the tornado warning. The National Weather Service office in Huntsville covers Coleman County, so that will continue there. But again, for areas like Arley, the north end of Smith Lake, you're under the gun for the potential for a tornado here. I'm going to pull it up on Birmingham, see if we're close enough to it. And yeah, you see a little better indication from the Birmingham National Weather Service office, their radar site. That's your hook echo. We got some large hail possibly falling in Arley. This could be a quarter to $half size hail, I would say, based off of our radar reflectivity. So again, this could be a quarter size hail, $half size hail moving through Arley. And again, Arley was hard hit this evening with a tornado earlier tonight. So again, this is another tornado potential. Now, it looks like the core of the tornado is going to track just like that, right between Arley and Crane Hill. Again, there's the tornado warning polygon. Let me take this off and show you the polygon. There it is right there. That includes Arley, Crane Hill. This tornado warning does center downtown Coleman. So Coleman, for the first time tonight, this tornado threat appears to be heading directly your way towards downtown Coleman. So again, in Coleman County, let me pan you around just a little bit. This is the path of the tornado. Okay, so Arley, you'll be impacted. Crane Hill, you're impacted. The north end of Smith Lake will be impacted by this potential tornado. Areas like Good Hope, Coleman, Vinemont, Jones Chapel, areas to the east of Coleman, out of that Highway 278 corridor, Interstate 65. If the tornado itself holds together, it should move very close to Crane Hill and then right over the intersection of 278 and Interstate 65. I think that's where the tornado is going to come in. And I can go back to reflectivity and show you where exactly we are looking at. I'll tell you what, let's try high top just for a second and see if we're close. We're just too far away with high top radar. I want to try, okay, there is Columbus radar, okay. So let me pan this thing back to the southwest. And again, if you're watching us, what we're talking about is the potential for a new tornado that has developed, and the rotational signature is clearly increasing. In fact, Reggie, if we can go over to our, here in just a minute, to our iPad, I would be very interested to see that. Just make sure you kill your mic before you go in there. I want to show you what we're looking at on our weather iPad as well, and I'm just going to take that just for a moment. So if you'll hang with us, we're going to take the weather iPad and show you what we got. All right, there we go. Okay, so we are looking at the potential for a tornado that is right there. There's Arley. The tornadic circulation is crossing the southern and eastern tip of Winston County. It's moved out of Walker County. Walker County, you're no longer the tornado threat with this storm. There could be more later, as we have already seen tonight. But again, the circulation is right there. Tracking northeast, Smith Lake sits right here. That's the east side of Winston County. That's Coleman County over there. So again, the circulation we're watching is right there, that part of the storm. In fact, I can pause this and show you where we're talking about right there. You see that, the couplet, the bright red and the bright green, that's your rotational signature, really close to the triple point of Coleman County, Winston County, and Walker County. So again, most of Winston County is okay with a storm. We're talking about primarily the very southeast tip of the county. Again, this is a very hard hit area. We've already seen tornadoes tracking across this part of northwest Alabama. So again, this is not something new tonight. This is likely several tornado warnings we have dealt with in that part of the state. Again, that's for this storm right here that's moving towards Arley and Crane Hill over in Coleman County. Arley sits in southeast Winston County. Crane Hill is right across the county line there into Coleman County. Let me pull up the dual pole, or the correlation coefficient, and see if we've got anything there. Okay, I'll do a loop on this and just see. You know, it's hard to tell. There could be something there. It's really tough to tell. I'm going to pull up the Columbus radar and see if we can see any evidence of debris. Okay, just waiting on the update. All right, so yeah, it's really hard to tell. I can't really see a well-defined area of debris with this, but that being said, there could easily be a tornado down. Let me get the velocity updated here. Yeah, strong evidence of a tornado down, and this is just south of Arley. This is a very close call for Arley. If let's go back over to our graphics, and I want to show you back on our weather system here what we're looking at. And this is a dangerous situation for both Coleman County and our far southeast tip. of Winston County. You could have some large hail falling in Arley right now, likely quarter size up to $half size. Anytime you start seeing the black coloration or the gray coloration and radar reflectivity, that often indicates very heavy rain or potentially some hail. And I think tonight with the cold air aloft, there should be some hail out of that as well, out of that actual storm itself. So pull up, let's go to Columbus. All right, we're on Columbus now, so let's go to Birmingham. And let's pull up Birmingham's reflectivity. There we go. Yeah, right there. I mean, we're seeing pretty strong evidence of a large hail falling in Arley now. I can pull you into this storm just a bit and show you what we got. And again, right there. There's your large hail in Arley, right along Highway 257. There's your hook echo. That's your potential tornado. That's your rotation that we're watching very carefully. There is Smith Lake. You see it right there? There's the trade community. Brushy Pond sits down there. I think the tornadic circulation is going to track just like that across the north end of Smith Lake. A lot of people live out here on that side of Smith Lake. If you know somebody live out there, if they don't have power from the previous storms, please call them and let them know. I know it's 2:45 in the morning, and it's very hard this time of the day to get reports from people, to get information also out to people. Look, I do want to remind you, by the way, we're not only live on television, we're also live online. If you go to WVUA23.com and you hit the weather tab, scroll down, you'll see an option for live severe weather stream. You can click on that, watch us live anywhere on the internet. Anywhere you got a smartphone, internet device, I mean, that's all you need there. Again, this is the Coleman County line right there. There's trade. Smith Lake Dam is down there. This is north of the Smith Lake Dam, and certainly strong evidence of rotation there. So I want to pull up a little information here. Pull up our hazard. And we got a large mesocyclone, and look at the hail core with this just on the east side of Arley. I would imagine we probably had some golf ball size hail in this. That is very strong evidence of large hail just to the northeast of Arley. That's also evidence of a strong updraft. You have to have a strong updraft and a rotating updraft to get large hail like that. That is evident. That is some sort of sign there that is happening. There's your pendage, your hook, and we can actually look at the information on this and see what our numbers are. And I'm going to click on that. Tornado impact very high at 9.2, and that's not surprising considering what we've seen in terms of rotational signature, the hook echo, the very distinct evidence there could be a tornado down. Not sure the size of the tornado, if it is on the ground or not. I would say there's a very high possibility there's a tornado down. If not now, it was just a few minutes ago, and that does continue again to track off towards the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So a very dangerous situation. Again, this is now in the southeast tip of Winston County. The dangerous part of the storm is now to the east of Arley. Okay. I'm going to pull up the lightning display. And a lot of lightning out here too. So that's another sign of a strong, powerful updraft. You get a lot of lightning with these things. And anytime in late November you see a lot of lightning being displayed, that is signs that you have a strong storm, you have a strong updraft, and that's what you need for rotation to occur. And the velocity couplet is certainly there, right there to the southeast of Eagle. There's the Highway 278 corridor. Jones Chapel sits up here. Based off the path of this, it started down here. Remember, it started right here. It's tracking just like this. So again, Jones Chapel over towards downtown Coleman, you're going to be in the best area in terms of the center of the path of the possible tornado. So in worst case scenario, you're in the path of it, but that's our best estimate of where this thing's heading in that northeast direction. By the way, it's about to move out of Winston County and totally into Coleman County. So let me pan this thing over just a little bit and show other people out there. Again, there's the Birmingham. Let me take off the velocity. And I tell you what, we will go to Birmingham as a reflectivity. And there's your obvious sign of a tornado. You got your hook echo. You got your large hail on the north side of that. That's usually where your strongest downdraft would be located, just next to your updraft. And the trade community, Crane Hill, Guthrie Crossroads, Timble, I would be in a safe place if you live in Timble on the north end of Smith Lake. Again, this tornadic circulation, you got to keep in mind it's moving northeast just like that. So, you know, there's Coleman right there. Bonmont, North Bonmont, you're going to be in the direct path of a potential tornado if it's still down. That is where it is heading. And again, we got Reggie Rokes who's in here now. Reggie, what's the latest?
Nothing really. It's actually rather been quiet from National Weather Service. As we've seen with this system, good rotation, but nothing showing up, showing any debris with this storm. So probably part of the reason why National Weather Service has been kind of quiet. Rotation, not very strong, not very tight. A little bit of a more broader one. Definitely not the tightest rotation we've seen tonight.
Yeah, it's, you know, the setup, anytime you have a rotating storm tonight, you know, we need to take it serious. You know, even if it's not a storm that is screaming, you know, large tornado, it doesn't really matter. You know, if it's a small tornado, you know, it's a threat to life and property. So we want to continue to urge people to go to that safe place as the storm continues to track northeast. It's now out of Winston County. The circulation itself is approaching Coleman and South Vinemont. The next stop would be areas like Crane Hill. You're going to be really close to this trade community, Crane Hill. Areas like that, you'll be impacted by that storm. We got some storm reports. I want to grab that real quick if you don't mind. And some of the stuff we've seen tonight, some of the hardest hit areas was over in Winston County. We got roofs damaged. We got collapsed carports reported. Roof blown off a motel over in Ewan. We got power lines, trees down in Ewan. That was earlier tonight, about midnight. Lamar County had some trees damaged and structural damage. Had trees down around Brilliant. Just a lot of reports, and one of the most troublesome reports was the major structural damage around Arley with a lot of trees down, and that's over in Winston County. That's actually an area that's being impacted by this storm right now, this tornadic storm, and that is not a good thing. So, yeah, we got a dangerous thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado that's moving into Coleman County, and this will continue to track off towards the northeast just like that. So, again, dangerous storms out there. Now, I want to take a live look from Tuscaloosa, and we're looking off towards the west. You know, things are pretty quiet here in Tuscaloosa. It's incredible. You know, it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning, and the air temperature 73 in Tuscaloosa with a south wind at 14 miles per hour. So that is incredible how warm it is this time of the evening, this time of the night. But things are pretty quiet right now in Tuscaloosa. I do expect that to change later tonight as the storms do arrive. Here's our computer model.
While you're showing that model, okay, Richard, coming from National Weather Service now, extending our tornado watch from 5 a.m. now to 11 a.m.
And I assume they're going to add East Alabama counties?
As of now, no. Okay. They're just tacking on that extra time to our current watches.
The tornado threat is going to end pretty fast over northwest Alabama. The process is occurring now. And you see as we go into the sunrise time, storms impacting Tuscaloosa and Birmingham between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. and then East Alabama, we're looking at 8:30. So I'm not sure what would cause Tuscaloosa and Birmingham to continue under a tornado watch all the way through 11 a.m. But I will say that the tornado threat will shift eastward overnight slowly. So we'll watch that carefully. I'll pull up that watch warning map and see what we got here. And again, there's no additional counties issued under that watch, but so 11 o'clock. So that'll be our time there for the new tornado watch. Let me pull this up here. And again, we have a tornado warning. Winston County, You were in the danger of this in northern Walker County a few minutes ago, but now the tornadic threat has shifted totally into Coleman County with that one particular thunderstorm. We got more storms back off towards the west, and at this point, I don't see any major evidence of severe weather with these storms, although we're going to watch those very carefully over the next several hours as they do continue to track off towards the southeast. So let me take you in to this storm, and again, this is over in Coleman County. And I'm going to zoom you in a little bit better here, if our computer will let us. Here we go. And there's your notch right over Crane Hill. That's the area that I'm most concerned about, right around the Crane Hill area. And this is going to move into the Coleman area very soon. This is completely into Coleman County. There's your hook echo. Your possible tornado would be located there. This is to the north of Brushy Pond. I know Brushy Pond is formerly in the tornado warning polygon, but again, this is going to be to the north of you, between Brushy Pond and Jones Chapel, right over Crane Hill. You're right in the middle of that. There's the Timble community, Good Hope, Coleman. You are in the direct path of this. Again, this tornadic circulation is heading right towards a large population center. In fact, if you remember back on April 27, 2011, Coleman was directly hit by an EF4 violent tornado. I don't think this is going to be that type of tornado, but it could be a tornado that could cause quite a bit of damage. And if this continues on the ground, and if this is on the ground, which we don't have confirmation of, by the way, right now, but if this thing is on the ground and continues in that track, it's going to move into Coleman here very soon. So let me pan you back to the north just a little bit. And I want to do tell you what, I want to do a path on this. I want to show you who's in the threat for this tornado. Again, it's moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. There it is right there. Tracking northeast just like that. And again, here's the communities in the path of this. Coleman, we're talking about around 3:13, so about 15 minutes for now. Coleman will be in the zone where the tornado could be. And I'm not telling you to wait 15 minutes to go to a safe place. You need to go there now and go ahead and hunker down in that safe place. That includes the lowest floor of your home, any walls between you and the outside as you possibly can. And we're going to get you through this thing with information as it continues to pass along. But I'll tell you now, all clear for Winston County and Walker County. All right, so from this one storm, there could be additional storms later, but from this one storm, the tornadic circulation continues like that. So again, other areas we're talking about Fairview at around 3:30, Arab, if this continues, at about 3:51. And again, that is in North Alabama, yes.
National Weather Service adding on those extra counties now for the tornado watch: Marengo, Perry, Chilton, Coosa, Shelby, Talladega, Clay, Claiborne, Calhoun, Cherokee, all getting added into that, lasting until 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. All
right, and the reason we're on air right now, we've got a tornado warning for Coleman County, a tornadic circulation down around Crane Hill, and that is approaching downtown Coleman as we speak. And based off of what has happened tonight, I want you to take this storm serious, all right? Don't take a chance with this. This could easily be a tornado down. We don't have reports of one on the ground at the moment. I will say this, though, it could touch down at any time. We've had a lot of damage up here in northwest Alabama, especially just southwest of this storm over in Arley and Winston County. A lot of structural damage there. And this is another tornadic storm you got to take serious. We got possibly some small hail. Looks like the hail size has shrunk a bit up around Chances Crossroad there, just south of Jones Chapel. I can tell you now, the tornadic circulation is going to miss areas down below Timble. If you're south of Timble, you're okay in South Coleman County. This is more in West Coleman County, tracking northeast just like that. As Reggie mentioned, we got a brand new tornado watch for our entire coverage area. I believe now all counties in our television market. And I'm going to pull that up and show you what we're talking about here. Okay. Yeah, all the counties here except for Coosa and Clay County. Those are the only two counties that are in our television market that are not currently under a tornado watch. Everybody else is. Even Marengo County, Perry County, and Chilton County points north. Everybody in yellow, that's a tornado watch until 11 o'clock in the morning. It is 3 o'clock right now, so we got a long time before this tornadic situation, this threat for tornadoes comes to an end. There's a trim up of the Coleman County tornado warning. Again, we're just talking about some of those southern areas. You're going to be okay. This is going to be mainly for central Coleman County, not South Coleman County. Winston County, you still got the polygon there. You're out of the danger from this storm. There could be more later. That's a flash flood warning back in East Mississippi. That's not a tornado warning. We got a tornado watch back in East Mississippi. No warnings back to the west of that. That is one promising thing, that there's no additional warnings back off towards the west of this particular storm. And let's see. Tell you what, Reggie, what's coming up behind this? If you want to take us on a wider radar tour, what do we have? What are you seeing back off towards the west?
Right now, still seeing, earlier I called it the river of just storms slowly tracking through Louisiana, cutting through Jackson into and through Mississippi up into northwestern Alabama. That's just going to slowly tonight creep eastward, hence why we have that tornado watch all the way until 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. That just gives you an idea of how slow this entire batch of storms are just going to slowly track through. So definitely in for it for the long haul. It's going to be a little bit of a long night, but we're here trying to keep you updated on any currently changing situations here throughout central Alabama.
Yeah, and I do note there's some thunderstorms that are developing down over southwest Alabama. While those are not severe, we do need to carefully keep an eye on those, as those could become supercellular in nature and become tornadic. Haven't seen much of a sign of that right now, but we got to watch any of these storms to try to develop out ahead of the main line itself. But you can see the main line itself stretches back from about Columbus, Mississippi, up to Vernon, Lamar County, including areas over in that's been hard hit this evening over in Marion County, Winfield, Gewen, areas like that. You're under the gun for heavy rain, but I don't see any sign of tornadic circulations in that area. What we do have a tornadic circulation is this thing right here that is in Coleman County. And again, we're talking about central and west Coleman County currently under the gun for the potential for a tornado. There's your hook echo, and that's where the potential tornado is currently located, tracking northeast towards downtown Coleman. It looks like really from downtown Coleman up to the Morgan County line there, you're going to be in that area. So really from about downtown Coleman up to Vinemont and North Vinemont, that's going to be the higher probability of dealing with this tornadic circulation directly over you. Could still have some small hail over on Highway 278. Based off reflectivity, I would say that probably less than quarter size hail falling on Highway 278. But if you're driving on that highway from Interstate 65 back to the Winston County line, you got to pull over, find a safe place to get, because we do have a very dangerous situation for the potential for a tornado that is there. That has just moved to the north of Guthrie Crossroads. So just north of Guthrie Crossroads, your tornadic circulation is located right there. And I do want to check a couple things real quick with this. First off, debris. And don't really see anything there like we saw earlier. Several tornadoes we had over in northwest Alabama. I don't see a screaming debris signature. We can look at the hazards. And again, we still have our mesocyclone shear marker that indicates a rotating thunderstorm. We know it's rotating. We can actually look at it and tell that. And we can look at the velocity of this. And there's your rotation. And that's a fairly well-developed signature of rotation. Again, you got strong inbound winds and outbound winds right here. So you got your rotation that's to the west downtown Coleman. So if you're watching us anywhere along Interstate 65 from Coleman points north to the Morgan County line, you got to get in that safe place. And again, that safe place includes the lowest floor of your home, any walls between you and the outside you get, basement, hallway, closet, a bathtub, always a good place to get. And understand, based off of the fact that we've had 3 fatalities confirmed in North Alabama from tornadoes tonight, you got to take these things serious. Even though there's not a screaming message saying there's clearly a tornado here, a big tornado here, it's still a good chance there's at least a small tornado that is spun up with this, and you got to take it serious. You can't take a chance with this. That's one reason we stay on air even with the smaller tornado issues tonight. We've had some larger tornadoes, had some smaller tornadoes spin up. We've had at least 5 or 6 tornadoes across northwest Alabama so far tonight, probably more than that. That's just all I can think off the top of my head. But again, there's your circulation that continues to move directly towards Coleman. Here's a new scan. And again, still got evidence of rotation right there. In fact, a very strong inbound winds. We can check that and see how strong those winds are right there. And wow, we're looking at 108 mile per hour winds being picked up on our velocity signature. That's inbound winds towards the radar site. So that is very powerful winds. That is very close to Coleman. So again, that's dangerous. That is, you know, tornado type of damage, decent tornado type of damage if there's one actually on the ground. Now we're sampling winds several thousand feet above the ground, so that doesn't mean that there's 108 mile per hour winds at the ground. But what that does mean is there's a chance, certainly there could be a tornado with this. If not, certainly some damaging downdraft wind gusts with that particular thunderstorm that's tracking again into Coleman. So again, I'm going to take that off and show you. Tell you what, let's try Birmingham radar, see if we get a better vantage point of this thing. And again, there's the old scan. We should get a new scan soon. Should be right over a Baldwin. That is close to Interstate 65, right there, that junction of 65 and 278. Okay, here's a new scan. And from Birmingham, doesn't look as impressive. Let me go over to Columbus. So we're a long way away from the radar site, so I'm trying to sample the best I can the structure of this storm. It looks like a beware, a bound to weak echo region potentially off of our Columbus radar site. Kind of looks like a donut, resembles a donut. You have an updraft in a mesocyclone with the rain wrapping around the mesocyclone, and that's likely what you're looking at right there. There's a new scan. Looks like the circulation is very close to Coleman now. In fact, I would say if you're in Coleman, if you're in downtown Coleman up to South Vinemont and West Point, you really need to be in a safe place. Any reports coming in?
No, other than golf ball size hail being reported and Jones Chapel, nothing really coming in from them.
Yeah, that's something we were just talking about. Actually, just a few minutes ago, we're seeing signs of large hail with that particular storm. So, again, Jones Chapel, golf ball size hail, that's enough hail to do some damage. So, again, if you are in that part of Coleman County, we're talking about from the city of Coleman and Good Hope points north to the Morgan County line. We want you to be in a safe place right now. This is, again, a dangerous situation for the potential for a tornado that could be on the ground. All right, it is now 3:06 on this Wednesday morning. I'm Chief Meteorologist Richard Scott. You're watching nonstop tornado coverage from the potential for a tornado that's down in Coleman County. This is impacting the downtown Coleman area and points to the north. It looks like the best chance for tornadic circulation is going to be just on the north side of Coleman. I think downtown Coleman's going to be okay, but you still want to be in a safe place now. And again, if you're in a mobile home, got to get out of that. If you're in a car, got to get out of that. Understand that mobile homes and cars can only withstand EF0 type of damage. Anything larger than that, EF1, EF2, and then mobile homes and cars are basically ripped apart. So, again, it doesn't take a strong tornado to be a threat to your life and property. You got to take these things serious, especially considering we've had 3 fatalities tonight across portions of North Alabama. We don't want to see more fatalities tonight. We don't want to see any fatalities in any event, but we certainly want you to take the storm serious tonight. If you go under a tornado warning, go through your tornado safety plan, what you're going to do. Have a source to wake you up tonight. Understand that these storms are going to continue for several more hours across Alabama. In fact, it will be storming after sunrise for much of central Alabama. So these storms continue to slowly, very slowly track off towards the southeast. We will be here nonstop watching this situation. The storms continue to rotate, and some of these have produced tornadoes. Some of these have produced significant tornadoes across Alabama. Over North Alabama, we had reports of foundation structure site-built homes that were ripped apart. And that's where we got some of the fatalities from in North Alabama. So understand these storms could be very dangerous. Now, I will say this, we are transitioning. We're in a process of going from a big-time tornado risk with these larger tornadoes to more of these quick spin-up type of tornadoes in a situation more on a squall line. But this storm is still out here on us. It's ahead of the line itself. And I'll zoom out. I want to show you where we're talking about, because this storm is still out by itself across that part of the state. Not everybody's been impacted right now. That storm is still kind of working on a very unstable air mass across portions of central Alabama. And again, look at all the rain back off towards the west. Lots of thunderstorm activity west of us. I want to switch over to Birmingham radar because unfortunately we're getting some rain fade on the Columbus radar, and that's kind of making things look a little different on radar than it should be. And whenever you get rain fade, you start kind of losing the values on your radar. And again, here we go. We got lots of storms tracking into West Alabama, still raining heavily across much of Lamar County, Marion County, Winston County, northern Coleman County. But down here over south central Alabama, we've only got just a few showers that are developing and are tracking off towards the north. So really, quite frankly, most of our area is still dry. We've had a lot of people asking, where's the rain? I thought you said it's going to rain a lot tonight. Well, the rain hasn't gotten to some people yet. It's taken its time, and that process will continue as these storms do continue to slowly sink off towards the southeast. So again, for areas like Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Gadsden, Anniston, Talladega, Rockford, Clanton, Demopolis, Linden, it could very well be closer to 5, 6 o'clock in the morning before the active storms get to you. It's going to take a little while. So it's going to take a long time for these storms to sweep on through. And sweeping is not what they're doing. They are just slowly inching off towards the southeast. Let me show you the watch warning map. And again, we have no additional tornado warnings in our area except for Coleman County. Coleman County is that last tornado warning, and that's across the northern part of Coleman County. That'll be moving into Morgan County here pretty shortly, southern Morgan County.